All right, welcome in. We are live, and we need an overlay to begin here. There we go. Production value.
Yeah, this is Bestball Bros episode 1, premiere of a new show on the Dynasty Savvy YouTube channel. So here we go. Very creative title. Blake came up with it himself. Put together the thumbnail. We're rolling with it. Let us know what you guys think of the new show name. But yeah, kidding aside, not that big of a deal. Just something we kind of threw together here. But yeah, we've been meaning to do to stream some best ball drafts for a while. We did a bunch of them last off season. Most of you guys probably weren't watching the channel then. Didn't have too big of an audience. We did have a few regulars though. There was Green Bean, and I can't even remember the.
Yeah.
Who was the other one?
Couple other, I can't remember.
Couple. I can't remember their names. For some reason, Green Bean stands out.
Green Bean does,
like the guy's username on YouTube, and he was like watching all of our underdog streams. So who knows? Maybe Green Bean will come back to the channel now that we're doing best ball drafts again. But yeah, we just figured tonight would be a good night. We didn't have any guests scheduled for tonight, so hey, let's finally do a best ball draft.
Yeah, and we've been meaning to do this for a while. Super fun stuff. This is the perfect time to start doing best ball drafts. All the dynasty stuff is pretty much out of the way. All the rookie drafts, technically we're actually in a startup, an unplanned startup right now.
Yeah.
However, there's no training camp going on. This is basically the only fantasy we can do for our sick minds right now. So
exactly,
it is pretty good, and it can kind of feel like, in dynasty, it can be hard if you want to get shares of a player, you want to call your shot on some names. Maybe they're already kind of trending, or just maybe you're only in a couple leagues. Well, if you go to best ball and you really like a player, you just go draft them and bet on them that way, which I like, because there's certain players on best ball that I like far more, that are almost not untouchable, but just overpriced in dynasty, in my opinion. Or just maybe not a guy I want to build around. They just kind of fall in a range of, there's just alternate options that are better. First, mine coming out as Chase Brown, who in best ball is a far better pick, in my opinion, and is maybe even underpriced. I'm actually not even exactly sure what his ADP is. Believe it's at some point in round 3 on underdog. So, or on these platforms. So we'll actually have to keep an eye out for that. But this is an alternate way to get exposure to those players that you might not otherwise have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, glad we're finally doing this.
Absolutely, yeah. And if anyone, our regular viewers, they may or may not watch or play best ball. If you haven't, you'll get the gist of it. If you don't, actually, someone's probably watching this. They don't even know what best ball is. Basically, we're on DraftKings. We're drafting 20 rounds. They know what best ball is, but they don't know what best ball maybe on DraftKings is, by the way. And 20 rounds sets your best lineup for you. You can't trade. You can't make pickups. You just roll with what you got. And depending on the contest you're in, you can win up to, $2 million probably now this year. So we normally draft on underdog.
I'm sure there's some contests where the buy-in's pretty low, so you kind of just pick whatever contest fits your budget. Yeah. And you have the fun upside of being able to win some more meaningful money than you would be able to win in a typical dynasty league. So that kind of adds some intrigue to the whole equation. And yeah, it's just fun. There's no the big appeal with basketball is that there's no time commitment. You just enjoy the best. What's the best part of fantasy football? It's the drafting, right? So you just do the draft.
Exactly.
From that point, it's just the team manages itself, and you can follow it along, or you can just check to see where it finishes at the end of the season. But pretty cool concept. Yeah,
it's fun to check along. I was checking ours that we drafted, last year, and honestly, they did awful. And the reason why is because a lot of our builds, we actually leaned to the same thing, which was fine because we're drafting pretty low volume. If we were drafting the Maniac, true best ball bros, hundreds of drafts, that's when you really have to diversify what you're doing. But we went. And I thought, and by the way, there is a bunch of data I've been seeing on Twitter since basically when it ended. This was the 1 year, obviously, not to go 0 RB. and that was a lot of our strategy, or like hero RB.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you hammered RBs, but the funny there was like all these graphs where it's like optimal builds based off all their data, millions of like drafts basically. All these lines are like optimal at this hero or not hero at these like hero or 0 RB builds, and then there was just like this one, whatever the graph was. This was like the huge outlier where it's like if you did that, and there was also some like spreadsheets. That's like normally a huge advance rate edge, and this year it was like you're so far under expected advance rate if you did that strategy, and therefore we got completely killed on that. But we did sneak some teams through into the weeks. I think we snuck at least one into week 16, which was pretty good for not doing like that many drafts. But it didn't do anything. So or maybe I drafted. I'm not sure.
But yeah, I think the key is that. I mean, I think the only lesson or takeaway from what happened last year is that there are going to be outliers, but you don't want to just go chasing whatever happened last year. I mean, that's rarely going to be a formula for success. I mean, it could repeat that way. You never know. I mean, maybe that's reflective of some new trend in the NFL where running backs aren't going to get injured as much because maybe defensive players are getting smaller or whatever, or they're banning the big hits or whatever. So yeah, there could be something to it, but I think the key is just understand that every year's different. Things are going to change. There are always going to be outliers. So that's the other thing. Like, don't be afraid to be bold sometimes. Just because something hasn't happened yet, or some strategy hasn't won yet, doesn't mean that it never will. It just means it hasn't happened yet. Maybe this is the year this weird, unexpected thing's going to happen. So I think the two takeaways: don't just chase what happened last year, and don't be afraid to be bold and different.
Yeah, what's awesome, the don't chase what happened last year, you could apply that to like right now when we're drafting this year, and you could also technically apply that to like last year. It's like, hey, receivers are going so early. Normally there's a reason why, but if you were to lean into more taking running backs, I mean, you probably had a really good year. So it's funny.
Oh yeah.
I think running backs have definitely come up. Overall, because everyone's like, we're idiots, we drafted incorrectly, receivers, but there's receivers on underdog are still going really, really high. But this will be fun here. We'll see the world of DraftKings. I've only done one draft here. It is the Wild West, I'm telling you. Jalen Hurts went pick 6 overall. This is a 1 quarterback. It was a 1 draft sample. He'll never do that again, but people just take whoever they want. They're more normies. They're not consuming content. So the one thing on here is that the quarterbacks go much earlier, at least in ranges. Because you can really get 3 quarterback builds like every time because you have 20 rounds versus 18 on underdog. So let's, without further ado, just get one fired up. And if you're listening, we talking a little bit about just general best ball stuff there, warm you up for what we're about to do.
Yeah, we'll see if we got anyone watching here. See if we got any activity in the chat yet.
Yeah, I gotta pull that up.
But yeah, definitely. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. We appreciate everyone's support, and if you've been enjoying these streams, definitely subscribe, like the stream. That always helps. Leave a comment if you're watching this as a replay, and thank you for all the support.
Yeah, and if you do any best ball yourself, reach out to us. We could probably get you on a stream. We'd love to draft with with a guest.
Absolutely.
If you haven't done any, we can still get you on. We can still draft. If you're not into it at all, you can also just watch along. And this is just a more easier way to talk like more redraft focused stuff.
Yep.
It all applies.
We got Randy in the chat here, my co-manager in the Aqua League, of course, going up against Blake and at Hey Matt A. So that's been fun. Yeah, so the startup draft's kind of wrapping up. We're in round 16, I believe. And yeah, Blake, I don't know about you and Matt, but Randy and I are feeling pretty confident with the squad we're putting together here. We like the way this startup draft has fallen to us. We're feeling pretty good.
I gotta check your gut. Let's pull it up here for the viewers.
Can we do that real quick? Yeah. Let's take a quick look.
I don't even know what your guys' team look like, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you want to click on like draft room and then do like the team view or whatever? If you can do it on the desktop version here.
Right, I'll also click your guys'.
Okay. Yep.
Randy. Okay, so you guys have quarterbacks: Bryce Young, Justin Fields, any third? Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones. Yep.
Genty, Montgomery. Kind of handcuffs like Braylon Allen. Oh no, Tony Pollard as well.
You got Tony Pollard, and then a couple of handcuffs and like Big B, and who's the other running back we got?
Braylon Allen.
Oh, Braylon Allen, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are really strong at receiver, of course. Neighbors, Garrett Wilson, Smitty, Ekbuka, Pearsall, and
Jalen Noel.
Yeah, Jalen Noel as well. That was a surprising pick. I did not think you guys were going to take.
Dude, I am all in on Jalen Noel all of a sudden. Like he's like my biggest like rookie riser. I don't know what it is. I just like. The more I learn about him and watch him and just think about it, like I'm just feeling Jalen Noel this year. I think he's gonna be one of those rookies that is kind of one of those surprises. So yeah, kind of late to the party on him, but I'm getting all my shares of him as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean that's how I've kind of felt. Just as basically, especially for exposure, I went out. I think like 3 of them right away, and basically my earliest drafts, and then I started kind of going other routes in the and picks with them. And the reason I did that was just because Christian Kirk exists, and we'll probably own the slot where it's like Jalen Noel. I want to have exposure at how cheap he is. I think he's amazing as well. But there also is going to be a lot of opportunities that present itself to like flip that 20th round startup pick player that you have that's like a veteran into like Jalen Noel or whatever it is. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities probably starting week 1 to get him, unless he is a huge surprise, which would also be great.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Christian Kirk is injury prone though. You never know when he's going to go down. And then, what if Noel just beats him out in camp? And it's just like, he's better. So you just never know. But I hear you though. But yeah, you were definitely ahead of the curve there on Noel. Because early on, you were trying to convince me, like, when I was like more into Higgins, you were like, hey, like, Jalen Noel guy's pretty good too. So yeah, you were right.
Yeah. I liked them. Well, here's like I liked them about equally, but I had Noel just like an inch better, just because the slot ability, right? Like those slot players, and he's a vertical slot. Funny enough, like basically one of his best comps coming out is literally Christian Kirk himself. That's the funniest part. Is I mean these guys have been Kirk's been using the NFL, basically to a T of what Noel's skill set is.
Although I think Noel's faster. I mean, didn't Noel run like a 4.39?
Oh sure. Oh, sure, yeah, no, I mean, he'll probably be faster, but, I mean, actually, Christian Kirk was pretty damn fast coming out, by the way.
Was he?
Like, yeah, okay. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a 4.4. Yeah, Madden, he was always, like, one of the fast, speedy guys as a younger player as well, so.
Gotcha, yeah.
But, yeah, Noel, I mean, that's basically why I don't have any Higgins, is Jalen Noel is much more affordable.
Yeah.
Same offense. I think they're both equal talent.
Like, seems like just as good of a player, basically, more or less.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like Higgins as well. I mean, I had them both side by side, but that's just kind of how my brain works, is just give me the cheaper guy when I think it's similar talent. Same, and that's the thing, I love betting on that cheaper guy in the same draft class to the same team.
Right.
I mean, and I thought they're basically similar prospects, just as far as, maybe similar prospects more as how their fantasy skills will turn out.
Yeah, not in terms of like playing style or anything like that.
Yeah, because the NFL obviously values like the X, that. Oh, we're on the clock.
Are we on the clock here?
We got to pick 12 if you're. How
much time do we have to pick?
Audio. That's a great question. It is not showing us, but we have this is full PPR, by the way.
Okay.
Amon-Ra and Nico are best by ADP. You just want to go Amon-Ra and build through Lions?
Yeah, go Amon-Ra. Okay. Yeah. Give me the sun god here.
We're back.
Okay, back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
I really like London this year.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that too, and it'll get us a little bit more. I was gonna say I really think London. Again, Nico and BTJ have obviously wide receiver 1 overall upside.
Oh, absolutely.
I think London, especially in a full PPR, also has that as well.
Oh, he could be insane.
Who were we? Was it with Jacob? We were talking about London.
Right.
And it's just like, yeah, I mean, regression hits. London will like it's gonna hit from that 3 game sample size, but even if it hits in a big way, I mean, dude, London's gonna smash this year. You know, we at least saw it in that Week 18 game that we couldn't use for fantasy.
Right.
We saw he had an extremely high ceiling with what's his name there, with Penix.
Michael Penix, yeah.
So that's great to see, though. I think that's the biggest takeaway from that 3 game sample. Even bigger than all the target share stuff is like Drake London has an extremely high ceiling now, which it didn't seem he had prior.
Yeah, and can we talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown? Because, like, I really don't understand. Again, it's just kind of like the Jared Goff argument. Like, why doesn't this guy get more respect? I mean, you look at his, like, fantasy finishes over the past few years. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it like, I mean, he's basically like a top, 5 receiver just about, like, every year. I'm going to look it up right now because I don't want to state anything incorrectly here. But, I mean, he's been absurd. He's just been, like, insanely consistent. And I feel like people look at for any excuse to just kind of like write him off or undervalue him. I'm not worried about the injury. Like, yes, I'd prefer that Ragnow didn't retire the center. I prefer that Ben Johnson didn't leave, but I think a little too much are getting made of this. Like, St. Brown's a great player on a great offense, has a really good quarterback throwing to him. I'm not going to overthink it. I think he's going to have another great season.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the biggest thing on DraftKings, by the way, is like, why is he like in Dynasty? He's one of the more discounted guys. We've seen him fall to 206, which like I actually from what I saw with the doctors, there's no concerns for Amon-Ra St. Brown basically for week 1, but I did actually see by 2 different sources of Twitter doctors for what it's worth that they said slight worry as far as longevity, not like don't be worried, but it's like, yeah. I mean, there are some concerns like as far as longevity. So, at least worth noting. Maybe Dr. Fortune has a different opinion on it.
It might have to bring Dr. Fortune. I'm actually at my parents' house now. Hence the you notice I'm kind of got a different background here. I'm in the man cave here, the Michigan man cave. You might see some of the University of Michigan. I don't call it propaganda. What's a more positive term? Paraphernalia. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it.
That doesn't sound very positive either.
It doesn't sound good either.
No, paraphernalia doesn't sound good.
Memorabilia. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for.
That's the word you're looking for. Yeah,
exactly. That's the word I'm looking for.
Sounds like I don't even know. Like, this is also not right, but that just sounds like drugs or like bongs or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's bad connotation. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not good either. But I'm in the Michigan man cave here. Dr. Fortune's upstairs. So hey, if we need him to come on, I can just holler for him. He can give us the full skinny on St. Brown. But basically, what he relayed is that he has no concerns for this season, and that he thinks the procedure to clean up his knee is actually a positive thing, and that he'll be healthier now and more effective on the field. Yeah,
well, that's certainly good to hear. Yeah, and the longevity thing, my take is, I'm not worried about that for anything. It's like in Dynasty, I've already sold them or whatever, or whatever.
By then I've already like sold them, bought him back, and sold him again. So it doesn't even matter.
It's a good just mental note when he's climbing up there to be like, or maybe you see some
get out just a tad early and sell high and get a boatload for him, and then invest in someone younger.
Maybe it's something that no one's even thinking about in 4 years or whatever, and you saw some decline. And you're like, but
you made the mental note, and so you get out ahead maybe in a few years.
Yeah, it's really nothing big. This no big deal. Like it. So we're coming up here on the clock.
I'll ask my dad about that though, about the long term. I'll see what he has to say. I'm curious now.
Yeah.
Are we on the clock or not yet?
About to be. Yeah, ask him. Yeah, even if it's just a slight concern or maybe not at all. Whatever it is.
Yeah. Oh, but real quick though. So Amon-Ra St. Brown's finishes
3-3-3, aren't they?
Yeah. 7-3-3 the past 3 years. So it's like, I mean, how much better can you get than that? He really is kind of like Jared Goff in the sense that he's like rarely injured. He's just like rock solid, consistent every year. I mean, rock solid doesn't even do it justice. I mean, he's an elite fantasy producer at wide receiver, and he just doesn't get the credit for that. Like we're always going to rank higher, Lamb and of course Jefferson Chase, but even now like Brian Thomas and people are putting like Puka ahead of him, and I'm not saying like any of these are like bad takes or crazy takes, but it's just funny how he never gets the benefit. St. Brown never gets the benefit of the doubt. He's just always going to be last of like any tier. He's just always okay. We're just going to put him last as far back as we can. So it gets kind of old, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'll comment on that in a minute. You want to see Breece Hall here? He's top of ADP and full PPR. Yeah. I think he's a great value.
Yeah, I like Breece.
We're up again. I was looking through here,
Kittle's fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Kittle. I have him queue. Kittle, I think, is the best pick here. Full PPR. I think he's gonna smash. He gives a lot more flexibility. Let's just take him.
Is it too early for Jaden Daniels?
No, he was right here at ADP. But you know what? Okay. There is a court. I think Jalen Hurts, looking through ADP, is probably the best value. He actually is a full round below. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to get him, though. But I'm just saying, just in general, Jalen Hurts is severely underpriced in this format. Okay. Is 4-point passing also, by the way? Actually, let's take a moment here to go over the scoring.
How about Kyler Murray? Like I really feel like Kyler Murray could be a heck of a value this year, just in general, whether it's dynasty, redraft, best ball.
They have him pretty respected. He's QB 9.
Okay.
And right ahead of Fields at QB 10. Yeah, I mean they actually do. I mean he's ahead of basically the whole herd of past QB ones and high potentially future ones. So he's probably appropriately priced for his rushing.
And you said this is a 4-point passing touchdown league, right?
This is a 4-point. Here's why he's actually probably going so high. By the way, Murray, the Bengals Cardinals game in Week 17 has basically got everyone juiced up. That's a Bengal or Cardinal.
Yeah.
Which certainly does affect ADP.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So,
even the normies, the casuals here on DraftKings, they're even onto it.
Well, they're onto just anyone, man. Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? People will fall 20 spots randomly. Like there will be huge fallers in drafts, and there'll be let's get the draft board up here. There'll be massive reaches as well.
Okay.
So, I don't know if we got any crazy ones this draft. Maybe we're drafting more with. Well, here we go. Just like by ADP, Henry going well ahead of ADP.
Right.
Full PPR site. Here's the scoring settings. These are different, by the way. There are bonuses in this one. So you get a 3-point bonus. You get a 2 or 3-point bonus. I can't remember which one it is. Let's call it 3 for 100-yard games.
Oh.
Yeah, and a 3-point bonus for a 300-yard passing game.
Okay. So the 100-yard game, that could be either rushing or receiving?
Yeah, and a quarterback could get 2 bonuses, technically, if they ran.
Okay, right.
I mean, hey, if they receive 100, maybe they'll get... That would be something. But, yeah, so the bonuses play a factor on, your weekly ceiling. Full PPR. So, yeah, tight ends. But that's the thing. Full PPR, but 4-point passing touchdown settings. Think about it. Quarterbacks just make less of an impact on your lineup, like points-wise, compared to underdog. Because everyone's scoring more.
You mean all the other non-quarterback positions are scoring more than the quarterbacks relative to normal leagues where it's 6 points per passing touchdown?
Yeah, quarterbacks are going to be scoring the same here as they are at underdog, and no other player in other positions. Everyone's going to be scoring more than they would on underdog. So it's not that quarterbacks aren't. It's the thing though that the quarterbacks they go like higher. It's so backwards here. Quarterbacks are like pushed up on this format.
Yeah.
Running backs are like pushed up on this format, but then receivers are like pushed down in this format. Though they score, this is the best format. This is far better than underdog for receivers and like tight ends and stuff. Because obviously they're the ones getting 100 catches, not the running backs.
Yeah. Oh, you mean 100 receiving yards?
No, like in full PPR, obviously receivers are better than running backs, like relative to
Yeah.
on half PPR. But underdog,
Even on the season that they get 100 catches.
yeah, or just like weekly, if they have 10 catches, it's way better on on DraftKings. But the market's flipped.
Oh, that's right, because underdog is only half PPR, right?
Yeah, but the market's flipped. Running backs are going higher on this, and receivers are going lower. So
yeah, I got you.
It's pretty wonky.
That's bizarre. Yeah.
So
yeah, what you're saying is that we can get some really good value on wide receivers here on DraftKings with it being full PPR, and yet somehow the receivers are going later.
Exactly.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Also, just makes like later round running backs a little more fun if they have that PPR ability. By the way, like I'm the Travis Hunter guy. I think this is crazy. Like, how is he? Oh, we're on the board. We gotta take him. We gotta take Hunter in our first draft. It's too fitting. What about Henderson and Harvey as our next? I have Hunter in our queue.
That's tempting.
I
mean, Laporta doesn't look terrible either, but yeah, I think I'm good with a running back there.
We already have a tight end, so that would be a ton of capital.
We got Kittle. Yeah, let's take a running back. Want to take Henderson? I don't know. I could go either way there.
Yeah, I could go either way as well, just for this format.
What are you feeling? Do we have any bringbacks?
Ooh, that would be the
tiebreaker.
That'd be a tiebreaker. Not that I know of.
Do you have a Q set in case we time out?
Yeah. I'm sure we'll draft Harvey a ton. You always want to go Henderson just for this one, and then figure it out.
Yeah, he's maybe just slightly, or I guess slightly earlier ADP by one spot. I guess we'll just make that the tiebreaker for lack of knowing what else to do here. But yeah, very similar running backs in terms of projections year one.
Yeah, exactly of what we can project for them. I wouldn't be shocked if Henderson was like much higher, just in a vacuum than Harvey. I would agree with that if it was the case. But also when they're beside each other, it's like, I mean, I understand it. They're basically in the same position and gonna catch a lot of footballs likely.
Yeah. It's tough deciding between those two from a redraft perspective. Of course, in Dynasty, you favor the guy with better draft capital, who's younger, probably a better prospect coming out of college. Talking about Henderson, but in redrafts, like, oh man, like these guys are pretty close when you're just looking at it for this season.
Yeah, I mean, my initial reaction at this point in the offseason is still just Henderson, but I still think Harvey is like in a best ball format like this. I think that's a pretty good value, full PPR.
Oh yeah,
I think that's completely reasonable.
Yeah.
So
here's an interesting question. I don't know if it even really matters because you're not particularly scared of either guy, but which backfield mate as competition scares you more, Ramondre Stevenson or J.K. Dobbins? Who's going to be the bigger pest this season?
I think they're about equal, honestly. Like, I just like Ramondre is a guy that I actually, again, when he was good, sure, I wanted him in like redraft and stuff, but I've just had like there are certain players that I'll just fade season over season over season in Dynasty. I don't care how good they're doing. I'm not buying them. And Ramondre Stevenson has been one of those guys. I will never own a Ramondre Stevenson.
Hey, well, I got my very first ever Dynasty share Ramondre in our listener league. So, hey. Well, actually, I probably don't even really need him now because, like, when I drafted him, it was, like, on a single running back build, and now I'm, like, loaded at running back. So, doesn't ever hurt to have the depth. Maybe I can sell him or something. Maybe he'll come in handy in a bye week or injury or something. But I don't mind having him.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Now he's actually like at his real price. So like, I shouldn't say I should. Right. Oh, I'll never have Ramondre now. Right. He's a reasonable price. No one wants him in Dynasty, but that's always been my take. Is like I don't want him. And he's always been expensive. He's one of those players that I don't even think like when we're talking about last year. I don't think we ever drafted him basically ever in underdog. But he's a player I had 0 of last year. And in fact, like one of my buddies when trading was looking for my advice, like he was so Ramondre on that new contract. Like you would think a running back like that gets a new contract, like hey, that's really good. That's a guy you don't want to trade or you don't want to. I just take 2 mid-thirds from him. Just do it.
Yeah.
Tank for the 101. I was like, because actually I think what it was part of a bigger package, but the guy wanted Ramondre and I'm like, just give him Ramondre and get your 2/3 for him. Like. I'd rather take those 2/3 than the newly signed Vermont. And it kind of sounds crazy, at the time. But I don't know. To me, the writing was just on the wall that he's just not that good.
If no one's gonna pony up a second and you're you're trying to rebuild and get the 101, like just take what you can get there.
Yeah, I mean you could get easily a second last year, but it was part of like a bigger deal where it was like holy crap. Like
you're not gonna like let 2/3
of
Ramondre when what's otherwise a good deal. Yeah, exactly.
I was already telling him just get rid of Ramondre at market price. Like it just he was just one of those guys I had no interest in. J.K. Dobbins didn't have any interest in him last year. Like odds were hugely against him, even with no backfield competition. And then in startups, once he got signed, he was actually going like earlier than he does now in drafts after we saw him be half decent. So both these guys don't really care about for the most part. I think they're probably equal competition.
I think I agree with that. So I was just trying to think if there was any tiebreaker between that, but nah, I think they're about the same thing. They each have kind of the pros and cons. I could see either being a little sneaky good if you actually draft any of them, or maybe just a bit annoying, especially like early in the season. But I think eventually, sooner or later, like Harvey and Henderson are going to be just fine.
Yeah, we're actually up, by the way. Oh, God, running back is bad. I'm just seeing, wow, holy crap. Golden, Downs, Reed. Those are probably our guys.
Did I see Brian Robinson? That's probably not too horrible, right?
I'd rather get Eckler a lot later, personally.
Really? Okay. Want to get Downs, maybe?
Let's do Downs.
Yeah.
Oh. What just happened?
We get Reed?
Oh. What? I don't even know what just happened.
Reed?
We got everyone but Downs. Yeah, we got Golden and Reed somehow.
Oh, jeez.
I clicked draft on Golden. Downs was the second in our queue. And somehow Reed went. I'm not even sure how that's possible. There was literally zero outcome where I ever clicked draft on Reed, or because it would have been Downs that I would have clicked if.
Wait, what? Did you mean to click draft on Golden, or that was a mistake?
No, I clicked draft on Golden just because it was running out. And then we were going to take, because we had back-to-back picks, so I was just going to take Golden and Downs.
Okay.
And then somehow Jaden Reed just, went, I'm not even sure.
How was the clock that fast? Did we not realize, when the clock started?
It's not even giving us the timer for some reason on this.
Right.
Let me reset it again.
Maybe refresh that.
Yeah. It wasn't doing it earlier.
It'd be nice to know the time.
Yeah, it's not giving us the time. All right, well, we'll have to work without it.
Okay.
I don't know. We need a replay on that.
Yeah, how screwed are we on this build with the two Packers receivers?
I don't think it's the worst. We can build around it, right? Maybe you need one week.
Love. We badly need Jordan Love on this team now.
Yeah, maybe we can. Give Jordan Love if we get sniped on him. One thing I was looking at from the real best ball bros out there. They say, obviously better to have a quarterback, but it's also just completely fine building stacks around teams and not getting a quarterback. It's not the end of the world.
Okay.
If we were to get sniped.
By that definition, you're considering Reed and Golden to be a stack then?
Yeah, and then maybe you get, an ideal world, you would get a different Packer, like a running back or something. Maybe this is not the right team.
Marshawn Lloyd or Tucker Kraft or...
Yeah, it might not be like the best world, but yeah, Jordan Love, look at his price. That's a pretty, like to these other quarterbacks, that's a pretty good price on Love, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense in a 4-point passing touchdown, although I think his mobility might be a little better. I was hearing some stuff on a Fantasy Stock Exchange video, and they were talking about, and I had completely forgotten about this. I don't know about you, Blake. But remember, Jordan Love had that injury in at the end of week 1 or whatever?
That was week 1, yeah.
Yeah, and they thought it was going to be serious, oh crap, is he going to be out for the year? Is this he tear his ACL or something? And then he ended up playing through it the rest of the season. I totally forgot about that. So it's I think that's part of the reason why they probably were so run heavy to a degree, to a surprising degree. And he probably wasn't totally healthy and effective. He probably didn't have all of his mobility. So maybe all of a sudden this year we see the old Jordan Love, and then think about the reverberations of that, the impact that could have on the rest of the offense, particularly the receivers, the tight end. So kind of got me thinking there a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I've been wanting. I don't have any love in Dynasty, and honestly, he's becoming a value. I think he was overpriced last year. I think he's, there's a lot of good values at quarterback now, but he's certainly becoming one of them.
The question is, like, how could you realistically acquire a love share, Blake, within your dynasty portfolio? Would you have to, like, down tier, like, a Jalen Hurts or Joe Burrow? Or
I would have to give someone that was really similar, like the Lawrence, just even if I have, I wouldn't do it probably with like a McCarthy, who I have one of. Yeah. But I would have just taken Love in that draft, right? I'd get McCarthy. But yeah, Lawrence, Purdy, just guys in the similar.
Try to like flip them one for one, or like add a little small something to sweeten it, kind of thing, or.
Yeah, that's how you'd probably have to do it. I would say the startup's the most likely way to do it.
Yeah.
Those opportunities have passed for me.
Yeah.
For the most part, so yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you though. All of a sudden, like, kind of wish I had a Jordan Love dynasty share.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I was basically set on taking him in the listener league, end of round 3, but I saw Matt was like one pick behind me.
Yeah.
I didn't say I was taking Jordan Love, but I was just nodded like, hey, if you want to get your guy, now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
And I asked for like a 4th or something. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Because there's so many good quarterbacks there.
Oh, but, sure. Yeah. So I get that.
Yeah, I absolutely would have taken him though, because I was thinking at that point, pretty good value. We're coming up here. Let's start planning around this one. By the way, pulled up the week 17. Can you even see the board?
Right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can. Okay, I just want to make sure I was like screen sharing.
I can see the screen share. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So schedule we did go with Travion because we got Brees there.
Oh, want to get Drake May? I mean, he should be good with the rushing and the scoring.
That's exactly when we drafted Travion. Like, what I was going to try to sell you on was, like, let's go get Drake May.
I'm with it.
We're going to have to reach on ADP, which is fine.
Okay.
Can
we double tap QB, or would that be crazy? Get Love, too?
We probably have to cut, like... We probably have to risk Love, because... he could keep falling. I'm not too sure. Like, let's see. There could be Ibuka.
Ibuka?
I wouldn't want to put any more. What's it called there? Capital and tight end, just because we can draft 3 of them. We got Kittle.
I like Ibuka. I think Ibuka might be one of those guys that produces earlier than we're expecting.
Yeah, let's do Ibuka. I think he's a pretty good value here. I'd rather take him than guarantee like a reach with Love, because again, it's the Wild West. He could fall back to us, or we have Travis Hunter, maybe it's Trevor Lawrence that comes back around.
Right. So that could work too. But it does feel like Ibuka gives us some upside at wide receiver there, so I like that.
So let's go through our team so far. So Drake May, we end up choosing him as our quarterback 1, which you gotta do it by ADP. This is just being the ADP slave, because I think these last quarterbacks behind him are just as good, if not better. But the rushing upside's there, 4-point passing touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
Brees and Travion is like, that's got to be like the Dynasty My Guys running back room. Amon-Ra, Drake London, Travis Hunter, Golden, Reed, and Ibuka. That's
upside there.
Pretty damn good receiver room.
I mean, especially considering we drafted 2 of those guys by mistake.
Yeah,
I think it turned out pretty well, actually.
Yeah, we can, like, genuinely, we might, because it's 20 rounds, like, we could easily take another receiver. I don't know if we need more than, like, 1 more receiver, unless it adds up for stacking purposes.
Sure. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, let's just see what happens. We'll try to fade receiver as much as possible. Maybe we get Patriot. I bet Diggs is already off, yeah. I don't know, maybe we could try to find a Patriot. By the way, I did see something about, not like a bad thing for Kyle Williams, because we still need to see training camp, but according to the best ball, bro, I think it was like Pat Crane was talking about him, but like, he said he's holding off on his Kyle Williams because of Mac Hollins is making a splash apparently, and on top of that,
okay.
All the other receivers that are living around that room were.
You got Efton Chisholm there.
Yeah, Douglas.
I'm falling for the hype a little bit. I'm taking the sucker's bet there, but
Diggs,
I'm kind of getting into the Chisholm hype.
Diggs, Douglas, Boutte, Baker, Polk, for what those guys are worth. But there's a lot of receivers.
Boutte, I mean, there's a ton of bodies there. A ton of guys that
Yeah.
It's hard to write off any one of them.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I thought Kyle Williams. If you had to tell me, if you asked me pre-draft who I thought my most drafted players would be, actually, if we were doing drafts pre-draft, and I had to draft just not Xeno landing spots, Kyle Williams and Giddens would have been my two highest guys, undoubtedly. Because I was catching on that there was a lot of steam on Kyle Williams pre-draft. I actually thought he was going to go 36th overall or whatever it was to the Titans. Whatever their second round pick was. I was seeing that much steam on him. So I was almost a little shocked he went round 3. That's where I think most people were saying oh wow, he went early round 3. That's pretty early. So I don't know, maybe I almost look at Kyle Williams as not as good as other people are, because they're coming out high on coming up on him, where I'm man, he didn't get that round 2 capital I was hoping for.
I see. Yeah,
it could be a little factor on that of how I've been looking.
But I mean, it could be tempting here to get the stack with May, though, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's a completely reasonable price, but if Burden is there, I mean, we gotta take Burden. There's no doubt about that. That's a completely reasonable price. I am the most, not out. Oh my god, we gotta take Burden.
Let's think about it though. I mean, does he have a better chance for year 1 production than Kyle Williams does? I mean, I know he's got more of the pedigree, the draft capital, but
I just think he does off.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I mean, we could get both, but wait, we need a receiver.
I don't want 2 receivers.
We gotta get Jordan Love. Let's take
Love.
Let's figure the rest out. Shoot. We could be done. God, I mean, Burden's gonna touch the field. He's gonna have opportunities. He's gonna be.
You don't think Kyle Williams will be an instant starter? Or
Burden is a good full PPR.
Let's go with Burden. I think that's what you're feeling.
It's just,
so I'm good with that.
It's round 3 versus, what was it, pick 36?
Practically a first rounder for Burden. Yeah.
I at least think it says a lot, because in Dynasty, it's not that I don't want anything to do with Burden. He's often falling to 203, 204, which is completely fine. I even took a shot on him in one league. But I just see Luther Burden, and I don't have much confidence at all year 1. However, in best ball at pick 140, I mean, that might be one of my favorite picks of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good there. I mean, I would have been happy with either receiver. I think you can make a case, but I think that's pretty good value for Burden there.
Yeah, but we gotta basically tell ourselves we're done at receiver now, unless
pretty much.
Yeah, let's just say we're done at receiver for now.
Yeah, let's just start hammering running back, and then eventually get a little depth at tight end, and then do you want a third quarterback on this build?
Yeah, third quarterback would be nice. It's just who's it gonna be? Again, tight end. We can literally go into worst case we get I think Higbee might be one of my favorite players in this format.
Really?
No.
I'm starting to think more and more Ferguson might just be the guy early, but it's possible.
I like Ferguson as well, of course, but I really like him for just dynasty purposes of injury, stuff like that, of course, too. But I mean, you actually have to kind of draft him in this one, whereas Higbee's basically free.
Although I mean, Chig isn't too much higher. I think Chig could be kind of sneaky. I was just reading a report that he's developing nice chemistry with Cam Ward, and that Chig was the most targeted receiver, and I don't know if it was just one day of practice in particular. Let me see exactly what that sleeper blurb says about him. But I always kind of like Chig. I think he might maybe be a little sneaky this year.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, all of these tight ends, I'm basically down for, especially if it makes sense for, like, stacking and all that stuff. Yeah, I think it would be a mistake to, like, actually, like, fade to Ferguson or whatever. But Higbee, I did see a quote, by the way, on McVay, which just gives me some confidence as far as week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good target for, like, week 1 in Dynasty, nice tight end premium leagues. He basically said about Ferguson, it's like, hey, oh man, like we think he's awesome. He's gonna have a good time, like learning behind Higbee and then stepping up once Higbee's done. Basically, it's like that was like, basically the quote is like, hey, once Tyler decides he's done,
right?
So,
I see.
Not the most bullish quote, just overall,
right?
But do really like Ferguson.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, there could always be a situation where Ferguson's just too good and they just can't keep him off the field. So we'll see, but I could see the veteran kind of just need the deference there. But here's a report, though. This is Jim Wyatt of the Tennessee Titans official website, who reported that Chico Okonkwo caught the most passes of any player during the Titans' 5 open practices of OTAs and mandatory minicamp.
Okay.
And he appears to have already developed a rapport with Cam Ward. So
that's good.
That's kind of nice to hear. Over the course of 5 practices, the most targeted player of Cam Ward, including receivers, running backs, everything, tight ends.
Sounds like a great, second or third tight end of best ball for free. Don't even got to know when to start him, which is always the issue with him. Hey, right. He was even like a league winner at the end of last year.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Like, I mean, could Chig be like this year's Jonnu Smith? I mean, I'm not predicting it, but who knows?
I could see the vision for young athletic tight end. Yeah, I'm not dying. Like I'm thinking, I might not even have a Chig in Dynasty, and he's so affordable. Yeah. I probably should. Just didn't like it with Levis.
I could be wrong. I don't think Chig is that athletic, but he's. I mean, he looks pretty good when you watch him, though. I mean, I think he's like good after the catch. He's kind of like a Jonnu Smith type.
If he isn't, he's like the Isaiah Likely athletic.
Exactly.
Because I remember watching the combine, and I was literally like thinking to myself, that dude is like a receiver. Like he just looked like a receiver. He was smaller, and I'm like, oh, that dude looks really athletic, and he actually tested terribly. like
sometimes it tricks you when when they look like a wide receiver when they're like kind of one of those smaller tight ends. Like I don't know, I can't make sense of it, but it makes them appear like they're more athletic than they are somehow. I don't completely understand it, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, like this. It's his RAS score was bad, but guess what? You know why it's bad? It's because of his height, his weight, and his bench. It's actually his vertical and his like the actual stuff we're looking for. He's elite at. Speed grade elite, explosion rate at least good.
What's his 40? Was that 4.52?
Oh, shoot, we're up on the clock here.
Running back. We need a running back.
Wait. You want to go Cam Ward if we're gonna go and get our third right now?
Okay.
Let's just get hit. Would you say Spears there?
Maybe not. How about Benson?
Shoot,
get Benson.
Not there. Benson. Is there anyone that can like give us? Oh no, there isn't. Shoot. All right. Let's just go Benson. Right? Let's go right. Let's go right because you named him. I will say one thing bad about Benson because this is all I've been hearing this offseason. I don't know. I guess maybe you haven't been hearing these. Yeah, not a Benson fade. But they're... You know how I remember last year we're all in on Connor saying, I don't know, I don't know if Benson will take over year 1. Well, they're basically saying that again for year 2, the coaching staff. And... Apparently, Jonathan Gannon, anytime he's asked about Trey Benson, he's not, giving the coach speak, he's looking amazing, this and that. He's going, if he steps up, if he does this, if he does that, and they're really tooting Connor's horn. So,
that's not good. The thing is, of course, when a coach is praising a player, you often got to take it with a grain of salt. Like, okay, coach, speak whatever.
Yeah.
But when a coach says something bad about a player, that's when you got to listen.
That's what it is. It's like you can only take the good stuff so far. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be really, good.
That steady drum beat, as everyone says.
Yeah, but when you hear something bad like that,
You should listen.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's weird. Yeah, I've always just kind of had this weird feeling on Benson. Is why I didn't have any last year. I just thought he was too expensive. But
Right.
Dan Mercado was playing ahead of him, basically like most of last year. Okay. I mean, just look at the snaps and the touches. Like Benson was, I mean, he just didn't have a role really until I think Dan Mercado actually went down, and then Benson had a small opportunity, if I recall. But Benson was barely part of the game plan, as we saw. It was just all Connor. And then Dan Mercado was that Ty Johnson type coming in. By the way, we got a new chatter.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say.
Scripts.
So, welcome to the channel.
And he says, production for this year, we taking Harvey or Ibuka? Definitely Harvey. Just if you're asking for this year.
I think Harvey's the safer bet for year one production, but I wouldn't be shocked if Ibuka produced more. I don't think it's likely, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Here's the if you're just asking production this year, projections wise, obviously Harvey. However, we're talking, the weeks that matter, weeks 15 to 17. It could easily be Ibuka. The injuries happen, he gets the second half breakout. I can't confidently say that it's Harvey over Ibuka at that point, right?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was saying, overall season projections, it's Harvey. But if an injury happens, Ibuka takes a step, breaks out, who am I to say that Ibuka can't be better than Harvey come week 17, basically?
Oh, for sure. I mean, an injury ahead of Ibuka would definitely boost his chances of great year one production.
Yeah, basically first half of the season, though, I mean, it's Harvey by a mile.
Yeah. I don't really understand this other comment. Okay. Is he talking about me here? What is this? Do you know what he's talking about here, Blake?
Guy in the bottom is way too hairy for his waist. That's not really. I mean, saying the beard. You gotta take off the cap and maybe.
Okay, yeah. We're not too hairy here. I don't know if that changes the equation here.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one's ever really called me hairy before. I don't know.
Oh no, don't feel bad about your head.
Yeah.
Hey man. You leading into that Walter White.
I do kind of got the Walter White going here, but I definitely don't have the greatest voice, so hope I mean I don't even know what to say. Yeah, that's a strange comment, but yeah, I hope my voice isn't too annoying.
Taking some shots from on the stream.
Love it. We gotta endure the what was it, slings and arrows.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Hey, we can take it.
By the way, just saw Samson's floating around here. Samson. Cue him up. By the way, we gotta get Hunter Henry as our tight end too if he makes it to us.
Oh, to stack with Drake May?
Yeah, that'd be wicked.
I'd be down with that.
So, yeah, getting back into the best ball. We got to start learning these week 17 matchups. So,
oh yeah,
we got the Brees Spring back for the Patriots, so that's perfect. We've built around that well. We need a Viking somehow, but that might feel unlikely at this point. Shoot, Hunter Henry just went.
Who do the Vikings play?
The Lions, week 17.
Ah, okay.
We only have Amr on that game, but.
Yeah, that could be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, we may just have to take.
We're on the clock?
Yeah, we're on the clock. We pretty much are just stuck taking Samson and Alconquo here, I think.
I'm good with that. I mean, I love both those guys. We're just talking about Okonkwo, and I mean Samson. You know how much I love him in Dynasty. He's kind of like my Jalen Knoll of running backs. Just this guy that just grown on me throughout the offseason, and really like him now. Yeah,
he actually, you were just saying Jalen Knoll here. He's also a great value, by the way. So definitely a guy.
He tempted to take another receiver as much as we're trying to avoid it.
Yeah, exactly. At least in other drafts, when we need those late round rookies, I mean that's a really fun bet to make it that ADP. What does Shrimp say? He says, "Oh wow, actually your bald head makes sense, or no, makes it all click." Lifelong fan here now. Thank you for that.
Lifelong fan here because of the baldness.
Maybe he's bald.
Oh,
Maybe
hey.
hey.
We got a bald brother in the house.
And if he's not, we need some hair follicle donations. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll take what we can get here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting beautiful head of hair back. I had one at one time.
Yeah, we'll both go out to Turkey and get some little hair transfusion going.
Hey, I like it. Let's do it. Gotta drink that fountain of youth, or at least make it look that way. But actually, there was even a time I had like long hair. So if you guys ever see that, maybe I could dig up an old photo. We could put it here on stream. Maybe we get enough likes. Maybe I'll dig that up.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to see an old picture of me with long hair, like the stream.
Yeah. Shrimp says.
If you haven't, that would help as well. We got to get to. We've kind of stagnated on the subscribers. In fact, I think we even lost one. We were at 65 at one point. So come on, we got to get this back up to we got to get to 70, 75. We want to see some growth here, So definitely subscribe if you have been enjoying these. But yeah, good to have some new blood in the building though.
Yeah, no, definitely nice having you in here, Shrimps. By the way, are you bestball bro? What brought you to the channel? I'm assuming you just saw us on the main page there. And he said for real. Well, he said for real, keep the hat off. No, I'm not bald, but it makes the frequency of your voice make sense. I like the no hat look though. Yeah.
Okay.
It's giving the Walter White.
I'm channeling my inner Heisenberg.
Yeah. If you're gonna wear a hat, at least wear the what is it? The top hat.
Oh, the fedora.
Yeah, the fedora.
Yeah, the Walter White, the Heisenberg fedora. Yeah.
Yeah, at least wear that if you're gonna. Okay.
Hey, I might have to do that at some point.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We should be coming around, by the way. Shipley, I'm basically just kind of marking, maybe our favorite. I think Sanders is at least a little bit interesting.
Is Shipley working at bestball? Because, are we worried that he could be the kind of guy that just getting zeros unless there's a Saquon injury, or are we just really betting on a Saquon injury if we draft him?
We'll take a look at our running back room. We're pretty weak.
How Taj Brooks? Because that's a guy who has upside and could have a role without an injury. So, to me, Taj Brooks seems like a better bestball play than Shipley.
Let's see, who else is here. Oh, wait, Justice Hill we should definitely have marked. And he's a bring back to one of our matchups. We're missing a guy with a role right now. Just can kind of chip in.
I love some Keaton Mitchell. Although I don't hate Justice Hill either. Although I know you don't, they kind of oppose each other. But
he went. Oh yeah, I am seeing. Yeah, Keaton Mitchell is getting drafted at this point.
I like Keaton Mitchell.
Ford. Yeah, we'll put him in the queue.
Then Brashard Smith could be kind of sneaky.
Yeah, Brashard.
The new Jerick McKinnon, young Jerick McKinnon, maybe.
Let's start starring all these.
Woody Mark. How about some Woody Mark?
Let's start starring everyone here and see where we get to.
Yeah.
All right.
Even
Elijah Mitchell. I want to get him on the.
Even Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Maybe it's a little bit, reaching deep, but
Yeah. No PPR. I think he can catch the ball. It's slim. It's got to be probably a round 20 correlated bet. Would feel good.
Okay.
On that one.
I'm not saying our next pick. I was just saying at some point.
Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah. Giddens would be a steal here. Yeah, these other backs really can't feel too confident that they're gonna get any touches. Jordan James is probably one of the best bets. And Brashard Smith, maybe. I was hearing some Brashard. I was hearing an anti-Brashard Smith thing. Not that it was fully anti, but basically that he's gonna be a special teamer. He might have just got drafted just in general to actually be a special teamer. Because think of it, they changed the kick returning rules again. And now it's at the 35 if you take a touchback. And so basically, anybody that can return kicks might, from a strategic point for draft capital, might actually get drafted higher than ever or valued higher than ever because kicks will be returned. Oh, Giddens this year we got taken. I can't. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe he fell to us. That's beautiful. We needed him. Who's this other guy we're taking?
I mean, unless we're playing some kind of ADP game, I think Taj Brooks makes a lot of sense.
All right, let's do it.
Woody Mark. Taj Brooks or Woody Mark? What are you feeling?
Let's do Taj. Here's the thing. I don't think Chubb is like good enough to ruin the Woody Marks dream.
Yeah.
But he definitely puts. He definitely just makes it a little annoying for the Woody Marks dreams. You know. I don't think we really talked about that since. It's just from like just eat up 10 carries for 3 yards a carry.
Yeah, he could just kind of be that
really annoying
veteran, warm body running back that's just kind of stuck there, block him away a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. What about Mostert too? By the way, like we probably should have considered just taking him, like maybe that round because we.
I've been hearing some good things about Sincere McCormick. I mean, I'm not convinced that McCormick isn't the backup there to Genty, but I saw one headline that said like Sincere McCormick has been like the off-season MVP of the Raiders. Didn't read the article. Okay. At least maybe I skimmed it, but I've been seeing some good reports on McCormick.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I was seeing one on Mostert saying like he was getting a lot of third down work and stuff. So I'm not sure what.
I think my favorite running back here on the board would be like Woody Marks, then probably Keaton Mitchell, then probably Jordan James.
Let's see how many we got here first of all. We got 6. Yeah, we completely messed up, by the way, just like getting tunnel vision, like thinking it was 18 rounds, like underdog, when we should have been drafting a tight end. Because we just reached like, 30 picks on ADP or something ridiculous because we forgot it was 20 rounds.
You were saying how it's the Wild West, so I ain't even sure if ADP mattered anymore, but I guess it matters a little.
It does when we need a tight end, and we want to get a tight end. Let's see what else there is here real quick. Let's see what Scripps is saying here. He said, "Now I'm a follower," and he gets the voice without the hat. Good to hear.
So does that mean you actually subscribed? Because I still see it at 64. So
it probably doesn't update.
Okay. Well, thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate that.
Yeah. The hat off is worth it.
Do you guys think if Jonathan Taylor was on a top team, he would be a top 3 running back, no questions asked?
I don't
know. I mean, he was awesome at the end of last year. He's a great talent. Yeah. Starting to get up there in age a little bit. I mean, I probably don't watch him enough to say definitively, but I think it could be one of those like Saquon Barkley type of things where you put him in a great situation. It's like, oh crap, like Jonathan Taylor, like where's this guy been? So I could see a little bit. I don't know if I'd say like guaranteed, but I could see him going to another level in a better situation where you're saying like, oh yeah, you're reminded that like this dude's a top running back.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor. He's been a guy like in Dynasty. I've just been fading at his ADP. But he just doesn't have the pass catching work and stuff, so it'd be hard to say if he's actually on a good team without the. I mean, he needs to be amazing to be like a, no questions asked top 3 running back. I don't think you would get there unless he's coming off that Saquon performance on that new team basically. But with that being said, he is just like one of those players exactly like Saquon, or it's like probably far more talented than even drafts are giving him credit right now. Because he's in a pretty bad situation. Also, he's also been hurt to basically start the last 2-3 seasons. He had the holdout / an ankle or something. He's been dealing with a lot of ankle injuries, basically over both years. I think were lower body injuries. So he's just got the injury bug. There's been a lot of issues with him since that big season, basically.
Yeah, and by the way, Scrims clarified his comment. He said, "Your voice made me mad until you took your hat off. Now I'm a follower and I get it."
That's awesome.
I love it. Hey, I can't even blame you. I hate my voice. So, but I'm glad taking the hat off made it better. Then he also said, You can't actually talk about Mostert cheese, man. Come on.
I'm assuming I'm cheese man, because I'm talking about Mostert.
Your cheese man?
I don't know. I'd love to get the translation on that one.
Yeah.
You want to just go Keaton Mitchell here?
Maybe we're like missing some some slang in there or something. Like I don't even know, but yeah, clarify that for us.
I've went rogue and I just made our last 2 picks because I knew you'd like Keaton Mitchell.
Oh,
we needed a Raven, so I just did it, and then I clicked Harold Fannin, round 20.
Oh, love Fannin.
So,
perfect.
We needed a tight end. We could have went Gadsden, but Fannin just feels like the way upgraded version of Gadsden.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Scrim says, okay, well, that's my brother-in-law, and now his legs are super healthy. I rubbed them up. Love you guys, but honestly think I'm about him as a person. And then he says, no Munster cheese. You haven't had Munster cheese? I don't know. I'm lost here, Blake. Help me out here.
I was like, is Mostert his brother-in-law or JT? He's saying JT's his brother-in-law.
Okay.
He rubbed him up. Good.
Yeah.
Not sure to take that seriously or not.
Yeah.
And individually, the brother-in-law part and the rubbing the legs part up. You know, maybe one of them are. Maybe both of them are. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't Dynasty and beers, but you know, maybe we're drinking tonight. You know, that's cool.
That's right. Think about JT as a person. As a person, actually, I don't know enough about JT as a person, but as a person, maybe he is there a top 3 running back. That would be hard though. Bijan's got to be up there. Bijan might be RB1 as a person.
Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, you're gonna have a tough time convincing me Jahmyr Gibbs is the best running back in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, that would be a fun draft. Top people at top personalities, top best humans draft.
Okay, it could be interesting.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I know.
Travis Hunter's got to be up there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Munster cheese. I have no idea what. Like, I'm from Canada, so you would maybe know what that is, Stan, right?
Oh, I love Munster cheese.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, I don't know what it has to do with anything else we're talking about, but hey,
sounds like Munster.
I love me some Munster cheese. What?
Maybe sounds like Munster. That's all I could think of. Let's get some clarification.
Oh, I see.
JT actual brother. So you're his. He's your actual brother-in-law. Super healthy. But your brother.
It's like if my brother went to the Eagles, could he have?
Oh, he's your actual brother. Could he have Saquon potential? If if the pass catching was, Saquon didn't need the pass catching this year though, so yeah. I mean, yeah, if he looks like he did in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I think JT would be awesome on the Eagles. So yeah, I could see a similar outcome for sure.
Here's the question though: what's the real team JT would have to go to get the Saquon season?
Yeah, other than the Eagles, of course.
Yeah, other than the Eagles, what team would that be?
Lions. Detroit Lions.
No. But think about it right now, roster wise.
You mean in terms of like that's an opening at running back? Kind of thing?
What's a good team? What would be an opening?
Yeah, I mean, who could use a running back right now? What about? I mean, not to diss on any of the running backs there. I like some of them. More like the Jaguars.
Oh yeah, Jags would be a great candidate. Yeah. Oh yeah,
that'd be
definitely.
fun. Division too. You know, you could terrorize the Colts twice a year.
Oh yeah, that's true. A couple revenge games. Yeah, you need a backfield like that where it's pretty ambiguous and you can just take a. Oh, the Bears is a good one.
Oh, the Bears. Of course,
that's the obvious one. Yeah,
that's the obvious. Yeah, we're overlooking. Yeah, I knew there had to be one out there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Bears. I mean, that'd be it. I think that would be the one where you get the Saquon.
Could you see some kind of wild trade in the NFL, just like out of the blue, like? Maybe it happens in, random day in July or August where the news just breaks that, like, JT has been traded to Chicago Bears for a, 2027 second-round pick or third-round pick or something like that.
I would for him because of his contract. I don't know exactly the details, but actually I think this might be the last year on his deal, actually. So, yeah, I mean, just because, like, JT's basically, like, the one guy in that offense that's solid. I mean, I'd be pretty shocked, but insider info, bing bong. I mean, hey, you never know. Maybe we got maybe that's some insider info on the Bears. I don't know, but I would be shocked if that happened, just because there's been zero rumors around JT being traded. He signed the contract last year, so I don't know. I think he should have more than 1 year left on his deal. I could be wrong, but hey, man, maybe Giddens is the guy, and it'd be shocking. But I could see another running back getting traded there easily in season. I can see JT getting traded there in season.
There was some speculation about like Travis Etienne being traded there. Like maybe that's something that could just happen out of the blue when we're least expecting it. I'm trying to think if there are any other candidates out there. I mean, most of the we did have a hope for a while there that maybe someone like a J.K. Dobbins or Nick Chubb, would have signed to the Bears, but then obviously they signed elsewhere.
Yeah.
So, I think it kind of had to be a trade at this point. Cam Akers also signed. So there really aren't too many interesting running backs there out there sitting on the couch right now. I mean, unless Dalvin Cook is going to dig up the medicine ball out of his closet and put up some videos on Twitter, I think that ship is about sailed. Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, there's probably a better chance Amari Cooper gets the medicine ball out, converts to a running back, and.
Oh man, is that where we're at with Amari Cooper at this point? I mean, why isn't he signed yet? I mean, is he just is he just too old for training camp?
Yeah, it does make sense. Anytime you're 30 years old, I mean, there could be just genuine, he already knows what teams he wants, kind of thing. Him and Keenan Allen could just. Could just be waiting for training camp to kind of just get rolling and sign.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. He'll probably sign the Steelers or something like that. But anyways, Shrimp says, "Hey, my favorite bald guy. Are you from Minnesota?" I am not. I am from Michigan. You can see the Michigan memorabilia behind me. Born and raised. Still live in Michigan. Live in northern Michigan now, but I am currently at my parents' house in Metro Detroit visiting. I'm a Michigan guy. Yeah, how about you? Where are you from? Scrimps.
And also, Mustard. What's he calling me? Mustard. I don't even know if he's calling me that. Mustard cheese.
I love it.
I don't even know if he's. I guess he was calling Mostert that, but.
Yeah. Okay.
At first, I thought he was referring to me as maybe because there was green on my hat somewhere.
Okay.
And I was a Packers fan. I was a cheesehead.
I thought you were a Packers fan.
But no, I'm actually a Vikings fan, but I live coincidentally north of Minnesota, but in Canada, so Manitoba. But I wasn't even born here, so it just works out now that I'm pretty close by actually. So yeah, my favorite bald guy. You must not know a lot of bald guys, unless Dan really won you over.
I'm already his favorite,
That's right.
Feeling the love here.
Did he say something about Zach Moss earlier, by the way? I swear I saw a comment about Zach Moss.
Oh, really? I was just hearing, I think it was a player profiler video. They were talking about Zach Moss, and their theory was just that with his neck injury and everything, they're not even sure he's going to be on the team this year. They just think he's going to be a non-factor. So that would definitely be a good thing for Taj Brooks. So Taj Brooks is someone I think his stock's kind of going up in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I've been thinking about Moss as well, is even if he's on, and that's the thing, Taj Brooks, my comp for him at least, is just younger, more explosive Zach Moss, is what Taj Brooks is. They're on the same team. So, I mean, that's why I think I have 5 Taj Brooks shares in Dynasty.
Yeah.
Wish I had more, but lost a few bets.
Right. And then Scrim says, "Yo, I went to Michigan. Pinckney High School, never heard of that. Played with Trey Burke and Jordan Morgan.
Jordan Morgan,
basketball player at Michigan. He was a heck of a player. I remember him.
I thought that said James Morgan for a second. Oh, this is a 23-year-old guy for the Packers. I see. You said James Morgan. James Morgan was a Jets quarterback. That a Madden, I just know him because a Madden YouTuber looked like him.
Okay.
And it was an ongoing meme, just calling him James Morgan or whatever, or calling James Morgan by his name. It's interesting, Jordan Morgan.
But Trey Burke was a awesome basketball player. I believe he took up to the championship game, the tournament.
Yeah. March Madness.
He's not a player. Yeah, March Madness. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. No, I never. I don't know anything about. I just know that one guy from. I will like watch the March Madness, but I don't know like nothing about the teams and stuff. But there was this one guy called. God, what was his name? Dougie Buckets. I gotta pull this guy up. This guy was awesome. This was like this is probably the most invested I ever was in March Madness.
Okay.
This is like St. Peter's he was playing for, and they were like the 16 seed, and they won like 2 games, and this Dougie Buckets guy was going crazy, just sinking everything, and he's this like, looks nothing like an NBA player. Looked like he was like super short. Maybe he was like 6 foot or something like that, or under potentially. But yeah, he was going crazy, and yeah, there was a bunch of like merch shirts and stuff for him because he was just like I don't know, he was just like all the hype during that.
Yeah,
it was fun. They were just like
fan favorite type. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just upsetting, like literally, I think they upset like the 1 or maybe they were like they upset the 2 seed or something right off the rip. But yeah, they did really good. Zach Moss is garbage. Scrimp says.
Yeah.
It's garbage boy. Drafted Chase Brown and dropped him off your taxi last year. Okay, so you're a dynasty. See, I wasn't sure. I was gonna ask you if you played dynasty before he blew up.
He drafted Chase Brown and he dropped him off the taxi right before he blew up with a frowning face. Oh man,
gotta be a shallow league if you had to drop him.
I would think so. Yeah. And then he says, no, Jordan Morgan on University of Michigan basketball, same class as Hardaway. Oh, okay.
He also says Dougie Buckets not to be effed with. That's very true. I was just literally watching that tournament just to see Dougie Buckets splashing threes in left and right. No, that was fun.
Sounds like a fun player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those like 3-point shooters that just get hot and it just feels like, oh, dude, this guy can't miss, Just
guy would
sit up and you just like expecting it to go in every time.
He was like playing against NBA first round draft picks, and he will never ever sniff the draft conversation. And I don't know if he was like dominating, but he was doing pretty good, and they had some other players going off, so it was pretty fun. It was also
like one of those kind of magical runs where he just like lightning in a bottle and just going with it for as long as it lasts.
What they did was like effectively like winning the championship because they would never. So that was like as good as it could get, as the team could dream for. And there was some good like underdog thing where it was like maybe there was like a former coach matchup, but like the current coach of that St. Peter's team was he was like a former player. And it was like a good one. Maybe played in the NBA or something. So, or had some success somewhere. So it was like it's fun, like the former player going in the coach, and like there was some crazy stat that they had like so little money for their basketball program. I forget like what it was, but it was such a small school that like their basketball program was like smaller than like some other thing, or just like had this ridiculously low budget. So it was like there was a bunch of good little stats and stuff that they were breaking history with. Well, that must have been like 3 years ago now. That was a fun time.
And then Scrim says, my brother played against Gordon Hayward the year Butler almost won it all.
Gordon Hayward. Is that not the white guard or something from?
Wait, which brother are we talking about? Not Jonathan Taylor, different brother.
Gordon Hayward. Yeah, this is the white guy. Oh, did he retire? I don't know. Yeah, I did know who this guy was, but couldn't tell you much about.
I really don't follow basketball much anymore, so yeah, I don't even really know some of these names, but yeah, I was into Michigan basketball for a while. I used to be into the NBA. Also watch a Michigan basketball game like every blue moon. Like my dad and brother still follow them pretty well. But yeah, just gotten too focused on the NFL lately.
Yeah, I used to be Never been a basketball guy, though I've played like random stuff. Like I'm actually like familiar with like a lot of basketball players, funny enough, or at least just like their names or like something really small about them. Though like the newer generation of basketball players the last few years, I don't know anything about them really.
Oh
like,
yeah, I have like no clue what's going on in the NBA. I mean, I know the finals were just on, and I think the Thunder won. But that's about as much as I can tell you. I don't even know if I can name a player on the Thunder.
Yeah, that was well. Actually, I could. They had one guy, and I'm forgetting what his name was, but I don't know. He was some other team. It was funny. I thought like somehow I knew that guy was on the team, but I was like thinking some other guy was him when I was watching like the finals. And I'm like, oh, he's not on the team. Like, oh wait, that is that other guy, but he was a different number or something. So I was like, maybe it was just coincidence. But they had this guy named SGA, who was I guess like one of the best players. And I've never even heard that guy in my life until like 2 weeks ago. SGA, Sean something and Alexander. Never heard of him.
Yeah. Well, I just heard of him for the first time. So
yeah. Well, apparently he's one of the best players in the NBA and just won the whatever they call that trophy. The
yeah. What do they call that? I forget now.
I don't even know. NBA final trophy. It's not the Stanley Cup. It's not the
Shrimp says, I don't watch ball anymore either. Just a fun tidbit. NFL is the GOAT of sports. 100% agree. Yeah, we're all about the NFL here.
Yeah. And you can see from the
Man of maple syrup here.
That's right.
Is that GA a Canadian boy there?
I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, he is. How have I never heard of this guy? That's crazy.
Wow.
He is Canadian.
Didn't even know the guy.
He's got a new fan.
What's that?
He's got a new fan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy. Yeah, he's from Toronto. I've never heard of this guy. Like that's actually crazy because like anytime there's some Canadian player.
Oh, it's like the most obscure guy, and you'll be like, he's a Quebec guy, or he's from Montreal, or
Dude, in NFL. Well, yeah, even in the NBA, like Andrew Wiggins, that Murray guy on the Nuggets, like. I knew who the Canadian basketball players are, but I've never heard. That's like crazy. I've never heard of them because when there's like, especially that good of a basketball player or anything, you just hear about it naturally. Like you're like, guy's a Canadian legend. Chuba Hubbard, Chase Brown, all the boys. Yeah. John Ryan, the Seahawks punter that threw that touchdown. Well, he had a long career in the NFL as a Seahawks punter, but he. Most famous for that touchdown on the fake field goal he threw against the Packers in, what was that, 2014? He was the dude that did that. There's been some good Canadians. NFL is getting more and more Canadians, by the way. There was a tackle drafted like relatively high, I think last year or this year, I can't remember now. And there's a quarterback.
I think the Lions last year took like some lineman. Was it a defensive lineman that was like from Canada? And this guy was like, just like ridiculously huge. Like I'm trying to remember. He was like some kind of like freak. Do you remember who I'm talking about, Blake?
I don't, but it might be the Lions Canadian.
Yeah, let's look that up.
It might be the guy that
2024 draft. He was like, I want to say like a late round pick.
Yeah, 4th round. Yeah, I think this is the guy I was thinking about.
Manu. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the guy I was thinking about. BC.
Did he end up like making the team, or what happened with this guy?
University of BC. No, I think he's in the CFL now. It looks like.
Oh man, didn't work out.
Yeah, but
I had high hopes. Like.
Nah, man. Hey, maybe he'll get called back up. This guy here. He was fighting for some spots on the Jets or something last year. But who's the Niners?
Wait, doesn't he have the brother that was drafted this year?
Yeah. Cam Rourke? Yeah.
No, it was doesn't sound right.
Wait. Yeah, what is that? This Rourke guy.
Work it out.
Curtis Rourke. Yeah, this guy coming off a torn ACL. Holy Trinity Catholic School. Yeah, he's Canadian though. This is our new phenom quarterback. There hasn't been much the quarterback success. I'll say that. And from Canada, we're still working on those. Warren Moon. Well, he played in the CFL. Doug Flutie.
Yeah. He wasn't actually from Canada.
Doug Flutie too.
CFL legend. Doug Flutie, of course, so. Legend.
This was at one point. Wow, this guy's 30. That's crazy. I remember. Wow, that must have been so long ago. This guy was like supposed to get drafted and then didn't, and then made his way around the CFL. But yeah, we're diving deep into this.
I gotta put my hat back on. It's kind of getting like chilly down here, so I hope that's okay with Scrimps.
I don't think he's gonna like that.
I hope he doesn't tune out now. Is this okay, Scrimps? I'm only gonna do it if you give the okay. Just say the word. The hat's coming back off. I'll be chilly.
Who has more success this year, Ted McMillan or Amari Hampton? My Dynasty portfolio says McMillan easily, personally. Though I completely understand the Hampton argument. Now, I just think Najee Harris is too annoying to just allow him year one to dominate. I think any prospect, especially the receiver position, in a room that wide open, can dominate like Ted McMillan. We see it all the time with receivers with that capital come out and go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think both are fine prospects. I think both would be good players. I would bet on Ted as well. And I might be a little lower on Hampton, but yeah, I'd mostly come around on him. You know, I don't have to love the way he looks on tape in order for him to be a great NFL player. You know, I accept that. Like, I'm not a film expert, so I'm gonna trust most of the people that say he's a great running back prospect. And but yeah, if you're asking me which one I prefer Ted.
Yeah, I just don't think Hampton's worth the 102. Here's the thing, you could easily argue he's worth the 102 off his prospect profile, all that stuff, and I pretty well agree with you on all that. However, the game just doesn't play like that. If you do not come out and dominate as a 102 draft pick in rookie drafts, you are not worth the 102 anymore. Like, you did not pay off your draft capital.
Yeah.
You might as well have traded off for someone else that's going to do what, the 102 could get you, which is just about any player in Dynasty. You might as well just go and buy him next year. I mean, that's my take on him. Or at least wait till in season.
Hey, here's a fun thought experiment. Let me give you the imaginary theoretical stats of two running backs, okay? Their rookie season.
Yep.
Let's say Omarion Hampton has 700 yards rushing. Give him 5 touchdowns. And I don't know, he can catch the ball a little bit, right?
Oh, he can definitely
We'll give him 20 catches for another 150 yards, something like that. Okay? So kind of underwhelming rookie season, right? Wouldn't you say? So what was that, like 850 total yards? Give him like 5 or 6 touchdowns?
Yeah, give him like 30 catches. Give him, he can catch the ball.
Hey, this is my thought experiment.
All right, 20 catches. All right.
20 catches, that's it. 850 total yards, combined rushing receiving. You only get, we'll give him 6 touchdowns, but kind of an underwhelming rookie season. Yeah. Najee is just a big test.
Yeah.
And he's the running back to own this year on the Chargers.
Yeah.
On the other hand, RJ Harvey has
this is coming.
1,400 total yards, 12 touchdowns, and 55 catches. Who is worth more in Dynasty 1 year from today in that scenario?
See, if RJ Harvey was not going to be 25 years old next offseason, obviously, absolutely him. That's the fun thought experiment I guess could give you a pro Hampton. As I still think Hampton, at absolute bare minimum, is worth the exact same as Harvey, if not still more, because here's the thing.
In a year, in that scenario, you're saying?
And here's why Hampton would absolutely be worth probably more, even in that scenario, but which is like, very...
Actually, wait, here's the better question. I'll let you finish, but the better question is probably, if that's happening, at the point where it's clear that, oh man, Harvey's like amazing, and Hampton's like a pretty big bust year one, at that point in season, when points matter and managers are trying to win championships and win money, can you flip Harvey for Hampton plus at that point in season?
You could probably flip him 1-for-1 at that point. If he's going like full complete breakout.
Yeah.
You probably can or get very close to it, but here's why Hampton, like, let's just go into the offseason. The second the offseason starts next year.
Right.
Think about it. This is why Hampton's, like, actually still a good pick, like a extremely safe pick.
Right.
Regardless of how good Najee Harris does. In fact, you can even argue, like, oh, it's even better if he does good for Hampton's year 2 outlook, because he's going to go get a contract somewhere else. And then everyone's just going to say, yeah, like everyone knew Najee was going to leave. That's why we were drafting him. That's why he was the 102. That was all part of the plan, you know? So there's this automatic thing where it's like, oh, why didn't Hampton perform to our expectations year 1? Najee Harris. Well, guess what? Najee Harris is gone. Therefore, the Hampton bet was right all along, right? That'll be the logic. Right or wrong. So Hampton... His price is gonna be pretty safe, in my opinion. So it's a pro floor Hampton. I don't. Mm-hmm. Are you reading some comments?
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't laugh. I couldn't help but laugh at Scrim's here. He's cracking me up. He says, "You have a smart mouth, but your hat constricts your mind." I love it.
If you like swap some words around, like into like Yoda fashion, there, I could see. That's something like Yoda is saying, or better yet, just in the way he has it typed.
And then he says, "I literally just clicked unsubscribe. I'll send you a space heater." Man, I mean, I don't know how I feel. Hey, I love me a good space heater, but oh man, like, you know, it pains me. Like, hey, I'll take the hat off if we get the subscription back. Like, hey, what do you need me to do here? Just let me know. You know, we'll earn your subscription here on Dynasty Savvy. You know. Yeah,
I mean, you gotta unrestrict your mind clearly.
But do I need to take the hat off, Blake? What do you think?
Of course. You know, I mean, he's literally saying your mind's constricted.
You gotta get that subscription back. You know. We're trying to grow the channel here, like, you know, we got to do whatever it takes to get that, you know, secure that subscription here, you know.
That's right.
Nothing's beneath us at this point, you know.
Yeah.
We gotta you know, dig deep, do whatever it takes here. So hats coming off if that's what Scripps wants.
Absolutely. Smart. I'm reading that like you have a smart mouth, but your hat constricts your mind. I'm just like reading that like a character. I just like can't pin who, like, what that would be like a quote. I know it's not a quote of anyone, but like of any character from a TV show,
right,
or movie. Who would that be? I was like trying to get like a Breaking Bad.
I would say like Mr. Miyagi or I'd be like something like that.
Yeah.
Someone who's like very like wise and is like training like the main character who's the hero on his like, you know, heroic journey through the movie.
That would be like the something from. If like the Ninja Turtles, what was that, like the rat, like
the rat?
If they wore hats, that'd be something the rat, or the Sensei rat, or who trained like Kung Fu Panda, like that would be totally something from that. Though he wouldn't say you have a smart mouth though.
You would say I have a smart mouth?
No. They wouldn't say that about the panda.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I guess that's just me. But he says, Scrim says, the visual of your head is more important than your warmth. And then he put one of those, you know, grateful emojis there. So, hey, you know, if you say so, I guess I'm just going to have to suffer here in the cold man cave. Actually, you know what? I do have a space heater, though, so I might have to turn that on at some point here. I just thought of that. And then he also adds, thank you for Hatless. I will literally get you 100 more subs. Hey, now we're talking. And then he says, telling all the homies about this channel. Hey, I mean, I'm just hoping there's like a 1% chance that you're not kidding here. I mean, come on, like, we need it.
And a 1% chance you're not kidding about JT, because then we get JT on.
Oh, you know? Hey, we'll get JT on the channel anytime he wants. Like, just let us know. We'll move our schedules around and get JT in here.
And get some inside info. Oh, Colts quarterback room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, I think we're feeling pretty settled on that, but hey, you know.
For now, we could for week one. for week one. Yeah. I'm on the board
it doesn't feel like there's any doubt it's going to be Daniel Jones, but I mean,
I'm on board at this point because of the injury and everything, right? And it's like, well, we gotta be able to have a player we can rely on that's been practicing. But
exactly.
But I don't think Daniel Jones is going to play a full season as a Colts quarterback. I mean, he needs to be Sam Darnold to do that.
I mean, there was a time not long ago that Daniel Jones had maybe it wasn't an amazing real life season, and I know it was also like boosted up by like a couple of like kind of big outlier games or whatever, but that he was coming off like, what was it, like a top 12 finish at quarterback a few years ago. What was it, like 2-3 years ago? And I mean, he was like, I forget now what he was ranked in Dynasty, but he was like I want to say he was like top 12 QB in Dynasty, somewhere around there.
No, he didn't get that high, but he was about a 5th round startup pick after that big year. That was
would have that been like a top 16 quarterback, somewhere around there?
Yeah,
maybe?
Getting in there. Yeah, probably about top 16 or so, just because the quarterback landscape wasn't what it was now. Now that would be QB.
It wasn't quite as deep as it feels today. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe did get up there at one point, like at the peak of it though, to low end QB1, high end QB2 range. But I mean, it was a really good season by him, and then he just, 2 seasons of just stinking, getting hurt.
I mean, it hasn't been a great situation for him there. I mean, we had to give him a little bit of a pass for that. And, I mean, we've seen how quarterbacks have performed in New York, and then we've seen how those same quarterbacks have performed when they've left New York. I mean, we think of Geno Smith,
that's true.
Sam Darnold. Could Daniel Jones be the next guy? I mean, it just seems too perfect.
I'm not opposed to it, of course, for fantasy, for the rushing. But that's the funny thing. Daniel Jones, by the way, here's my like funniest Daniel Jones of just like, QB opportunity. But of course, the injury is the one thing where Daniel Jones wasn't dealing with like injuries early in his career versus like AR is. But it's like, do we remember how bad Daniel Jones was for the first 5 or 4 years of his career? Like, how did Daniel Jones get a 5th year with the how did he get 5 years with the Giants? And what was it? Ended up being 5 or 6 or whatever it was. Like, that is insane. And then, you give, I'll go down the trench just to Trey Lance. I mean, I guess practice would tell you how bad he was to lose his job so quick, and of course Brock Purdy being the big one. But AR started like 15 games. I mean, it's just like funny that like they're now in the same quarterback room where it's like, dude, Daniel Jones got what is that, like 100 games to figure it out? Like, we're not even gonna give this your 4th overall pick.
And then meanwhile, Trey Lance and Anthony Richardson barely get to sniff the field before they're just showing the door.
At least they, like, AR, we actually saw him like, flash potential week 1, of his career. So that's where
maybe Trey Lance never would have become anything, but I'm still kind of bitter about. I mean, who has gotten less of a chance to prove what they could do than Trey Lance? I mean, it's just kind of, again, I'm not saying it would have worked out, but I mean, who knows? I just feel like he never was really given an opportunity. It was just so bizarre.
Yeah, I will say with him though, I mean, throwing 5 interceptions in the preseason, it's a good sign that that's what he did.
Threw 5 interceptions in the preseason?
Yeah, last season. So like, I think he was actually given chances as a backup, and like he couldn't even do that. So
I mean, maybe he just like lost his confidence at that point. I mean, who knows? I mean, he probably would have sucked anyways. But
there's a lot of factors, but I do think like Trey Lance might actually just not have been good, and we really never saw him be good. We never saw him actually be good in game either. So
yeah. We've got some more comments from Scrimps here. Let's see. He says, "You are my favorite bald guy. I'll talk to Jonathan."
You'll put in a word.
Hey, if I was texting right now, it'd be some eye emojis. It'd be like, whoa, So, hey, let's get JT on here. Yeah. Come on, let's make it happen. He says he has weak feet and ankles. Always tease him about that. Okay. Then he says you're like a Harrier Howie Mandel.
Hey, speaking of Canadians, Howie Mandel, another Canadian right there for you.
Okay. And then he says not to ignore the mustache on Hatman. Respect.
Hey.
You look like a character off Trailer Park Boys. You carry this show. argue.
Love it, man. What is with all the Canadian? It's like he's actually like he's going to Chat GPT. He's like, how do I give every Canadian reference in the comments to Dynasty Stack? But I mean, I love Trailer Park Boys. I would say, actually, I think my profile picture in Grease Bowl is J-Rock, who is like he's this like white rapper guy that like thinks he's black. He's this like hilarious character. And he's like a Trailer Park rap artist, and he ends up linking up with Snoop Dogg in one of the later seasons. So he has a pretty good. He ends up making it, but I can see it. I like the Park Boys reference.
He says you carried it. No, I mean that's some low key, some mad disrespect right there laid on me.
I would have thought Howie Mandel would have been got some more credit.
I mean, I don't even really know who that is, so like I don't.
How you don't know who Howie Mandel is? Oh man,
really.
We gotta pull up. Oh wait.
I mean, it's like a name I know, but like I can't.
Deal or No Deal? Come on, this is like something like I wouldn't know, and like you be telling me. Like, you don't know who Howie Mandel is? Wait, why am I saying Deal or No Deal?
Guy?
Yeah, let me just type in Howie Mandel. What am I doing?
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, Howie Mandel, Canadian.
Okay, I didn't know his name. I mean, I've heard the name before, and I obviously know that guy's face. I never connected the two.
Yeah, no, he wow, what's it called? Yeah, this he had a show.
Deal or No Deal?
No, he had an actual this is how we do it. And this is one that my family. Oh wait, this is how we do it meme. Okay, I've never seen that one before, but I don't know. Anyways, it was a show, but my family always references it because he had some really funny skits on there where he'd be messing with people at Disney World, and there was one where they were tricking people to you couldn't use the bathroom for free, but he would use the words pee pee and poo poo. And he'd be it would be Howie Mandel at the booth in the disguise, and he'd be how many pee-pees and how many poo-poos? And they're what? They're just, what are you talking about? They're yeah, you gotta pay to do that. We don't, it's not free anymore. And then they're it's like Shark Tank where they're thinking about the offer and they're whispering.
Oh my god.
They're how many? Yeah. They're looking at the kids. All right, let's be safe. Let's get four PPs.
Oh my god.
And then they obviously tell at the end, but it was hilarious. Just the weirdest little gags. I don't know. It's one of those reality prank shows.
Let's see what else has Scrimp's got to say here. He says Michigan is super close to Canada. I don't need Chat GPT. LOL. J-Rock, the scene with him and Bubbles, yes.
Hey, what? Oh, the scene with him and Bubbles. I was what scene with him and Bubbles? Cause
what's he talking about?
He's gotta be. I'll call my shot. This has gotta be what he's talking about. I think it's early on, and it's they're trying to make money. That's what the whole plot of Trailer Park Boys is. They're always trying to find a way to make money that's just not working a job, and they will go to extreme lengths to do it, and they will be successful, and then it'll all reset back to square one by the end of the season or the episode or whatever it is. So it's this continuous cycle of them going to jail, losing all their money, and then get something going. But one of them, at least for J-Rock and Bubbles, is they decided to do porn, so they get these these girls, and then there's this camera, and then J-Rock lives with his mom in the trailer park, and they're I think his mom finds out. It's just this hilarious. It was a good episode, but
okay.
If you there's no laugh track or anything. I'm trying to think of what's a similar show to Trailer Park Boys.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be something I can think of, but it's just one of those. It's recorded as a documentary, as if it's real, but they break the fourth. What is that? The fourth wall,
Right.
They break that often. They have like the boom mics like coming down. And it's like these like, terrible, camera quality, and like it all adds. Sometimes like the boom guy gets shot and stuff, and like oh man, it's a great show, and I'm telling you, you gotta watch this. You gotta add this to the list. It's You probably won't get it though. That's the thing with Americans, and you have to tell me, Shrimps, is like, do you understand? I guess you wouldn't even know if you're understanding all the jokes, because like there's a bunch of like Canadian.
I see. References and
that you might just like, it might just
go over my head.
Go over your head.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Then Scrim says, "I'm actually considering coming onto your channel. If you'll have me, you guys can DM me. I don't know. I just like you guys.
Hey, I mean,
hey, we appreciate the love.
Appreciate love. It's not the first time this happened.
Kind of been, Scrims has kind of been all over the place here, but hey, you sound like a character, and I don't know. Yeah. What do you think, Blake?
Yeah, we can definitely make it happen, because guess what? We got if you go to our like previous streams, we do something called Dynasty Goats, where we have people on that we play in leagues with, whatever. One of them is a guy named Joey Bradley, who came into our chat asking us advice for his Dynasty League, which we did a best ball draft today. But wait, what am I doing here? I completely messed up our overlay. But he's been on the channel like twice with us. We're in leagues with him now. Good guys, so yeah. I mean, we're always open to getting someone in here like yourself. And
so I guess. So I guess we could. Maybe we'll message Scrimps. Maybe we'll set that up. I mean, I think I gotta meet this character at this point. Yeah, I gotta see the man behind the mask here. So we might have to set that up.
We gotta get you messaging on Sleeper. I'll put my.
Yep. You can connect that way. I'm assume. I mean, I guess we don't know for sure if Scrimps has a Sleeper or if he's just more of a best ball guy.
Yeah, he said Dynasty.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he said something about Dynasty.
Yeah, so feel free to message Blake on Sleeper. Yeah, he just put his Sleeper username there in the chat, Diggs2663. So yeah, connect with us, and we'll see if we can make that happen. Yeah,
that'd be funny.
Should we sign off here pretty soon? It's about 12:15 here on the East Coast. Is there anything else we want to do or chat about before we call it a night here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been just chatting for a while. Yeah, probably should just call it at this point. Got work in the morning. Another Canadian reference. It's not Canada Day tomorrow. Canada Day on Tuesday. And I gotta work. It sucks. I had to work Saturday, which like we probably should have got off because like at work we're ahead. Don't get off Saturday. Which like I could have like went and not been streaming right now. Went to the cabin, whatever. Had a weekend. Instead, it was like extremely hot Saturday. Had to work like for part of the day. Get the rest of the day off. Like ruin the weekend though, because I had to like show up in the morning. I gotta work Monday, and then Tuesday I get off for Canada Day. It's like, oh my god, like I can't just get 2 days off in a row. That's brutal. But
that's rough.
Hey man.
But yeah, Scrim says he has Sleeper, and he says keep the hat off. So hey, whatever Scrim says, that's what goes. So we're gonna keep the hat off.
Here's my prediction. Could be completely off on this one. Shrimps, I predict. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I predict Shrimps joins the stream, and he's like this white guy, and he's just like.
Wait a minute, Blake. Are you saying he's not really Jonathan Taylor's brother?
No, but he's like a bald white guy. Like, nah, he said he had a good full head of hair though.
Like, is he gonna be like 14 or like 60?
Nah, he'll be actually. He'll be like around like Matt. That would be like a prediction.
Matt's age?
Be around like what would Matt be?
Matt's probably
early mid-30s.
Matt's like more or less. I think Matt's like more or less my age, isn't he?
Yeah, mid-30s.
Maybe he's a little younger. Yeah, I mean, I'm older than mid-30s.
He said super white.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to get one of those one of those forensic drawers or whatever artists. If you have any idea what I'm talking about, where it's like they can draw out like a suspect.
Okay, so you're gonna get a forensic artist to draw what you think Scrimps looks like, and then we're gonna compare it to how he actually looks when he comes on stream.
Or better yet, I'll get some AI to do it.
Okay, that'll work.
Mid-30s nailed it. Hey man, I'm halfway there.
Yeah. Well, hey Blake, you're pretty good at reading people, so I guess even without seeing Scrimps, just interacting with him in the live chat, you kind of nailed it.
Trailer Park Boys. I'm adding up all the references, the slang.
You're processing it all in your head, and it just spit out, mid-30s.
Yeah, sounded about right to me. I'd say he's probably pretty similar to Matt. We'll see. We'll see.
Definitely seems like he's got a pretty interesting and unique sense of humor. So, we'll see if we can get him on here. But yeah, in any case, like the stream if you enjoyed it. Definitely took a interesting direction with Scrimps here, but it's been fun interacting with them. So, Scrimps, thank you for joining us. You definitely kept things entertaining. You kept us on our toes here, so we appreciate you. And we'll be in touch. Yeah,
this just turned into like a random, just like talking to Scrimps like stream.
Right.
Like normally
we were just doing a best ball draft, and we thought that was the main thing, but that was just kind of like the the warm up. That was like the opening band, But the headliner was clearly Scrimps, interacting with him in the live chat.
Yeah.
That was the real show here. So, yeah.
Good night, Scrimps. Good seeing you in the chat. We'll definitely try to get you on here. We'll make it happen. And what's funny is like a lot of people rewatch the stream because they can't catch it on when we're actually live. They'll watch it on the way to work or something in the next morning. I wonder who's just randomly, like normally we're actually talking Dynasty for 2 to 3 hours, but there's got to be someone that's a Trailer Park Boys fan or whatever we've been talking about, a basketball fan that's just been completely eating up eating up the stream.
We're gonna get a random message from some random league mate on Sleeper Tomorrow being like, "Oh, dude, killer stream last night. Loved all the Canadian and Trailer Park Boys talk. Keep it up." Yeah.
Michael Hart, new chatter. Michael Hart Jr. says, "Missed the party." You absolutely did miss the party. I guess we just briefly summed up after we did our best ball draft where this what direction this went.
You know who Michael Hart is, or is that just another random person from YouTube that we got in here?
Another random person from YouTube.
Hey, welcome to the channel, Michael. Good to have you here.
You missed the party, but good news is you can always replay it. You can see our best ball draft. By the way, we just completely forgot to review the team. Completely
the startup?
Because we started talking to not the startup, but the best ball team.
Oh, yeah, we never reviewed it at the end. So, how did we do here?
Let's take a quick look at it.
Do that real quick. If anyone is actually watched the stream from beginning to end and is stuck around to see the review of our best ball team, kudos to you. We appreciate it. And you should definitely be subscribed here, because if you've endured this whole stream that's been all over the place, you definitely belong here.
There's got to be a better way to show this team, right? It doesn't give you a...
No.
I don't know. It didn't have the photos, but here we go. We'll look at the draft board. Okay. We go Amon-Ra London at the 1-2 turn. A couple PPR Kings there.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite values.
That feels like a really nice start.
312 Breece Hall is crazy, in my opinion. That is insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where were we taking him last year? The 103, 104? And, what had really changed?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my thought process. What has changed? I really, if anything...
Very little. Very little.
If anything, I think things could be in a positive direction without Aaron Rodgers.
He might have a better season than he did last year.
Yeah, no Aaron Rodgers. They might actually win some games. Fields has a high check down rate. We get Kittle, full PPR. Smash the tight end. Just seemed like the best player on the board. It was kind of a dead zone where you're
Mike Evans. Pass up on Kittle there.
Yeah, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, and James Cook aren't doing it for me. Jaden Daniels, though, would have been kind of my next guy up. And you mentioned his name. Travis Hunter at 5'12". He's just been my guy. I just think that's such a damn good value. Like, here's the thing, it's a best ball draft. Like we're shooting.
We're swinging for the upside.
We're
right?
swinging to win. $1 million.
Right.
Like, how is Travis Hunter going at 5'12" at I don't know. It's not saying his wide receiver rank. He's got to be like wide receiver 30 something. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
We're scared of him playing DB when we're trying to win $1 million. Like, that's got to be the most cowardly logic ever.
I mean, yeah. How much did you invest in this draft? Yeah. I mean, a few dollars. Like, who cares, right?
Someone drafted Jalen Waddle, who had 8 points per game last year over him. Like,
Waddle wasn't that bad, was he? But
he was like awful, dude. He's been outscored by Pittman the last 2 years. So, points per game wise.
Pittman was bad last year, yeah. So
yeah, and Pittman's outscored him the last two. So,
if Pittman last year's outscoring you, like, you were bad. That you can say for sure.
I think I can't believe this Hunter ADP. That's all I'll say. Henderson, we consider Harvey. So yeah, pretty balanced room through the first rounds.
Yeah, we did a double tap of what do we even call this? Just a complete botch. I don't even know what happened. It was kind of a debacle, but I think we landed the plane okay. Could have done worse. I mean, you could do worse than Golden and Reed there.
Yeah, anyone watching still, we did not mean to pick Golden and Reed. We meant to pick Golden and Downs. Something happened with, I don't even know. We got to watch the replay on that one.
DraftKings glitch or hiccup.
It wasn't even like a mistake. Like, I literally clicked draft on Golden, but then somehow Reed, that was the third in our queue. Also, like, it just didn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense. Yeah.
So we just had to roll with it. We ended up getting Jordan Love a few rounds later.
That is kind of a fun double stack. So it'll be interesting to see how this makes any noise.
Pretty explosive players. Yeah, we get May for the stack, who we end up. We got sniped on Henry, but we did get Henderson at least.
Yeah, we got Ibuka.
Dude, Ibuka.
Nice upside pick there.
One on draft.
Luther Burden. So we really got these. We got a monopoly on these rookie receivers.
Oh
here
man.
With, good draft capital and upside.
I didn't even realize we had 4 rookies, but I feel pretty good about the values on them.
Yeah, so, I think the values are just too good to pass up. And I mean, how does it work? Is it similar to underdog, where like you really want the guys that are getting hot near the end of the season, and a lot of times that is rookies. So
yeah, I mean, you got at least three vets to get you through. 2 of them are taking on the 1-2 turn. One of these rookies will have some good weeks early while they're.
Scrim says Golden is a bust. Classic Green Bay. So we'll see about that. We'll see.
Certainly possible. Been worried for Dynasty about the prospect profile, but I've certainly came up around him more closer to where people.
He's pretty affordable. I mean, remember early in the offseason, we thought Golden was going to be going at like 105, 106, that he was just getting so steamed up, and then somehow he gets drafted in the first round of the NFL draft, goes to the Packers, pretty great situation for him, tied to a good offense, good quarterback, hopefully a healthy Jordan Love, good coaching there, and somehow he's now going in rookie drafts late first, early second a lot of times. Seems like a pretty good value there. Hard to hate on him too much at that.
Oh yeah.
How late he's been.
No, yeah. I mean, I agree at this point, especially best ball. Sounds like he's already playing 2 wide receiver sets. He's going after. Yeah, Stephon.
He should be
he's going 1 pick. Actually, Cooper Kupp had a higher ADP than him. We cannot be serious on that one.
Cooper Kupp
had a higher ADP than him. He went after because we chose Golden ahead of him. That's ridiculous. Okay. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then I noticed the trend though for this team that we probably took it a little overboard, but we didn't even realize because we're so used to playing Dynasty, and this is the first DraftKings draft on stream. Look how many rookies we took. We didn't even realize. Hunter, Henderson, Golden, Ibuka, Burden, Love, Sampson, Giddens, Brooks, Fannin. That is a mistake. All good players. There is no chance we're getting out of this pod with 10 rookies. I mean, that's hey man, I like the draft. But next time we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we gotta step back and kind of see the forest there and get some perspective. Because it's a bit too much with the rookies. But
there was a lot going on.
Pass on them because they seemed like good values.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. We were figuring out the Week 17 matchups, talking about other stuff. It was a rookie first draft.
Yeah, and by the way, still talking about the golden thing. Scrim says draft capital, schmaff capital. I'm saying that right. Yeah, that's a sophisticated retort there. Tough to argue with that. Like what can you even say to that?
Yeah, no arguing with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love it.
QJ. That's all you guys comment is Quentin Johnston and all the other busts there. Forget the hits. Oh, and then look at this. Good timing.
Oh, we got Seb in the chat here. Welcome, Seb.
Yeah. Known Packers fan. He's not happy. He's also saying late to the party.
And now this should be an interesting conversation. I mean, we might just need to keep the stream going just to see Seb and Scrimps interact now. I mean, you want to talk about interesting combination? Like I don't know. I might have to stay tuned here and see how that plays out.
It's like I don't know what the chemical reaction would be, but I'm sure Walter White could tell you, or
some
or
kind
maybe
of
you could tell us
bad
Heisenberg.
thing. This is not meth.
Yeah, I feel like that.
That's gonna be Seb and Scrimps.
this little light of mine.
We definitely get some interesting characters here on the.
That's right.
The Dynasty savvy community. So
you're looking for characters.
Yeah.
That you'll find them.
I can't think of a better combination than that right there.
Coda.
That's the coded combination.
Coda could be a good one.
Oh yeah, could I get Coda in here and trying to think who else.
I got a feeling though Matt would like Scrimps. We're getting some.
I would love to see Matt's sense of humor just like mixed into all this. He could just be like, riffing on everyone and making jokes and just kind of like commentating throughout of it. Like it would just take it to that extra level, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Seb says, clearly you have no light in your mind anywhere if you're speaking delusional things here. Dan, did you speak on Downs JSN conversion?
No. Wait, did I tell you about that, Blake? Oh yeah, I think I sent it. I sent. I don't know if you saw it, but I sent that message to you and was it Jacob?
Shoot. Yeah, I recall seeing it, but I feel like I saw that at like 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah, basically. So, Seb had sent me a trade offer. We had asked if I was like interested in JSN, and Seb was hoping that was like a way that he could get Josh Downs from me because, of course, Seb has some big love for
Untouchable.
Josh. Yeah, untouchable.
Don't even think about it.
And I love Josh Downs too. I might even like Josh Downs almost as much as Seb does. I mean, dare I say. But I started thinking about that. I'm like, gosh, like, is there even really like a difference between like JSN and Josh Downs? Like, as absurd as that sounds, because they're going like 6 rounds apart in starter draft. So I'm like, why do I think this? Like, am I crazy?
Yeah.
Like, I start looking into it, and I pull up, like, I'm like, what were their points per game last year?
They're probably within 0.5 or something.
It was like a 1.5 difference. I mean, it was like nothing. I mean, it was like 15 to versus like 13.5 for Josh Downs, like something like that. So it's like there's barely any difference. So it's like, why is there 6 rounds of difference in terms of the startup drafts? And they're both like good wide receiver prospects going into their 3rd season. They're both kind of on, average, middling kind of offenses, like nothing amazing. Neither of them are tied to like great QBs or great offensive lines or anything like that. They're both good wide receivers. I mean, like, what's the difference? Like, the only difference is that JSN has 1st-round draft capital, whereas Josh Downs fell to the 3rd. But as like Matt Harmon will tell you, he had Josh Downs rated as like the 5th best receiver in that class. So like, I'm really not sure if there's really that much difference between them in terms of talent, in terms of what their dynasty value should be, in terms of expected production this season, in terms of what we expect in their careers. Like, I mean, what are your thoughts, Blake? I mean,
this is how I think about. I mean, this is how I get to a lot of my conclusions in dynasty. Is like the Josh Downs effect, which is hilarious because somehow I don't own any of them, but
right.
I did actually end up passing on him in the listener league because Devontae Adams has been also one of those guys for me. It's like, you tell me I can get Puka production and not a Puka price for even if it's just a year.
Yeah. I get it.
He's another player like that. But yeah, Downs in like round 9 is ridiculous value.
It's crazy. It's insane. See, that's the thing. It's not even like so much a slight at JSN. I mean, it's a little above. It's like, okay, maybe JSN's just, a little overrated. But more importantly, Josh Downs is way underrated, undervalued. I feel like Josh Downs should be going like 3 rounds earlier.
The tough part about Downs is like, even though he's a really good value, I look and I'm going, how much higher can you get him? You're going late round 7. You're still getting either really good receiver names of pastime, like it just Waddle's like a perfect one where it's like, this is a make or break season for Waddle. Basically, it's like either he's, no one cares about him or he bounces back. It looks like
in a perfect world, where would these wide receivers be going? Like if it was
Downs,
a world according to Blake, and like would JSN be going in round 4 and like Josh Downs would be going in like round 6, like something like that? Like
JSN will be going behind Garrett Wilson. He'd be going behind. I would even honestly argue like you couldn't put him more than one spot ahead of Rashee Rice, basically. I'll call it 3-4. Well, I'll call it somewhere late round 3 or whatever. But it's enough of just like early round 3 to late round 3. There's just so many better options on.
But let me put it this way: with your life on the line, what player do you want scoring fantasy points for you in the 2025 season? Rashee Rice or JSN?
100% Rashee Rice.
Exactly. So I mean, you could really argue that Rice should be rated or ranked higher than JSN in Dynasty. I mean,
I would definitely argue that. But
I know there could be a suspension in 26, but
no, I would definitely argue that. But here's the thing: I won't argue that because I don't want people to rank it that way.
Right, exactly. So we got to keep it under wraps here.
That's the thing. I could argue.
Watching this late in the stream and is actually hearing any of this.
I could have a lot of good arguments for certain players being over other players. I don't want them to become true.
Right.
Like, I think
getting this great value on them.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Walker could be ranked like basically ahead of any running back. He seems to be going like early round 7 every time. I mean, we got like RBs come off the board in the late 4th and on. It's like I could take Kenneth Walker ahead of any of those guys. Going ahead of him, like he's another one of those guys. So. Yeah, Downs, though, harder to get him anywhere past the 8th round, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And the issue is just he's not even playing. Well, he doesn't have 100% route. He's just not on the field all the time. His route participation is likely pretty good, similar to like what the Travis Hunter situation might be. He's actually Jaden Reed, snap-wise. He's just Jaden Reed. He's out.
You're talking about Downs, right?
Downs, yeah. He's out there on every 11 personnel set. Anytime there's a slot receiver out there.
That's why I compared him in our last live stream with the blind comps that we were doing with Jacob. Yeah. I thought they were very similar receivers, and both receivers I like in Dynasty, just like in general.
Yeah.
And also, Seb says here in the live chat, keep in mind I didn't see the previous vid, meaning live stream, where Jacob was in here when I asked this. That's what's funny about it, because it was like right after the stream, I get a DM from Seb on Sleeper, and he's like, hey, like any interest in JSN? And I just start like laughing, because like I assume he's watched the stream where we were just like kind of, I don't want to say trashing JSN, but at least Jacob was a little bit. Jacob was talking about, I'm selling all my JSN shares and kind of ripping him a bit. And so I'm thinking like, okay, did you not hear, are you asking this just because Jacob just trashed him, and like, are you buying into it, And he's like, oh no, I didn't even see the stream. So it was just kind of a funny coincidence, I guess. But let's see. Then Seb says, Scrim says, as long as we agree, my man looks better bald than in a beanie. Another grateful emoji. Okay, so yeah, I guess Scrimps is trying to find some common ground here with Seb on something here. So I guess me, bald headed versus the beanie is the common ground they're going to potentially find. So hey, if I can be that for you guys, like I'm all about it. But anyway, Seb says, Dan, I want him. What's it going to take? Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like that Batman gif right now. I gotta think about this. But Scrimp says, "You have the rights to
to remain
island."
silent. That's
I
a
like
good.
it. I
That,
like
that
it.
needs to be a
That's a good
team
one.
name.
That is pretty good. I like that. That was clever. Then Seb says, "And did y'all think the Tet trade was bad on our end? I mean, it's JSN, LOL. All of a sudden, he's like, all this hate has appeared towards the man. Is it just because Darnold?"
Every
And then he
time
says,
Seb writes, sorry, every time Seb writes a message, I'm just thinking it's like Badger or like Skinny Pete off like Breaking Bad. Especially when you start reading it, like just
yeah, because I read it
reminds
like
you.
word for word, and it just kind of like sounds funny because like,
Yeah.
yeah, I always got to do it in like Skinny Pete kind of voice, like, "Oh man," like, yeah,
uh,
I got to start putting some real emotion when I read these Seb
yeah.
messages. They're pretty great. And then Seb also says, "I'll happily hold the man," as in JSN.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Cooper
Oh,
in here
Coop's in
now,
here.
man. We're
Good
getting
evening.
some. Everyone, missed the party earlier, but hey, we're getting some
This is the
late
after
pop-ins
party.
here. We're getting some late
Yeah.
spawn-ins. So yeah, welcome Cooper to the stream.
Welcome to the after party.
Yeah, this is the after party now. I mean, we were gonna sign off like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, but
We're still
you guys
rolling.
just keep plugging in here, making it impossible.
Yeah, you know what, the JSN trade, I thought that was a really fair trade, right? But that's the thing. There are fair trades where it's like, yeah, I'd rather have that other side.
Mm.
And I guess I wouldn't say like too strongly about that one. I've just been a huge Tet guy. I sold my only JSN for Rashid Rice in a mid second, by the way. That was my getting off of JSN. So yeah, absolutely. I think we were just talking about that comparison.
Wait, we
The
refresh our
key
memories on what exactly the trade was. I want to say it was like JSN and a third on one side,
for Tet in a
and
second.
Tet in a second.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of futures. So the swap wasn't big enough that is absolutely fair. And here's the thing, JSN's not bad. Like that is not. It's just not the point. But JSN's
right.
such a player, in my mind. Like again, he does not attach to the elite QB. I mean, he's gonna be. There's the question of like the slot stuff versus with Cup. I'm not like too worried about that for him. But
Right.
I mean, Milrow could get in there. That would be really bad. Like, there's definitely a path where that happens. I do like the OC situation with Kubiak, but he's just such a as a slot player. He didn't show he had a couple blow up games, but it just wasn't that dominant of a season for him to justify an early third ADP right now in startups. There's just such better options on the board at every single point in the draft. Like, just trade up and get Nico Collins, in my opinion. Trade up and get Drake London a couple picks earlier. He just falls in that zone where he's just too easy to pick apart.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to turn my space heater on if we're going to stay on here a little longer, but talk to the chat. I'll be right back.
For sure. So, Scrimps is saying, oh, and I mean, Coop, by the way, is a Seahawks fan. So let's get his opinion on the JSN. I'm assuming he's going to like JSN. It's not that I don't. I just think, again, he's easy to pick apart with his ADP as a slightly mispriced player. But Shrimps, JSN is a dog. Darnold Schwarzenegger is the problem for sure. I mean, we didn't even see him play a snap. I mean, he might be a good problem, but if you like JSN, you're hoping Darnold looks 80% of what he did in Minnesota. Watching Darnold, he was pretty damn good, pretty damn mobile, but I will say I have no idea if he's going to succeed anywhere else without the weapons he had. But I do like the coordinator matchup with Kubiak. I'll say that. I think that's how Darnold succeeds.
All right, so we got the space heater running, so we're going to get...
Oh, man. The head's warm.
Warming here soon. The head's warming up already. I already feel like 2 degrees warmer, so we're back in business now.
Is this Lumbridge? I just spawned in. Is
Lumbridge?
I was about to ask you. I was like, maybe I'm missing a reference.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that some kind of video game or something? I have no clue.
I don't know. We gotta
I think that one up. We're just making fun of the fact that I said spawned in.
I see.
That's my guess there. And then let's see. Cooper said, "Wait, did you already read this one about?
Nope.
Give me JSN." He says, I know he's at his ceiling probably, but I think he's got the pedigree and a third down monster. Tet's ceiling is probably higher, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, we can't discount the fact of what if JSN just takes another step this year and is even better than he was last year. It's very possible. So, yeah, I definitely don't want to come across as like I'm hating on JSN or discounting his potential production or upside this season. Like, who knows? Like, he could be really, really damn good. So,
and Coop makes its funny comparison. It moves like a lot like Lamb. Well, I was gonna say that would be the pro JSN thing, is that he takes like the CD Lamb third year step. But like I think the issue with that is, well, I mean, number one, like the thing holding CD Lamb back was Amari Cooper was there. Then he gets traded, opens up the runway for him, and he had Dak Prescott as his quarterback, not Sam Darnold, and Dak certainly can is responsible for getting to as good as CD is. Really helps to have a Dak Prescott as your quarterback. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of probably my big issue with JSN. He's not attached to a very stable quarterback, or just, again, he fed Jefferson, but every quarterback succeeded under O'Connell for the Vikings. So, JSN's kind of like JT, Shrimp's stepbrother. He's just too easy to pick apart at his dynasty ADP. Doesn't catch the ball. Has been dealing with all those like nagging injuries. Isn't even really discounted because of it. He's just going ahead of a bunch of other younger running backs that are just as good, scoring more points, or as many points. It's just like he's just too easy to pick apart. This is how I feel about
Shrimp said we've seen Darnold be a bum for 5 years before he got paired with elite wide receivers. Seattle is cooked like my man's head under that space. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I like it. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, that's like is that bullish on Darnold with that last sentence though? I mean, that space heater on that on that head is that's a good association. Doing good.
So yeah, if
maybe he's cooking, not cooked. Maybe he's cooking like the space heater on Dan.
Well, no, I think what he's saying is that Darnold isn't, as a long track record of not being good, and now he's going into a worse situation.
Oh, that's 100% what he's saying. But hey, the space heater. I mean, you're making it sound like that's a bad thing. I mean, maybe it's.
Maybe I want my head to get cooked in the space heater.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not such a bad thing.
Maybe Darnold's just cooking in Seattle.
Yeah.
I think the Kubiak is like the good. That's the pro Darnold thing, is the Kubiak. There's ties to San Fran. Even ties with Minnesota. He used to be Minnesota's pass game coordinator. So.
Okay. I mean, you just took him in the startup draft we're doing. I don't know if you want to pull up that board and look at what players you were taking him over, but you just got yourself a Sam Darnold chip.
I mean, this is, I will say it's the only ADP I'd ever really take him at.
This is your only share of him right now, right? We did have a share on the team we co-manage, but we sold him this offseason.
Yeah, we got out really good, but we were referencing Matt earlier. Matt and I are co-managing. Got a lot of new shares on players. Deloney Mahomes had a big fade on him. But yeah, we got Darnold at 10-6. I mean, like,
that's pretty good.
That was pretty. At that point, it's.
Like, Randy and I were definitely seriously considering taking it with our next pick if you guys didn't, because it seemed like that was pretty good value there.
Out of the possibility that he's the next, Baker.
Right.
Well, maybe he's the next Darnold, because he is literally Sam Darnold. The chance that he's just is who he was.
Like Sam Darnold.
If there's just a chance he was, even just like, again, 80% as good as he was last year. A 10th round startup pick, like, I'll spend it on him, but yeah, I mean, if he was any more expensive, I'm not taking him.
Yeah, but it seems like Darnold just being bad is already kind of built into his price.
Exactly.
So
That's
really accounting for the 25% chance that he might actually be good at football and earn another contract.
Yeah, that's exactly the pro, like, why we took him. It's already built in that he's going to fail.
Yeah.
So, I mean, literally Jalen Milroe went it around later. So, I'd call that built in to the price. So, okay, so yeah, Coop worries about JSN Milroe comes in. I mean, you gotta worry about every Seattle player if Milroe comes in. Though I think Milroe would be a really good fantasy option, like himself, if he came in. Maybe for even the running backs,
I just drafted my first Milroe share in a rookie draft I just completed. Well, actually, yeah, Cooper knows because he's in the league. So
yeah,
I don't know if Cooper, you have an opinion about where I got Milroe there in that league, but probably like a fun, probably like a fun pick. I think I got him at the 301, I think. So
yeah. I should have. Actually, I don't know if Milroe. He probably came off ahead of Blue, because like Blue is just one of those. He's one of those players in rookie drafts that I've just like taken by default when he like falls to like the mid third. Right. I've only taken him twice, but just to not have zero of like a wide open backfield. But I just like don't believe in Jaden Blue at all. I hope I didn't take him over Milroe because like I like that bet so much more. That's all I can think of when I took those two Jaden Blues. Is like there had to be a better pick here. I feel so bad doing that.
You never took Blue over Jalen Knoll, did you?
Yeah, because the two times I took Blue, like he did fall into like the mid. I mean, I think one was like the 310 equivalent, and that was in the 14-man league. So like that was a pretty damn good value at that point. But
I could see looking back later and being like, yeah, why the heck did I take Jaden Blue over Harold Fannin?
Yeah, that would be it.
Dylan Sampson, or
that would exactly be it.
Maybe even like Woody Marks. Like, what was I thinking there?
It would be exactly the Fannin one because those other running backs stuff already have a bunch of.
Sure.
But Fannin, I think it's something two. Yeah, 100%. I would take Fannin over Mark. Like Blue.
Looking back, I don't know why we weren't like as soon as that tier fall off happened. Like it happens like basically every rookie draft at like early third round. Like why isn't Fannin like one of the first guys off the board? Like I don't know why I wasn't thinking that way. Looking
he's
back,
still a fourth-round tight end. I mean, he's like probably one. I mean, he might be the most expensive fourth-round tight end.
Fourth round. You're taking the third round.
Was he?
You're taking the third round. Yeah,
what pick overall was he? Yeah, maybe he was then.
He was fairly early. He got pretty decent draft capital.
Yeah, I think his projection was actually fourth round. Then, if I'm thinking.
Yeah,
67th. Okay, yeah, that's like damn near second round capital.
Exactly. So like, why weren't we taking this guy like early third round? Like,
yeah,
pretty much every single draft, even if it was only like 0.5 tight end premium. I feel like he should have been going like early third.
Yeah, especially those two.
Taking him there, and I don't know why. I can't explain it.
Well, I can't explain it either because I own over 50% in Njoku, and I should be getting Fannin on as many teams as possible at that price.
Right, and after that tier fall off, like, what player you really hold it out for that you're dying to take over Harold Fannin? So I don't know what we were thinking there.
Yeah, I think it's just like the chasing the Bucky Irving, the next Bucky. All his running backs are there.
Yeah,
we didn't see a late.
Yeah, it was probably just kind of being kind of anti tight end, which I was.
And here's the thing.
Anti tight end for a lot of the offseason. It's still am to a degree. So I was just thinking, running back's going to hit sooner than a tight end, but. Yeah. The more I think about it, I could see Fannin being good sooner than later.
Here's the good part, though, with Fannin. He's a tight end. He's, week one, he really doesn't project for anything. Though, we might see more than we actually think. If he gets some slot stuff, the 12 personnel stuff. But he's just going to be such a good buy in season when he's doing nothing. And before Njoku gets hurt, hopefully he doesn't, because I love Njoku and have a bunch of them. But... yeah, it could be a good buy-in season. And I think Ferguson's another good one like that. Where just
I wish I hadn't. I was fading tight ends so hard early that some of the tight ends I just didn't even like look into that deeply. So, which is embarrassing to admit. But yeah, I wish Ferguson I had looked into a little sooner and like actually given him a chance because I wish I had more than the one share. But hey, at least I got him in the right league. 5.0 tight end premium. So.
There you go.
That's the league you want to own Terrence Ferguson in.
Oh, for sure. And let's catch up in the comments here. JSN has the most potential of any Seattle receiver in many years. I mean, like in the current roster or the past, I mean, that'd be true. because what was it, 2020 DK Metcalf? That was the best one in recent history. He had that monster year. Okay, let's see.
We've got some other good receivers in Seattle. I mean, Doug Baldwin, Golden Tate.
Yeah, we're really going back on those. You know, we're going to
Main Curse. We had some fun receivers in Seattle. Oh, how about do you remember? This was probably before your time, Blake. Daryl Jackson.
I have no idea who that is.
That was a fun one. Yeah, Cooper knows. Cooper knows Daryl Jackson. Yeah, look him up. He was a good fantasy receiver. And then who was the other one? Was it Corin Robinson? I think he was decent for maybe a minute or two.
No idea who that is either. Oh, but you know what? You want to you pulled out a Jermaine Curse, which maybe he was good for fantasy, but like that dude was not. That dude was like a flash in the pan receiver. You want to talk about flash in the pan?
Oh wait, who's another fun one? Wait, who's that guy in the Panthers now?
The Panthers.
David.
Oh, David Moore.
David Moore, I love David Moore. Yeah,
you really want to talk about a flash in the pan? Chris Matthews. Name ring a bell? Foot Locker. God. Super Bowl Foot Locker guy. The receiver that like had. Did he have? No, there's no way he had 2 touchdowns. But he had that monster game in the Super Bowl where they.
Oh, you're right. That's okay. I was gonna say that name sounds familiar, and then that's how I remember him. Yeah, he had a big Super Bowl game.
Yeah, huge. Oh wow, look at that. He played for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for 2 seasons.
Everything ties back to Canada, doesn't it, Blake?
It does. Yeah, I'm in Winnipeg right now. It's tying right down to home. But
hey, we got a comment from Cooper here. Let's see. He says, "Yeah, I know Daryl Jackson. LOL. Doug Baldwin and Lockett had fantasy relevant seasons. Oh yeah, I mean of course, yeah. Lockett had a really nice career. Yeah, people forget about Doug Baldwin. He was a really good receiver.
He probably was really good for fantasy for a few seasons, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I never owned him.
But Daryl Jackson and Corin Robinson, that was during like the Matt Hasselbeck days. I don't know if you know who that is, Blake.
Yeah, I do know who that is.
You know him? Okay.
We'll take the ball. Like, where do you take it? We'll score.
You know. Yeah. But yeah. Seattle's had some fun receivers. I mean, although I think Golden Tate was even better when he went to the Lions. I feel like that's when he really hit his prime. He's one of my like all-time favorite Lions receivers. Like he was just so much fun.
Yeah. Shrimp says, "Sheesh, I have Pickens shares, so I'm biased. Pickens has better hands, but JSN has a bigger and better skill set." You know what? Yeah, I think I have like randomly like 3 Pickens shares now. Is there a way for me to check that real quick? I don't know.
You've been getting some lately.
Yeah, I got one off you in that one league.
You drafted.
I drafted him. Yeah, I drafted him. Yeah, listen.
The Aqua League.
Yeah, that was pretty reasonable prices. Late 7th. Like that's just he's at the end of all of those 2 good receivers. He's in Dallas now. I mean, and all of his metrics were really good, as we just did on the, we just did kind of like a blind comp between receivers, and Pickens was one of them. I mean, when I asked you,
we gotta do more of those blind comps too. Those are fun.
Yeah, those are fun. Remember when I asked you? I think that's the fun thing. Is like, it doesn't give you the full story,
right?
Like at all. So like when it's like you see the numbers on Pickens, and I asked you like, what round do you think this guy's going on underdog, of course,
right?
Which probably isn't like that far. He's probably like a 5th round pick on underdog. But you're like, yeah, that's probably about a 3rd round pick or so,
right?
And it's like, yeah, I mean, I could see why. Those are pretty damn good numbers he's got. I didn't give you the points per game he had, of course, but it could have been much better. You could definitely argue regression for him on touchdowns. Just those big plays coming back. I think he's just a completely reasonable price. I didn't think I would be like too over the moon on him, and I'm really like not.
Right.
Just hard to pass up at his current price.
And he's like should be like the clear number 2 target and an offense that's great every year and should be crazy pass happy because they have no running.
They have no running back. Yeah, they're going to be so inefficient on the ground. It's going to be crazy, dude. Javonte Williams. You want to talk about inefficiency? Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and then Jaden Blue is just like, it's funny. We were just talking about him. And I still just drafted him only because he's in the Cowboys and he catches the ball and he's fast, and it would be so stupid for me to be like, oh, he did all these good things. But here's the thing, he does all those good things, but I don't think there was like any world where this dude's like an actual NFL running back. That's not like, I don't even think Justice Hill's a good comp, but like a player that has like a role like that where it's just like, yeah, okay, he might float around the NFL actually for like a long time, and he might just get his three. It's like an Amir Abdullah, like that's what he's just like never gonna be an actual running back. He's just gonna. I don't know. You'll be like good for some random purposes of a team will like him and they'll keep signing him. That's my prediction on a Jaden Blue. I don't see like an actual running back there.
Yeah, just be like, yeah, one of those Abdullah types that like somehow hangs around the NFL for a decade but never really does much of anything.
Yeah, like, you know, if you don't do anything in the NFL, like, I don't know, have a chance at starting, stuff like that, you might just, in the 5th round draft capital, you could be out of the league in forever. But, he's got he's fast, he's right. Good at catching the ball. He's got enough of those, like, skill sets that can keep him around.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I foresee his career going.
Yeah.
Dallas running back room is trash. They're going to be slinging it. And I don't even think I think their defense, I forget what it was. I think I heard something about their defense being a good candidate just for regression. They've always had that best defense in the league, basically, for fantasy purposes, especially. They've been so dominant. And, some regression there, they could be really good in some shootouts.
Mm-hmm.
And hey,
I mean, it could be a fun team to have some players on it. And it's not that hard to figure out which players you want. You want Dak, Lamb, and Pickens pretty much, and maybe Ferguson if it's you're kind of desperate at tight end or it's a big tight end premium.
Yeah, I think like Ferguson, dude, that's another guy I've been wanting to take him in drafts. He's such a reasonable price, but I just like I just keep it's because there's just other options around. There's Jonnu and there's could be a mistake. I like Ferguson just in these heavy tight end premiums.
Yeah, I used to be even higher on him. He's not like super exciting and. I don't know. Like, I still think there's a chance that maybe like Schoonmaker takes his job at some point, and I'm not sure if they're gonna, the Cowboys are gonna re-sign Ferguson or not. So, yeah, like you don't really know if you're gonna start a tight end for more than a year. I mean, maybe he kind of goes the Dalton Schultz routes and like signs like a decent free agency contract somewhere else just to kind of be like a middling tight end, kind of into the later years of his career. I don't know. He's not super exciting, but he could be kind of sneaky this year.
Yeah, I mean, if he's good this year, he's gonna have value, and for Dynasty, he's gonna rise. Pickens is underrated, Coop says. But yeah, I don't think he outscores JSN. Yeah, of course not. But if there was a Lamb injury or just there is some weird scenario where like George Pickens outscores a JSN easily, especially like points per game wise. Let's just say in like a T Higgins way where he misses some time with an injury. He comes back and he's just like on this red hot. He doesn't have like enough of a sample size to like.
Right.
And it's just like a super hot stretch where I mean his numbers are going to be extremely inflated.
He just like hits some big plays and the Cowboys get some like just wacky shootouts and then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, like Pickens is like this league winner and he's like he finishes as like 9th in points per game even though he only played like 12 games or something,
Pickens has been a guy too, like I've been extremely hesitant because actually his ADP has always been like higher than where he's going right now, or actually one of these years I think it might have been around this price, maybe that was last year, but I wasn't like a huge fan of his price before and the situation, but like now, like again, it's kind of like that DK where it's like I didn't want anything to do with him, but he's getting cheaper. He's in a better situation. I mean, we actually saw him be good for those. His underlying metrics were really good.
We've seen him be good in stretches. I mean, he was kind of like a league winner 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I remember
monster.
Because I was like playing. I was like up against Dynastradamus and Blood, Sweat, and Beers like in the championship. And I remember like Pickens was like kind of carrying him to the championship round, and then he ended up benching him. Which was nice because I think he had another big game, but I won't get into the whole story. But I made a stupid lineup decision that cost me the championship that year. we won't get into it, but it may or may not have involved. Well, actually,
No doubt.
ironically, of course, I'm the big Calvin Ridley guy. Somehow I
Yeah.
benched my man Calvin Ridley,
Yeah.
and we're not even going to mention on air what player I started over Calvin Ridley. But that's not the point here. The point is, I was actually, I've actually been pretty high on Pickens even before he went to the Cowboys, and obviously his stock should have even have gone up at that point. But I think what I was building in is not only is this like a pretty good player that I think is kind of being slept on while he was still on the Steelers there, kind of waiting to see what happened with him, but also I think I was kind of expecting that he might get traded. I was kind of anticipating that. So I actually traded a late first. I can't remember exactly what pick it was, but it was a no pun intended. I moved, let's just say it was like the 112. It was something like that. But I moved like the 112 for Pickens plus Jalen Wright. And, you know, at the time, it seemed like most people were saying that, oh, yeah, take the late first easy and everything like that. But that trade aged pretty well. I mean, it wasn't but like weeks later that Pickens was traded, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, it looks like a pretty good deal now.
Yeah, I think it's a solid deal. I wouldn't have done it at the time, but Jalen Wright is a riser, Pickens is a riser, so definitely aged nice now.
Yeah, so maybe I could have squeezed a little more out at the time, so maybe it wasn't like the best process to just like accept that offer. Maybe I should have played a little more hardball with the negotiations.
You know,
it's a little bit more. But I was looking ahead, and I'm just thinking, like, you know what? I think both these players are going to go up in value, and that's exactly what happened.
You know, it's hard to say it's like the exact same deal because it's not the 112 this year, but it's technically worse because it's a 26 first from a pretty good team in Matt's next year. But because of how my draft shook out in the Dynasty Savvy Listener League, I just went to Matt. I was like, hey, you could use George Pickens. I could probably get off of George Pickens just because I have a bunch of other. Calvin Ridley's one of them. Good options on the bench. And I say, okay, I'll give you him for your late projected first next year. Or at least I'm looking at his first like late projected. Doesn't want to do it. Well, guess what? He doesn't want Jalen Wright thrown in on top of Pickens. But he wants DJ Giddens, very comparable.
Oh, man, yeah.
So it's like, it's basically the deal you just did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's like really close. It's just like, I'm making your team better. It's already good. I'm getting it first. Right. I'll kind of hold off for now. I don't think there's any reason I should give you Giddens on top of that right now.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny. That's basically the exact same trade you just mentioned that you had made.
Did you guys end up making a deal or no?
No, we actually both just are like, we're good, just kind of waiting and just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, I'll give you a player that's not named DJ Giddens.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I can understand why Matt would want that extra leverage thrown in just to make him feel better about the trade, give him that extra out to maybe win it if Pickens disappoints or whatever. But I mean, I do think a late projected first for Pickens is a very fair trade, and yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think you should have to add anything to that at this point. Not with him on the Cowboys. Yeah,
it's just one of those deals where it's like they actually I keep this. It's such a minimal boost, and you could also say this is a potential like red flag or something for a player like Pickens too, because he's so boomer bust. But imagine, this is a scenario where he comes out as like 3 for 30, of course, and gets like the Mark Andrews, start, but he's also a player that can literally score 3 touchdowns in a game. He can score the multi-TDs, make one big play, and have a huge game. If that's his first impression on the Cowboys, is a monster game, outscore CD, whatever it is, there's a lot of things that can happen.
Dude, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns, call it like 7 catches. Like, I mean,
George Pickens, his value, he's gonna get the Jaden Reed factor. Like, remember Jaden Reed? He's that Brazilian game. I knew the footing was bad in that game. I remember mentioning that to you, like, dude, because I don't think you got to watch the game.
I wasn't hearing it. I was like,
I don't think you got to watch the game though. I think you were busy doing something, and I was like, oh, dude, Jaden Reed looks so good. But I'm like, there was this one weird thing, that the field, everyone was falling, and Jaden Reed's just like the shiftiest guy on the field, and it was like. And one of his touchdowns that he got that game was like from the footings. maybe I should have leaned into that a little bit more before we bought some Jaden Reed, but he looked damn good.
I wasn't about to hear it. Like I was talking up Jaden Reed all off season, and no one was going to rain on my parade after that monstrous week 1 performance. But honestly, I think Reed would have had a really nice season had Jordan Love not gotten injured and the Packers weren't so heavy.
How they just thrown the ball, How they just
thrown it an average amount of times.
Yeah, that Jordan Love just been 2023 Jordan Love.
I think Reed would have had a really nice season.
Yeah. What else we got here? Pickens. Breakout season for Pickens. JS had an absolute shutout score him, but there is this weird scenario like we were saying. You know what the Pickens you mentioned came around on him this past season. So did I, because I bought him in 2 leagues where I did not see that coming. But I
think it was more 2 seasons ago when he was on that hot stretch that I mentioned.
Yeah.
I think that's where I was kind of like, you know what? I think he's really has kind of developed as a player and it really kind of seems to be coming into his own. And I think that's when I kind of bought in.
Yeah, I hadn't bought in because Deontay was still there.
Yeah.
Big target earner, quarterback questions. But once we saw Russ sign and Deontay go, and then we see Pickens go on the field, get that really bad run out with the touchdowns called back, all that big play stuff called back.
But remember, once Russ was starting, then it was this really nice boost for Pickens. It was oh, here we go, baby.
Even with Fields, he was really good too, but he was just getting unlucky. He was getting unlucky all season. But
he was he was like Xavier Worthy.
But with Russ too, it got you that extra confidence. And I was buying a couple Pickens. He was completely reasonable price. Right there with you. Yeah, and all of a sudden, the eye test and all that stuff, it matched up with the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers were great per route, all that stuff. So, yeah.
By the way, I think, are you on the clock in the startup? Or no? Oh, you guys must have made your pick. Okay, so let's see. It's on... Okay, yeah. So,
Lloyd?
Yeah, was that your last pick, Lloyd?
Let's see. Yeah, Lloyd, yeah.
Weren't we on stream when that pick was made? Did Matt just take care of that, or how'd you do that?
I had texted Matt before because I knew he wanted to grab Lloyd, so I said, go ahead. I was going to suggest we get Joe Milton at some point.
Yeah, I figured we had your eye on Milton. Randy wanted him too, and not just to snipe you guys, but he really likes Milton. And
I don't even think Joe Milton's I could care less about getting Joe Milton, to be completely honest.
Okay.
But I don't even I think I own one random Joe Milton in a best ball league, which is actually
just kind of wanted just one more share for fun.
And we own Dak Prescott in this league, so
it
was just
he gets injured sometimes. Yeah, I actually sold Joe Milton in that crazy tight end premium league with the 5.0 tight end premium. I got a 26 third for him, and he got 7 fat thrown in, so that was pretty nice.
Yeah, that's solid for sure.
Yeah, the guy, it was a Dak owner, of course. He said he wanted him, so I sent him the offer. He hit accept. This is one of those guys that just clearly doesn't value picks. He's just all win now. So I'm just he'll give me a third. He won't even blink.
Yeah. Hey, anytime you can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good trade to me.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it quickly at what's his name here? Hawks Daniels trade. When was that?
Jaden Daniels trade?
Yeah. By the way, if Shrimps, if you're still on here, Seb. Oh, yeah, he is. Coop. We made a Dynasty Savvy listener league.
Yeah.
Did we play each other week 1? No, I played Jacob. But we did an episode, probably a couple episodes going over and all that stuff if you want to see any rosters. But, unfortunately missed out on that.
If we do a listener league 2.0 at some point, maybe next off season or something like that, it might have some fun settings there. We got some of the community members here in the what I call the Crazy Tight End Premium League, and it seems like for the most part the guys have been enjoying kind of the wacky scoring in that, and we might bring that over to the next listener league if we end up doing a 2.0 at some point. So. Yeah, let us know if you guys would be into that. Some basically this crazy tight end premium league, as I call it. It's got 5.0 tight end premium, and then it's got all these like crazy bonuses for first downs and big plays, and it's just a ton of fun. It's hard to even describe, but you just gotta experience it. So yeah, we might bring that to the next listener league. So let us know what you guys think about that idea.
Okay,
just a trade.
Yeah, okay. I was like, I couldn't even. This is why I couldn't find trades in the other streams, because I thought you had to click on it like it was. It looks like it's like waiver transactions. So, okay, this trade is way more simple than it looks. I thought this was all one side and that was all one side, but no, I did remember seeing this trade. So, Daniels, Brian Robinson for Hunter Hampton, Ward. You get this weird. Okay, let's just call like
Corum and Cup. We don't even count. They don't even count.
Let's just call like the combination of all three of these guys, like Brian Robinson. Even though the math like doesn't even add up, like that, I'd rather the three guys. But let's just eliminate all those guys from the pool. They're not.
Which three?
Like let's just eliminate Rogers, Cup, Corum for Brian. Like it doesn't matter. And when you have Jane Daniels on the table. So,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fair.
That's the tax for getting Jane Daniels is Cooper Cup and Blake Corum at least, whatever, right? So
it's basically Hampton and Ward for Jane Daniels.
No, and a 28 first.
Oh, a 28 first. That's right. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
28 first. Yeah.
Yeah, start 11. That is a very much discussed 21st. That has got to be the one, right? Yep, it is. So
yeah, that's it. Yeah, he managed to move it. So he what's his name? Jared. Yeah. So I guess I don't know if we got the last laugh here, but hey, he was able to move it. He got some credit for it. Right?
He got some credit for it. I mean, let's break this down. I mean, here's the easy way, kind of in my head, to break it down. Amari and Hampton. In consensus, I don't know if you want 102 in this draft. I think Hunter probably did. But he's, kind of like that 102, 103 value. Jaden Daniels is the best player in all fantasy. Cam Ward, would you trade Jaden Daniels for... We'll call it for all intents and purposes, because if you want Hampton, you pretty much have to take him 102 in most drafts, unless I own the 102 or whatever, and take Hunter.
Right.
Would you trade Jaden Daniels for the 102, 106... and a 28 first?
102, 106, 28 first. I mean, I'm trying to think.
Just to make it easier on like the years.
Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, I'm trying to think. Yeah, what players would I take with those picks if I had them? I mean, that's probably like Travis Hunter or Pat probably. Yeah. So nice young receiver, and then the 106. Yeah, I guess you probably just take Cam Ward to just replace the quarterback he lost, and then you get a random 28.
I have a fun way to kind of think about this trade just like in a different light, because of a trade you made, where you set the 106, 110, and 112 for Amon-Ra, right?
But I did get like the 204 kickback.
Okay. Was Debo in that, or I don't know, but...
No, that was
okay. One. You did get this. Okay, you got the second back, that's right. So, yeah, you got the second back. But I was just thinking, like, the 102, the Hampton is easily worth, like, the 110 and the 112 or whatever, right? So, you could split them in that really easily. So, like, that makes up that combination.
My gut's telling me the Jaden Daniels side, but at the same time, I do understand this is a start 11, but, man, I just don't want to give any credit for that damn 28 first. So, like, I'm keeping Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, no, that's fair, because I'm just trying to think of, like, trying to look at every way you can think about a trade like this, where you got so many different ways to look at it. Because Hampton could be split up, Ward could be split up, the 28 first can't, it just is what it is, and then other stuff is just kind of junk thrown on top. So, yeah, I mean, the one tricky part is it start 11, but I don't think it's, like, enough. I think you just go Jaden Daniels, probably. But
funny thing is, I hate to say this, and I don't know, maybe I need to look at this deeper and think about it more before coming to a judgment, but this might be another one of those trades where, like, it makes both teams worse, you know what I mean? Because on the one hand, Colossal consolidates, tears up again in a start 11 where he just has, like, no depth, and he has, a bunch of great studs, but just, like, zero depth, and, you don't even feel great about all 11 players in his starting lineup right now if you were to look at it. And then on the Hawkeye side, he loses Jaden Daniels for essentially a package of 3 that you don't feel like amazing about. I mean, again, we don't want to really give a lot of credit to a 28 first. That 3 years out. I mean, Hawkeyes could definitely win the deal. I mean, either side could win the deal, but yeah, it's just probably one of those deals. I'm just not doing on either side. I'm just keeping what I have.
Oh wait, hold on. Now the trade looks like this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough to wrap my brain around just as far as like, yeah, I mean, I've not been getting Hampton. I don't have any Hampton or Ward. I think Ward's is just objectively a good price if you needed a quarterback. But it's Jaden Daniels, so yeah, it's pretty tough. You have the 28 first in it, which really, I mean, I think that's also part of the reason it makes things pretty wonky for Cooper's side back. It's like, how much credit is that?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a 27 first, I think I could.
It's just
I think I could live with that.
Yeah, it's 365 days earlier. If it was,
it's considered a really great draft class. The first is kind of random in nature.
But here's the thing:
you can tell yourself the story that maybe it's Jeremiah Smith or whatever player you have your eye on.
There's such a difference. Yeah, there's all that, and there's such a difference between right now a 27 and a 28 first, because the 28 is so far away. It's not even funny. However, with a 27 one, well, guess what? Next offseason, we're literally doing the 26 class. 27 picks will start to have interest in trading. We'll have a look at the draft class. Like, they'll be in demand. Whereas, no, especially when the 27 class is coming up, no one who's trading for a 28 first, dude. Like, no one could care about that 28 first.
Oh, everyone's just going to be obsessed with
when the 27 one. Yeah, and it's not even a 27's like up. It's like, oh, the 27's the next one. Like, it's just the 28th so far. It's like, I would love to keep adding 28 first if I get them cheap, right?
Yeah.
If I can get them thrown in, and maybe that's what Cooper's thinking.
Like 28 or 27.
Well, both, but if the price, if I'm paying like I'd give you Luther. I'd arguably give you like a Luther Burden or something that I don't think is like. I'm not like that confident, or a Jaden Higgins. I could build my team without those guys, and I'll take on a 28 first probably. I wouldn't really take those guys in the first 10 rounds of a startup, anyways. Like, because they're so easy to build around, like build your team around without a player like that. Like, you can just.
Here's the problem with doing that, is even if you're not like crazy about Jaden Higgins or Luther Burden. There could just be so many potential windows for them to gain value, and then you sell them for 26 first, you sell them for 27 first, or even plus something else on top.
The key is that it's one player. If you told me it was like Burden and like kind of like the Daniel Jones thing or whatever, like where it was like, you gotta give Burden and Daniel Jones, or like Burden and
how about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Wright? Which side do you want? That
God, that's such a tough one because. Yeah, you can just. You gotta take the two guys because exactly.
I'm taking the two guys in a heartbeat.
But that's what the whole issue about the other 28 first one is like. Yeah, I mean that 28 first just might be better, but like, the two players he got could net you more. So like.
Exactly. Like, I'm gonna have to wait 3 years for that asset to peak in value. I ain't got that kind of time.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're telling me though, it's like some rookie player that I don't love, and I can build my team around them, and they're not. Like, that was the one thing about the.
That's the thing. Even if it's a player you don't love, as long as someone else loves them or will love them after one good game or something, you still could argue that side of the player.
Of course, I mean that's the biggest thing is like I'm not doing any of those trades.
Yeah,
there's no way I'm trading my 28 first for those players.
The thing is, I've gotten multiple offers from multiple managers this offseason trying to pawn off their 28 first on me. I mean, they've just all been like instant declines for me. I'm just like not even a real thing yet. I just like,
it's the made up draft.
It feels like a fake offer. Like you're trying to trick me into thinking, ooh, I'm giving you a third, or oh, I'm giving you a second, I'm giving you a first. It's like, no, it's in 28. Like, I don't care about that.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what I mean. Of like, like the burden in stuff like that almost might be too much. Just even if it's 1 for 1. Like, because let's call it 204.
Yeah, I'm taking Burden over the 28th person on a heartbeat.
Yeah, because like it's like a mid. it can't be worth more than a mid-second this year.
Yeah, and I don't even really like Burden all that much. Like, I mean, he's fine. Like, I mean, I'm probably like at market on him, or maybe slightly below, but basically, at market. I'd happily take him in the early second round of rookie draft.
I think, I'll take a 28 first if it's like literally thrown in for free.
Sure,
but I mean, I think Hawk could try to tell him the story with Hampton and Ward. Like, okay, I'm getting it down to your Ward. I'm getting this stud Hampton back, but...
Wait, who's 28 first is it? Is it Hawkeye's own?
No, I think it's the Joey Bradley one.
It's the Joey Bradley one, okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like, the one exception I could make is, like, if it's the worst manager in the league, like, where it's just like, okay, you want this guy's first. Like, okay, maybe then you could talk yourself into it.
It's so hard to take It's so hard to actually give something up for a 21st. That's the
right.
issue.
It just feels like you're getting like some magic beans in return. It's like, what even is this?
Yeah, which is funny to say because it's literally first, which we love, but it's just you can't do anything with. Well, I mean, hey, he did put it in here.
Yeah, Jared pulled it off here, but yeah.
I just like wonder actually for Hawkeyes. He is in the chat. Like, how much were you crediting this 28 first? Was there a similar value you can give us? Because you did get the Rodgers, the Cup, and the Corum back for what they're worth. They're not worth much, but there was a little bit more.
Here's the interesting question. If instead of a 28 first, it was actually a 27 first, what would Hawkeyes have been willing to add in to get the deal done? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, this is...
If it was a 27 first instead of a 28, like, are you throwing in, like, a Jalen Wright type now to, get that deal done? Like, how much, like, what would be the difference there for you?
See the chat here. There's a bunch going on. Coop says his QB situation's solid. I mean, it is a start 11. Like, that's the one thing where things get a little, anytime you can get Jaden Daniels at a reasonable price, I would call this... God, it's just so hard to know because I'm not, like, that high on Hampton this season. I don't want any awards, so, like, I might not be crediting them enough for, like, their trade value. But, man, Jaden Daniels
is... like, in season, if, like, Ward is just kind of being a typical rookie quarterback and, like, Hampton is just kind of stuck behind, like, an annoying Najee Harris, getting in the way, preventing the full workload, and you're watching Jaden Daniels just, like, go nuts every week, you're going to be thinking, like, what the heck was I thinking on this, potentially. But, hey, like...
This is, like, the ultimate punt.
Like, I mean, like, there's certainly a scenario where Hawkeyes could, do very well here, but...
This is the ultimate, like, if you don't care what happens this year deal, because, like, by this time next year, Hampton and Ward, and then you get that first a year closer, the deal looks much better, of course, a whole year out.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you're going for the 101, I mean, I could see how this could make some sense possibly for the side.
But he's got a solid team, so he could compete. I don't know. Yeah, so that's a tough one. Just anytime there's a deal like this. Yeah, I mean, I think these are again deals that like. Yeah, if I had to be on one.
The thing is, I think it's kind of like a common theme that like when you move a 28 first, it's just going to be one of those deals where like both sides lose. Doesn't it usually feel that way?
Because. One team
on the one hand, one guy's like losing his future first, which like never feels great. Like you're gonna have to pay the price for that someday. But then on the other side, you're getting this first that you gotta like hang on to for 3 years before it can mature.
Yeah.
So it just feels like there's kind of like no winner in those deals.
I mean, it's like because even if you do win at some point, it's like okay, you win like 3 years down the road. And then the other side, it's like, all right, you win now, but it's like, what did you win? You only got, like, this dust player for it. It's like something not worth it for. Yeah, so it's just, it's a tough. Okay, Cooper values at like 112. Doesn't plan on moving it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't value it like a 112. If it was a 27 first of like a good team.
27, you could talk me into it.
Like, even if it was, that's the thing, if it was a good team's 27 first, like, I don't even know I can value that as a 112. Like, I do like to go into the variance. It's likely not going to be the 112.
If it's a good team's 28 first, and I think, like, hey, this team is still going to be good a year from now, in the 26 season, where that 27 first is going to be determined based upon, I'm still not too excited about it. Like, because think about it. If you're on the clock with the 112 and you're trading it for a future first, you want a first in the next draft class. I don't care how good or bad that draft class looks.
That's right.
I want a 26 first over 27 easily.
Yeah, if you're valuing it, like, I guess you mean like maybe like 112 this year or next year, but that's the thing. That's where I think the mistake is with the 2027 draft class right now. People are choosing to go for 27 picks over 26, but it's just
screwing up the math on everything.
It's just such a mistake because when you're on the clock in 2026, who the hell is saying no? Right. And here's the best part, right? Like, as long as you know you're not trading for like the GOAT dynasty teams first, the super teams first.
Yeah.
It's just random for the most part. They might miss playoffs. They might be a first round exit. When you have the 107 on the clock in 2026, a pretty median range of outcomes when you trade for that random first. Who said no? Can't give up my 27 first. Like, especially if it's like a contending team. No, I need that 112 next year. Like, that's insanity. You know, I need my late projected 27 first. Dude, like, this class was supposed to be bad. Look how good this one turned out on paper, at least. Everyone wanted these picks, so.
Yeah, I mean, by the time rookie drafts are here a year from now, like, we're going to be excited.
Yeah, I mean, you would have had no issue trading onto this year's class, which people were saying, again, is trash. For, guess what, now it's 26 picks, which, again, people aren't, like, excited about, but it could absolutely be the same scenario next year where, like, holy crap, this class is far better than we thought.
Yeah. Hey, Blake, I think I got to sign out here. I got to get some sleep. So I don't know if you want to stick around to chat, but, hey, this week has been a ton of fun. Like, appreciate everyone popping in here. It was great seeing the late pop-ins from Seb and Cooper. Of course, Scrimps here has kept things really fun, and he's still here. So, thank you all for just making this a really fun stream. We've enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll let you head out. I'll probably stay on for a couple more minutes and then.
Yeah, do your thing. But this has been awesome, and I will see you guys later.
All right, see ya. Let's catch up on the chat. Said that about the Titanic, and look what happened. Strips and I can't even catch up on all this. A lot of interesting stuff going on. If you're an audio viewer rewatching this 3 hours in, I just want to say you are psycho. I bet there's like one person out there, and if there is, you gotta send us a message when you're listening to this. Because we actually get a surprising amount of messages from people, which is cool to see, say that they rewatched it and they were at 2 hours and 25 minutes in about some take. It's pretty funny. I'd love to see it. So, okay, let's figure out this 28 draft pick stuff here. I agree with Shrimps. If you're talking about 2028 picks, you got problems. I love future picks. God, it's so far out, though. Here's the thing. There's even a big difference between right now, in June, versus in season, or the trade deadline of 2025. Like, what is that? Like an 8-month difference. People are also not thinking about draft picks. If you could, like, steal, because you're going to have players that are producing. You know that you're not contending in the 2025 year anymore. You could do the ultimate, like, sell Cortland Sutton or whatever, just like some 30-year-old player for a 28 first. Like, at that point, it feels better. You know you're folding for the season. You're that much closer to a year closer to the 2028 pick. That's the time to trade for them. It's just like not at this very second, especially if you're planning on contending at all. But agreed, yeah, Coop. I mean, here's the thing: if you liked Hampton and Ward enough to Jaden Daniels, then yeah, I mean, I can't complain about getting a 28 first thrown in. The deal wasn't built around it. It would always be nice if you could have got a better pick. That's all. I mean, that's an interesting trade, though, just overall. Start 11. I don't think it works out for you this year, but I mean, in the future, who's to say it won't work out at all? I think it'll look much better on your side next year. Always got a plan, but keep hating. Shrimp says, bye, bald man. Shrimp said, goal is to win your league. You need the best players right now. Can't keep buying lotto tickets. Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty... I mean, I gotta, like, show some team. I'm really pushing the lotto tickets. This was a fun one. This is a co-managed league. We built the best... This is my favorite thing to start up. Build the best starting lineup you can. And just get as many picks or first as possible. This is a 2 PPR tight end premium league, so juiced up tight end premium. This was pushing it. This was absolutely pushing it. But like we genuinely have the guaranteed 101 next year, our own first, 2 other firsts, some extra thirds and fourths. We're definitely going to buy players. We're definitely going to not rock with Adam Thielen in our last flex spot. But this is like my preferred way to build a team. You know, here's the thing. Get people to tank for you. Win the league yourself. Trade for first now for 26 or whatever. Sell them in season if you need. I like buying a lot of tickets. I just don't like waiting 3 years, that's all. Even 2 years. I don't even own an extra 27 first, to be fair. Like, it's not just this 28 stuff. Like, I just... It's so hard to trade for a 27 first with all the hype and all that stuff. Like, I'll be doing that maybe in season and likely during the 26 class. You know, trading back or whatever, trading out. Coop. Yeah, maybe you sneak into playoffs, win the league, have a future. Is that Wasteland League? That was Wasteland League. We do play Seb week 1. This one's really pushing it, this team. Like, we'll probably have to buy it. Like, if we could get, like, a Darnell Mooney on this team, that'd be sick or something. Just, like, that would go a long way. I mean, the firepower's there, dude. For sure. It's just a lot of underpriced players. Productive players. The tight end premium. The league median as well, so those tight ends go a long way. See, here's the thing. You say we paid a little too much to the tight end premium, but, like, I mean, we paid, like, nothing for these tight ends, right? We took late 8th in Njoku, Jonnu, 1103, and Ingram was, 10-1, which might be early, but, I mean, dude, these guys, like, Njoku has the last 2 seasons and scored 22.9 points per game in this format. That was including, or whatever, removing like 2 games where he got injured early. Jonnu Smith was just a wide receiver 1 in this format. Evan Ingram, the last 2 of the last 3 years, wide receiver 1 in this format, or at least during stretches. Like, I mean, these dudes are the true PPR scams. You don't need to score touchdowns, soak up targets, high floor plays, high ceiling, cheap. So kind of like perfect. Another one of them is like Hunter Henry. I love Hunter Henry in this format. Soak up some targets. No target competition there. Dirt cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not paying... The key is just the draft capital, right? Like, I'm not drafting them if they're early, but this literally great. I mean, he's like genuinely a guaranteed 101 or 102. Our pick's flexible, depends on how the season goes, but we got a couple other good shots. Like, if we can somehow piece it together without trading any of those firsts, right? Like, you know, when we get an injury, someone offer a rookie running back or something comes off the bench, Ray Davis, whatever it is. Like, this is gonna be a fun team to track. $200 buy-in league, by the way. So we're going to Cabo if we win. My co-manager and I. But yeah, this is a good experimental team though, for sure. It's just like how far can you push it? Because winning a league with the 101 and 3 other firsts That's sure a way to build a team. Another way we kind of did this, we didn't get enough draft capital. We got seconds. Josh and I built a nice team here. We got Rogers for the Superflex and Dart. Got leaning in the 2 PPR tight ends. I don't even know how I got to like talking about my teams. Listener League was a 0.75 premium. It's the team we're rocking. Who we play? We played Jacob round 1. Habba wobble, let's go. Trades look like digs you got out there. What those trades look like you got out there? I think it was just like targeting some cheap guys. Ertz in the tight end premium. Honestly, like potentially paying too much for him. Giving up a third and some rookie height for Shaheed. Rookie height for Lockett. Just trying to get someone to get some shots on some dirt cheap players. Yeah. What else we got here? But yeah, what if it makes sense? Wait, what if it makes sense to Bradley if he starts off 1-4? Hold on. I'm confused about your comment, Coop. What if it makes sense to Bradley if he starts off 1-4? You said he had you had those 27-28 first. You mean like trade them back to him? Could see that with his team. It's pretty volatile. I guess let's look at before I shut it down. Wait, what's going on here? There we go. This is the one that Matt and I are doing right now. I got a bunch of players I never drafted before, or like drafted once. Harvey. Mahomes has been like my biggest fade ever last 2 seasons. He talked me into him at 210. Dynasty-wise, think it's a good pick. Projections-wise this year, not too sure about that. But, you know, we leaned into it. Got Rice, got Pacheco at good prices, my opinion at least. Love Nico. Love Brees. Really like GP, Pickens, all these boys. Don't love DJ Moore. Thought the price was reasonable. Don't love Darnold. Thought the price was reasonable. Don't love Freiermuth. Thought the price was reasonable. Loved the rest of these guys. Thought the price was also reasonable. He talked me into McMillan at 16-2. Thought the price was reasonable enough. Yeah, I mean, we leaned into the Chiefs. It was just good value on Pacheco. Been coming around to him. Yeah, they really don't have anyone there. It's 10th round. It's the same thing with Darnold. Like, we're in the 10th round. These guys should probably be going earlier. I mean, there's more to it than should probably be going earlier. I mean, they were just the best values or projected production at the time. Really liked Pacheco last year. You know, unfortunately, he broke his leg. I mean, he was really projected to be insane last year. Mooney, one of my favorite. Just like no one cares about him. Tillman, same thing. Literally no one cares about him. Oh man, Michael Hart Jr. He comes back. He said he went to the store, came back, and we're still live. Well, we're not doing a draft right now. You know, that's a great question. I don't know what happened, Michael. I don't know what happened. I don't even know how you got back. I don't even know how you know about the channel or who you are. I'm glad you're back, though. Dan got his head heated. I mean, you missed a lot, man. I couldn't even catch you up. But we're looking at some startups, some teams, some trades. We're mostly a dynasty channel, but we do some best ball, too. But this is one that we're in right now. Co-managed with a friend of the channel. by the way, I gotta get opinions on Breece Hall. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with where people are at Breece Hall. Like if I had more, I don't have like that much. I have like maybe like 4 Breece Halls, but in Dynasty. But if I would have more, I mean, like it's just too easy to get him. I feel like I gotta get some more Breece Hall, I guess. But like people just don't care about him. I don't understand it, man. 15 points per game last year, and it's like he got shot or something. Like no one cares about this guy. I mean, was he still 23 years old? I just turned 24, but I mean, come on. He's on a contract year. I don't know. I feel like I'm taking the crazy pills with Breece Hall, dude. I think he projects out amazing. We got him at 312 in that draft. Someone try to sell me against Breece Hall, honestly. I'd like to see you try. Dan did cook his head. I mean, I saw some sweat. His pores were opening. It was getting a little too hot. The funniest part about Dan, we in our leagues and stuff, we always leave like gifts. We both love Breaking Bad, so we always leave like Heisenberg gifts. There's like the winking one. I don't know. There's a bunch of the classic Breaking Bad gifts. But like I swear, like one day Dan's just gonna show up to the stream, not say a word, and he's just gonna be like full Heisenberg. He's gonna have like the fedora. He's gonna have like the the goatee going. He's already got the bald head. I guess he doesn't have Heisenberg doesn't have glasses, but like he could have the shades on. Like I just suspect that one day I'm calling my shot. He's just gonna show up, not say a word. Full Heisenberg. It popped up on your algorithm tonight, homepage. All right, that's good to hear. Only handful in the chat. Hey, appreciate that, Michael. You know, if you I don't know if you play Dynasty as well. We can definitely help you in Dynasty. As far as content, I can guarantee like, we're keeping it pretty chill. This is probably like the least, the most chill, least informative stream we've probably ever done. Normally we're arguing about like Kenny McIntosh and just like the most obscure stuff and like strategies. We get pretty damn into the nitty gritty, but we have slightly different processes. But the way we put our minds together, we come up with some good stuff. So if you like Dynasty, we're definitely the page bestball. Can't say the same about that, but we try. You played redrafts and best ball? Okay, yeah. I mean, we did a lot of best balls last year. A lot of 0 RB teams, though. We got cooked. Love watching and listening to best ball content. Only done a few drafts. Maybe, like, no more than 20 this year. We just did our second one on DraftKings. Or I guess our first together. I'm assuming you play, like, best ball or underdog and DraftKings, Michael? But I love DraftKings so far, dude. Like, the wide receivers are cheaper. It's full PPR. More 20 roster spots. I really enjoy that. Wild West. You can just get more flexible with your drafts. It's a lot more fun. Coop says, agree on the Heisenberg take for Dan. I don't see why he's not leaning fully into it. He's just got to go full Heisenberg. It worked for Walter. It'll work for him. Dan was getting chirped about his voice from Shrimps earlier. I mean, maybe Dan will get into, like, character and he'll... Jesse! Maybe we'll get, like, a vocal coach. He'll be like Austin Butler with, what's it called there? Training for Vegas. Or not Vegas, Elvis, getting late. Changing his voice. Now he talks all raspy. Maybe Dan will do that for Go full Heisenberg. Man, you gotta get in Dynasty. If you're playing redraft, you're playing best ball, you are missing out with Dynasty. And if you think it takes a lot of time, ultimately, it does, because you'll look at your lineup just for no reason every single day, or lineups just to admire it, figure out what else you can do better. But in season, like, there's just like not much going on the waiver wire because it's deep rosters. There's just, of course, pickups, but it's just so easy to manage your team. You can choose when to make trades or not. Really easy to manage dynasty rosters, even if you have like 10 of them. Need a Dan turning Heisenberg series. So we were, I guess, spill the beans. At some point, we're definitely doing a Breaking Bad themed stream. What that exactly even means, still figuring it out. You know, but clearly Dan would need to be full Heisenberg for that. You know, would need Breaking Bad themed segments. I've already thought of a good one. Need some more though. I thought of kind of another segment for it. I haven't even told Dan about it, but I already got a few pieces for it. It'll be good. It'll be good. And I came up with another one. It's just, I can't even say anything more, otherwise I'll ruin it. But I got some more ideas for that specific segment that Dan doesn't even know about. I'll leave it at that. It'll be fun for sure. By the way, been rewatching Breaking Bad for like probably like my 5th or 6th time now. I mean, what is it? What's that meme? Pure cinema. Phenomenal show. By the way, in Better Call Saul, I honestly might even take it. Just for expectations, it's so hard to do a spin-off. I got a story about Better Call Saul. You're gonna think I'm insane. I genuinely influenced a direct line in Better Call Saul. You're thinking, no, you didn't. Yes, I'm telling you I did, and I even have a witness. I have a witness of my girlfriend. She was there. She agrees. I wish I had this photo on hand, but I ran into, in Winnipeg, another tie back to Canada, Bob Odenkirk. I had just signed up. It was to be an extra in his movie. He was filming Nobody, the first one, because I think he just finished filming the second one, like last summer here. I don't even know if that's out or not. I signed up to be an extra. I go to see that Joker, the Joaquin Phoenix one, the first one. I come out, Bob Odenkirk's just standing there. I'm losing my shit. I wait like 10 minutes for him to finish his conversation with like his crew. I go up to him, like, hey man, Bob, can I get a photo? He's like, yeah, sure man. Right? Go to take a photo. I'm like, I gotta say something. Like, I can't just not say anything else to him, like, while we're going to take this photo. All I can think of is, for some reason, I said the most awkward, like, weirdest thing I could say. I'm like, big fan, like, your voice is legendary. It's all I can think to say, because he's got that, you know, unique, I don't know, like, unique voice, but he's just got that unique way about him, especially as his character, and, you know, Saul especially. Flash forward to Better Call Saul. I don't even know if I find a clip, because it's just, like, so obscure. I'll have to do it for a future stream. He goes, it's just one random line, like season 4, which is filmed after I had met him, and like the timeline makes perfect sense. It's like, because there was like a delay with COVID after that and everything. Goes up to the judge in the show and just says in the exact way I said it. He goes, big fan of your work. Your gaveling is legendary. Word for word, bar for bar. not technically, but the exact same thing I said to him. Try to tell me I'm crazy. I 100% influenced that exact line on Better Call Saul. I gotta get like a episode. I'll have to like look into that, but it's like season 4. I don't know, at some point. But they meet in a restaurant with a judge. So if we got anyone that watched Better Call Saul, you probably were at least half interested in that rant, that story time. But as a fan of the series, big fan, I think it's pretty cool. I'll have to pull that photo up for another stream. Used to be in a franchise league where you kept every single player and drafted rookies each year. So basically a dynasty. What's the difference between a franchise and a dynasty? That's interesting. Missed that league. You gotta get in. You gotta get in on dynasty, man. That's the biggest mistake you can be doing right now. Not playing dynasty, especially if you're into best ball, dude. If you're doing best ball, I mean, you're clearly invested in fantasy. Gotta get in. You gotta be a complete degen. You're right. I basically did write the show. What's the difference between one line? Hey man, I think I did tell Dan that one before, but dude, I'm telling you that's like the funniest thing. I was thinking about that because I've been rewatching Breaking Bad. I was just thinking random like, yeah, that they made, I influenced that line in that one line in Better Call Saul. I'm telling you, man. This is one of those things where it's like Black Mirror, where you can like go back in your memory and like rewatch it. Like I need that machine. I need someone to like witness that, because no one thinks I'm being serious. I'm influencing pop culture, right? It's probably the best line in the entire show, if I'm being honest. No bias. No bias at all. Dude, reaction, if you mean like the reaction when I saw the line, because that's funny. I actually hadn't watched. There's something about Better Call Saul, like, I just like wanted to see. I just wanted like the season to like finish. I had watched like the first 3 seasons, like in line with the show, but there was just something like with the time. It just like I missed out on one of the seasons. I guess it was season 4 I missed out on. Actually, how many seasons are there of Breaking Bad? Maybe it was season 5 that one was. I think there's 6 seasons of. I don't know. I'm getting all mixed up, but at some point I was like 2 seasons behind just because like I don't know. I just like wanted to watch a bunch of. I just kind of want to binge it rather than like watch it week per week. I then did that and I downloaded it for a plane ride. And I was on this plane ride, and I just, like, watched it, and I was like, I literally, like, instantly got goosebumps. I, like, instantly connected. I was just like, dude, the way he said it, it was like, that was, like, the dead giveaway. He said it exactly, like, he said it so not like Saul would ever say. You know, I was all, like, confident and just, I don't know, like, what is he, just, like, that loudmouth, he just said it, how I said it, and I was just like, I don't even have a connection to internet. Like, I gotta text someone. I gotta text my girlfriend. She was there. She'll remember. Yeah, no, it was funny. I was like, what's that? I'll show you my exact reaction. This was my exact reaction.
Just gonna stash it here. Don't smoke it by mistake.
My booze don't need nobody. Whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
I don't know if you can hear the audio. Here I come. Here I come. Whoa. Hey, earn the sub. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey man, we'll definitely do some more best ball drafts. Tune in for that. We're certainly open to advice. We are absolutely no pros in best ball, especially not DraftKings, especially. But hey, Dynasty, we're somewhat a scientist ourselves. And yeah, if you're in a Dynasty, you want to join a league, we could help you get into a Dynasty league. Oh, you can hear it. Okay, awesome. Yeah, you want to get in a Dynasty league, we can help you do that. We try to get you in one with us. And we could certainly help. If you play Dynasty watching this channel, undoubtedly. Not tonight. We can't help you tonight. We did not help really anyone tonight except for talking about Jaden Blue and JSN. But yeah, certainly a good worthwhile sub for anyone that plays Dynasty. What else we got here? Too many leagues, man. Too many leagues. I guess now that we're talking about Breaking Bad, Dan and I are here. We at least gotta show Dan and I's team, co-managed team, for the people out there. Came fourth. Jalen Hurts, James Conner injury. Story of all my leagues last year. Made a couple big moves. Got Josh Allen. Got Baker. Traded up for Tet and Hunter. Pretty fun team. Wide receiver power. Not the greatest. Projected week 1, that is. However, end of the season. Could be nasty. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, we do have Worthy and Reed as the kind of veteran players, but Ted and Hunter hopefully are fine. Everything else, though, pretty nice. Extra first next year. Extra second. Fun team. You'll be back. Hey, man. Appreciate you watching. I don't know how we even have 7 people still in here. What is it? It's 1 a.m. Central. We got some demons coming off the graveyard shift. Coop, you probably just got off work. I'm not too sure. Or maybe you're just waking up for work. I mean, appreciate your strings. Scrimps. I didn't even think I figured out how to say your name this whole time. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, man, we gotta get you on the stream. I gotta check my sleeper action. There we go, I got your request. Alright. We're in contact with Shrimps now. That's right, Coop. You're in you're on that western time. Was that Pacific? PST? Off tonight, worked until 6 a.m., eh? Only off Thursday night this week. Yeah, I feel you, man. I got my work schedule. Actually, I'm getting Saturdays off now because I'm a student. At least I'm working in the days, 6 till 4ish. Or sorry, about 7 to 4ish. But I was working Saturdays, man. Hey, good paychecks, really good paychecks. But damn, not much time off. But finally getting some time off now. Be easier to make content for sure. And do real stuff, touching grass, all the good stuff. Work until 6 a.m. What's that shift like? That's gotta be what, a 10 to 6? Well, you gotta have tomorrow off, right? No? Unless you're working at night. Oh, that's right, sorry. Wait. That's right, you work 10 to... What is it? Yeah, 10 to 6. I'm like, getting my math mixed up, because I'm like, shouldn't you be working tonight? But you got off, I don't know. I guess you had Sunday off. Sunday night off. Nice, 6 days. Should be making around 3K a week. Hey man, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Especially that's USD. That's no monopoly money. Like we got down here, up here. 6 p.m. 6 a.m. All right. 12-hour shifts. Hey, good news is you work 6 days. Dynasty leagues are paid off. Don't even gotta win them. You got that extra bankroll. Cashed, ready to go for the next year. How many days are you working though? 6 days a week? Yeah, okay. Damn, that's crazy hours. I can see why you're making bank, because yeah, I mean normally if you work like shift work 12 hours, you get, maybe it's like you're working 4 days instead, or you're working what, like 7 on, 7 off, something like that. But you got, I mean, you're on the grind right now. Damn, down 10%. The last 6 months. Hey, that USD's still doing fine though. That's for sure. What is like the income tax down there? Because what's crazy, like I'm getting taxed over 1K on one paycheck, which is ridiculous. Like it ends up being damn near, I mean probably about 30% of your, a little bit less than 30% of the total, which is ridiculous. I need to like move to Miami or something, or like Houston. Pretty sure Florida and Texas have no income tax. I don't even know how that works. Like, why wouldn't everyone just like at least temporarily move down there? It's got to be some kind of trade-off that I'm not aware of. I thought housing was cheap in Texas too. I thought so. I mean, I'm trying to find out a reason not to move to Texas right now. Original schedule is 5 days, 1 week, to the next week. I see. So short. I see. Okay, yeah. I mean, dude, you're making OT. I mean, that's how you're getting that bankroll for sure. But yeah, that makes sense. 5 days and then 2 the next. For the hours makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that would be about the same. I'd be getting taxed down here as well, or up here as well. Kills, man, looking at that. Especially as a student, I'm grinding. You see, like, I think it was like $1,200 on one of my last paychecks. Down the drain, going to the paying for those damn prisoners' foods. Paying for the rights. Coop's a corrections officer, by the way. I see. Which is basically, yeah, that's crazy. The good news for me, I at least get a good amount back. I've had some crazy tax returns because I'm a student and all that stuff. Been a decent check. Not exactly sure how that's adjusted for you, but probably aren't getting as much back as you'd hope when you're higher bracket like that. That's tough, man. Someone's got to pave those roads, you know? Someone's got to pay for that. Like, what is... I don't understand. What does... yeah, how does, like, Florida and Texas get away with the no income tax? Like, where does the funds come from, then? For the state? It's probably a pretty basic question, but... there's no place like that in Canada. I'm curious to exactly how they get there. How they make that possible. Their food is awful. I feel bad for them, but not enough to give them anything. Hey, man. Fair enough. Definitely feel some sympathy. Hey, some of those people. Probably a lot of those people got bad upbringings, that's for sure. But, some of them probably deserve that food. You won't fully know until your wife won't. Oh, I see. Yeah. You won't exactly know. For $3 maybe. Yeah, exactly. You won't exactly know. Property taxes are much higher in Texas. Interesting. Is that just the only way that they adjust for that, or... Oh, I gotta switch, like, my, do I have, like, a solo cam here for my overlay, or no? I don't think I do. I'll pull this up. Interesting, like, how much more are property taxes? And there's gotta be, like, several different ways that they're making up for that, no income tax. Sales tax. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. In Nevada, no state... Oh, are you in Nevada? Coop? Uh-oh. Hold on. Zoom timed out. Dan left 40 minutes ago? That's crazy, dude. A lot of states don't have income tax. I just remember from, like, playing Madden and stuff, that or just, like, from football in general, like, yeah, like, oh, someone might, want to live in, like, Florida or Texas. And, yeah, I didn't even realize, like, there was many more. I thought it was just, like, a handful. New York City, New York, California, one of the worst states for state tax. Interesting. Learn a lot about the U.S. Canadian boy. Learn a lot. This is my question for my Americans in here. How much do you actually know about Canada? Because other than income tax, state income tax, and I don't know, property taxes, know a good bit about the U.S. I could probably list on a map more states, especially that I could definitely do it more than the average American. Not by choice, you just naturally learn stuff. We get a lot of American media, all that stuff here. I swear, Americans just like know nothing about Canada. It's crazy. Or have limited. Although someone who was it, Shrinks in here, or whatever his name was, from before, he was. If you're close to the border, of course you're gonna know more. But I swear, you damn Southerners don't care nothing about Canada. Interesting, you live outside of Vegas. That'd be wicked. Be damn hot. You could have linked up with Randy when he was down there, man. Give him a tour of the prison. And a tour of the strip. Oh, you just know it comes out of your mortgage, and your mortgage is higher at the beginning of the year. I see. Hey, so yeah, you don't know all the provinces. One thing I bet you like a lot of, well, not a lot of Canadians, but like a good handful of Canadians like don't even know all the provinces, because that's the thing. It's not just provinces; it's also territories. No one even Canadians don't even realize those territories exist, dude. Actually, I saw one from the Northwest I saw a license plate from the Northwest Territories. You won't even believe what this license plate looked like. Let me pull this up for you. This is the most Canadian thing. Just wait for this. This is a legitimate license plate. This is exactly what I saw today in traffic. I mean, that's a look at this one. I mean, that license plate goes hard. It's pretty easy to do it when you got probably less than 1,000 vehicles registered. Okay, you know about Saskatchewan? Manitoba, that's where I am. Quebec, settled by the French. Absolutely. Hey, man, Ontario is huge. Of course, you'll know about Ontario, Toronto. Man, one thing that is interesting, Canada has a bunch of huge cities. Like, in the States, there's a ton of large cities, but a lot of these franchises with, like, NFL, NHL teams, there's, like, I don't know, like, each province has, like, one city about as big as that. Yeah, like, Winnipeg is about, it's pushing 1 million. Ontario has at least 2, with like a 1 point something million, and Toronto is just like, I don't even know how much that's at now. It's probably the GTA area is probably like 3 million at this point or higher. Calgary and stuff, they're huge. BC Victoria, Vancouver, in BC. Dude, Montreal is insane. I went to Montreal in February. I didn't realize how big Montreal is. It is freaking insane how big that is. That had like 2.7 million people in it. Am I trying to get... If you asked me that an hour ago, I'd probably say I'm down. I gotta get up like 5 hours. So unfortunately, it's a no for me, dog. But hit the sub button. We'll probably go live again this week. Also, good time to say to hit the noti button too if you haven't hit that. But we'll go live, and if you want to get in a draft with us, Underdog, DraftKings, if you can get both of them, we'll definitely do that. Actually, we did that quite a bit last year with our bestball bro viewers there. Definitely fun. So, unfortunately, not tonight. I'm probably about to hit the bed here, but we'll finish out the conversation here. Uncensored. Okay, Coop, remember seeing uncensored nudity on TV, and your mother was shocked. My family was impressed. Oh, this was in BC. Klondike bars and golf. That's funny that you said you golf, because when I was in BC, that's all I did was golf. I think the only time I've like actually stayed in BC. Virtual fireplace. Yeah, it's very green in BC. Reminds me of eastern part of Washington. Yeah. Out west, there are a lot of mountains. Really green. BC is really nice. You should see where I live, dude. I mean, you don't have to really imagine anything. Just imagine North Dakota. I mean, it is flat as piss. There's some nice areas, but it's just farmers' fields. Outside the city. Just a bunch of goddamn farmers' fields. What's crazy, you wouldn't expect it though. Winnipeg or Manitoba area, it has like some of the best beaches in like literally like in the world. Like there was a really high like where we have a cabin at, really high rank in like literally the world for beach. Like the sand is insane there. I don't know. It's funny. One side of the beach has like the most like better than Mexico sand. The other side of the beach is just like complete junk and like garbage rocks. It's awful. I don't even know how that's possible. Really good fishing up there too, off Lake Winnipeg. 23 years ago. Yeah, hey, virtual fireplace back then. That would be going hard for sure. Never seen nothing like that. We totally messed up not doing another best ball draft, but we just got yapping. There's another co-host. Oh yeah, and also, by the way, thanks for joining, D. Lou. I'm so tired. Why can't just like people have simple names? Like, what is this name? D. Lutomsky. D. Lutomsky. I'm like, that's probably your first name's like a D. And your last name's like Lutomsky. D. Lutomsky. It can never be something so simple. What was the other guy's name? Shrimp Kips or just give me a name like Cooper. Come on. Give me something easy to say here, especially at 1 a.m. Okay, yeah, D. Lutomsky. Okay, yeah, it's so much easier with the okay, David. There we go. There's a name. Much easier. Hey, appreciate you joining in, David. We got Heisenberg himself, Dan, co-host. Had to hit the hay. I don't even know what I'm still doing up. Chat's just popping though, so gotta give the people what they want. Keep chatting. But hey, good to have you, man. Would love to draft with you. We got into our first, like we're mostly a Dynasty channel. In fact, I would say we just are a Dynasty channel, but we love to do best ball drafts during the off season. I'd love to learn because Dynasty, we certainly are much more knowledgeable than we are in best ball. Though I do listen to a ton of best ball content, following JJ Zachary since becoming a best ball bro. Last year, often watched Ship Chasing and Karain, all those guys. So I'll literally just listen to those. I'll just put those guys on at work, listen to them. It very similar to what we do here about Dynasty. We'll just talk about Kenny McIntosh for like 3 hours. We'll talk about, I think it was like, yeah, they were like talking about Jaden Blue for like 45 minutes. Like, that's pretty much what we're doing. We'll talk about, I don't know, who's like our, I don't know. We'll talk about like LeQuint Allen or some of these like most random sleepers. You don't want to hear the phone calls Dan and I have. We've literally had like 6-hour phone calls talking about like the most obscure players that have no significance. Like last year, I can't remember their names. Keelan Robinson or something like that. Like, dude, I think it's like it was the Jags. There was like a Steelers running back too. It's unhealthy. Unhealthy how much we're talking. Dynasty strategy. Because of Trump, Canadians that usually visit Vegas aren't doing them anymore. We're getting cooked. You know what? It's funny you say that because, yeah, I mean, Canadians, we really don't want to go and support the U.S. at this moment because of Trump. So, yeah, I mean, we normally would go down to Florida. We actually have my family has a property down there. Haven't went down since, just as far as not trying to go support anything American at the moment, you know. See, that's the one thing. Like, Canada pretty divided, but since the whole Trump taking over the tariffs and all that stuff, dude, this is the most united Canada's ever been. Honestly, Like, people that hate Trudeau have hated him, you know, even when he stepped down. Like, actually giving him credit for how he was dealing Trump as he was on the way out there. So it's kind of funny how that's happened. Last economy crash messed up. Oh, your area real bad. Definitely hoping that won't happen. David says, let's do it. 300 drafts in already. Hey, if I wasn't playing Dynasty, I fear I would be 300 drafts in as well. Honestly, I just haven't had I just didn't have the itch until recently to do best ball drafts. I've been listening to everything all off season, but just so caught up in all the Dynasty leagues, the channel, work, stuff like that. Finally just getting around, and I've just been doing them more, been wanting to do more DraftKings rather than underdog. Just feel like DraftKings is a big edge on there compared to underdog. I see you got the underdog profile, David. Do you draft on DraftKings as well? That's my question for you. Nevada specifically. Vegas areas. Yeah, they need the tourism, absolutely. That's interesting, yeah. If it's making a big impact, I guess I wouldn't have guessed it might have been that big, that it's truly making a noticeable impact. All right, David says Parker Washington. Is that your dude? Is that your obscure dude? Dude, I'm trying to think of these names. Like Kenny McIntosh is a good one. Oh, dude, Deontay Foreman last year, round 18 on underdog. Dan and I were tapping him. God. There's some, I'm trying to think of most, damn obscure ones. Shouldn't be so, it's just getting so late. Like, I can't even think. We got a million sleepers. Oh, Isaiah Davis was one of them, actually. That was a famous one, especially Dan. Dan was huge into Isaiah Davis. That one actually, that's a dub. We got one game out of him last year. Dynasty, it was a relative win for the digging through literal trash through the dumpster. All right, David's in Vegas too. Yeah, that's funny how that works. Like, I swear there'll be 5 people in chat and 2 people are right beside each other or something like that. Like, that's not the first time that's happened. Small world. Had a couple people from that know where I was born in Ontario join chat before too. It'd be in similar areas. You have stadiums to pay for. Hey man. Well, if you're referring to the what is that stadium called? The Vegas one there. Allegiant Stadium? That was built a few years ago. I don't know if you're referring to that or not. Oh, and drafters. Interesting. Dude, I haven't heard anything about drafters in the last, calendar year. I didn't even know that still existed. I obviously knew it still existed, but they must not sponsor anyone because no one ever talks about it. I bet you that has the biggest edge. I think that has tight end premium, right? A 0.5. I feel like that would be my best drafting platform, especially Dynasty, normally playing with those scoring settings. I see. Jake's player I was trying to think of. Definitely not Parker. Another guy we have, actually Dan and I have had a conversation about Dimey Brown, Parker Washington, all the boys there. Yeah, I mean, God, who are our sleepers? Who are some guys we've had some conversation? We've had a lot of conversations about Jaden Reed and stuff this year. What to do with him. What to think of him. Trying to think if there are. Dylan Sampson's been a guy we've been talking about a lot. Hella drafter streamers, interesting. Yeah, Legion Stadium. Interesting. Sharpest rooms, yeah. I don't know if it's like one of those things where, because like DraftKings seems like the Wild West. Like Jalen Hurts went round 1 on my first draft. Saw some other crazy draft picks. Like I'm assuming it's just the DraftKings. So many people play on it. People just join and just see Jalen Hurts and say, "All right, I'm taking him round 1," because they have no idea what they're doing. Whereas like drafters, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's just for drafting best ball. It could be a sports book as well. I'm not sure, but who the hell would be doing drafters as a sports book instead of like DraftKings? I would assume that's why it's actually sharp rooms. And anyone drafting on like a third platform, yeah, if anyone's gonna be playing best ball, it's an underdog or DraftKings. If they're doing it anywhere else, they're probably trying to get an edge or have another platform. Makes sense. Didn't expect that though. Anyways, yay. Coop and Dave might get connected here on Sleep, but that's good to see. Do you play any Dynasty, David? That's my question for you. Okay, Big Disco Energy. My Mind is a Weapon Fantasy are the two biggest drafters streamers, along with Spike Lee. Okay, interesting. That's right. Yeah, drafters is a cumulative in weeks 1 to 17. Yeah, so it does have a huge. I don't know. Not. I'm trying to think of the word. Not niche, but I don't know. Different strategy, which definitely could attract a lot of different players, being that a cumulative scoring for sure. Dynasty Best Ball. Interesting, yeah. I do play in one Dynasty Best Ball league. I'm a little torn on how I feel about it. There are a lot of aspects I enjoy about it. But it has taken away like the normal Dynasty lineup stuff I like. So I don't know if I'd join any more myself. I like it, but the strategy is different for sure. Like the one I'm in has kind of, I think every Dynasty Best Ball league has odd scoring settings compared to like a lineup league. Mine's got like basically a 3 point per catch tight end, must start 2. Like receivers don't even matter. Like I literally drafted RJ Harvey over Tet, which I would obviously never even consider doing in a normal draft. But the scoring was just like so absurd towards like running backs, like point per carry and stuff. That, yeah, it's an odd league. It's fun though. Okay, yeah, you got a regular Dynasty League 2. Sounds like one. Interesting. Superflex, of course. Yeah, I don't think I play in one that's not Superflex. IDP though. I do not play an IDP. I've actually never even like thought about it. I guess I'd be open to that. You gotta tell me how that is. I think Dan actually plays in one. Without ever playing one though, like my initial reaction is like, well, the scoring would have to be so perfect on the IDP players to like make sense. Because like imagine you're dominating all year. Let's just say you get a first round bye, you play your next playoff game, and you have like Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, and their IDP player, what's that guy's name? Olafashane, whatever his name is, the Jags middle linebacker, just has a monster game, or like Blake Cashman or something, outscores Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. You lose because of that. Like I would lose my shit. I would just like, what was the point of like building this great dynasty team to get destroyed by Blake Cashman in week 16 or whatever? Like I mean that's just like how I picture it in my mind. I'm sure it makes it much more unique and fun. And there's a lot of strategy. There's certainly a lot of strategy behind IDP. I understand that. And like the fun thing is, there's a lot of waiver wire pickups because like who's wasting roster spots on IDP players? I mean, maybe like a bench guy here or there, but I doubt many people are doing otherwise. Best league speaker. Yeah, okay, you don't like the IDP. Interesting. Yeah, no kickers. Defense premium. Interesting. Yeah. Every league I play in, no kicker, no defense, no IDP. I did actually play in a 16-man 1 QB that I joined as an orphan with co-host Dan. Just, they needed an orphan fill. And it was like a dispersal draft. I almost won the championship actually on that dispersal, which was funny because it was such a wonky league. I was like starting Amir Abdullah in the playoffs, and he was like actually going nuts because it was just such a 16-team league. It's like so thin, it's crazy. And that had a defense and a kicker. I'm trying. I think my defense and kicker sucked though, which was a huge disadvantage. Like I just had no big weeks from them all season, it felt like. Because the Jets defense was supposed to be good. Then they fired, what's his name there? Saleh. Okay, yeah, 95 drafts into the TK Millie. Damn, 110 into BBM. We gotta get some exposures in here. I need to see some expo. Who's your guy on DraftKings, Millie Maker? Who's your guy on BBM? Is it the same guy? Oh damn, you were interesting. Maybe there's a lot of sharp bestball, like maybe dynasty players. I'm assuming that's. Unless it's like a best ball redraft. But yeah, with guys who went 10th in BBM 5. Damn. Won the league too. Nice. Interesting. 40% Ward and Ridley. We actually just took Ward. You would hate our draft, by the way. We were so distracted. It was a first draft. Let me just show you our draft, by the way. And you can always watch the replay. But this is how it worked out. Absolutely zero planning. We've only ever drafted on Underdog together. I've only done one other DraftKings because I just downloaded it, like as far as like the laws were in Manitoba. Got access to it now. But basically we went Amon-Ra, London. Don't think it was like that unique. Brees Hall 312 is just like objectively a good pick, in my opinion. I think he's super unpriced. Here's the issue, though. Yeah, we were talking to chat or whatever, get distracted. Basically not planning any pick out. Try to figure out week 17 correlations. Bring back. No, we drafted like 8 rookies and we didn't realize it. And then we had a mishap happen at the turn. For some reason, we got Jaden Reed when we were trying to take downs. It was like a bug. But we ended up taking Ward. But yeah, we fumbled this one a little bit. We got Okonkwo coming down. But yeah, no, and then we were like thinking it was 18 rounds, and we knew it was 20, and then I mean, I didn't hate the drafts, I didn't hate the players, but as a draft as a totality, I mean, we did not have a great draft. Interesting. Okay. I mean, the big thing that we didn't like was, I mean, we actually had a lot of correlation. Like, we had the Pats. We missed out on Hunter Henry. We got sniped on him. But we had, we missed out on a Viking as well. Like, there was a few times we got sniped and just didn't work out. But we just had too many rookies. Even taking, like, a bunch of rookies at the end. We just weren't thinking. It was, like, dynasty brain. We have Reed and Golden. We meant to take Golden, go down to Downs, which is fine. Like, you can get Golden and Reed. That's completely fine. I think both are actually pretty good at price here. How is Cooper Kupp ahead of them on ADP, by the way? That is absolutely insane. But we had some mishap happen. We couldn't see the clock. I don't know if that's like a known bug. But I clicked draft on Golden, and Reed was third in our queue behind Downs, and somehow it gave us Golden and Downs. I have no idea how that happened. Okay, so yeah, let's get to this Hunter thing real quick. Don't believe in T-Law. And BTJ is going to command most of the targets. Interesting. So, I mean, in Dynasty, I've been like, I thought I was going to be so far out on Hunter when he was projected Brown and all that stuff and just early on in the process. Completely 180'd, and part of it is getting into that Jag system. Where, like, and there's actually a YouTube video where you can watch of just, like, the Jags leading up to basically the draft. I thought that was a super bullish video, just in general. Like, they're just, like, outside-the-box thinkers, just in general, like that GM. And I just really like what they're building, number one, and everything in Jacksonville. I can't make that be, like, a selling reason on, like, oh, Travis Hunter. I mean, he just, as a receiver, insanely talented with much to learn. You know, you could definitely, his snaps, all that stuff. There's worry there, of course. But the one thing is, like, all right, if he's playing 75% of the snaps, 80% of the snaps on O. I mean, number one, not every receiver, anyways, is playing 100% of snaps. We've seen Josh Down, Jaden Reed, and stuff like that be relevant. You know, hopefully he's far better than those players, because he should be. But we've seen players in that archetype that are not playing all snaps. They get high route participation, though. So, but the one big thing is, where's Travis Hunter going to play? I know he can play everywhere. BTJ also can swap into the slot, but I mean, my guess is Hunter's going to play a ton of slot with Diami Brown outside, playing flanker. And BTJ, you know, primarily at X. I mean, we just saw what Chris Godwin did, so, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say one for one, but, like, dude, that slot role, I mean, that's, everyone's talking about, like, Burden being the Amon-Ra, like, I'm not buying that, but, like, dude, Travis Hunter in that Chris Godwin role, like, that's what I'm talking about. So there's a few reasons I'm bullish, just, like, make it pretty simple. But I get it, like, you know, he feels like a risky pick. I guess here's the funny part, though. If we're trying to win $1 million, and there's just a chance that Travis Hunter outscores BTJ, like, I don't think that's absolutely insane by any means. BTJ is insanely talented, but, like, so is Travis Hunter. Or just come close. Like, if again, maybe, like, Travis Hunter is the guy to own in weeks 15 to 17, and that's what matters. You know, there's a few different ways where Hunter's just an amazing pick. You know, again, maybe, yeah, BTJ gets you there, but, yeah, you need to own Hunter. I mean, it's full PPR, too. I just love that about Hunter. I just see when he's on the field, like, they're actually going to make an effort to, like, get this guy the ball as many times as possible. I mean, this GM, like Gladstone, his entire bet, or, like, his entire legacy is built around Travis Hunter also. Again, I don't want to put, like, too much into that, but, like, this dude just gave up the house to get Travis Hunter. This dude's going to be extremely high. And here's the thing, like, 5'12"? I mean, Jalen Waddle had, like 9 points per game last year? Okay, J-Mo, yeah, the other receivers, hey, you know, I could certainly see the argument, but, dude, Travis Hunter's ceiling so damn high. So damn high. In a format where, like, you don't need to know when to start them. It just doesn't matter if you throw away your money. Like, honestly, if you're like, we're trying to win, I think Travis Hunter is like extremely underpriced, but I get it. I'll listen to any objections on that one. JMO is more likely to almost interesting. I think I disagree with the Lions thing, but what I will say is, like, if you want to say, like, in an important stretch, like, yeah, JMO absolutely could outscore Amon-Ra in, like, like a decent chunk of games. But across the season, especially in a full PPR, like, JMO, what do you have, like, 50 catches last year? 58 catches? Like, I just don't see the volume. Like, you're just not going to get there without the volume, especially a full PPR format. We're talking about DraftKings, I guess, right now, but underdog, I could see it certainly a lot more in a half PPR. Yeah, I mean, he certainly could be more valuable in real life than fantasy. Like, there's no doubt. He's genuinely a player where we just guys don't know. Like, we really haven't seen. Here's the thing: if you look historically, like, back, I mean, there's been these like Deion Sanders and Champ Bailey stuff, but like, we just have not seen a dude to the level of Travis Hunter, and we haven't seen them in this current day NFL. Like I said, like this Jags regime is like truly these like outside the box thinkers. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what they have like in store for Hunter, but like, you know, the dude doesn't need to play 100% of the snaps to pay off and ball out. He's probably gonna have like an insane targets per route run. I mean, dude, we're talking about there's BTJ and nobody and Hunter. And then it's like Brett and Strange and Parker and like these guys are not target earners. So, I mean, it's going to be extremely consolidated. There's probably going to be a lot of drawn up stuff for Hunter. Again, you could get in the argument where like BTJ is. Here's the thing. They're not going to be like worrying about Travis Hunter if he's repping down in a slot. Like, dude, they're going to be worrying about Brian Thomas. He's insane, of course. You're going to be worrying about the big X receiver. That's insane. That opens up a ton for Hunter. I'm not saying that for BTJ is going to be the big sacrificial cardio guy. You know, again, look where he's going in drafts. He should surely outscore Travis Hunter. But that's a pretty large gap, man. I don't feel so confident that Thomas is surely that much better for fantasy. That's my initial take right now, but that's probably gonna be one of the more fun storylines and like controversial ones of where people are at. I would truly like. I mean, imagine if Hunter didn't play DB, like where he'd be going right now. Like if he just straight up didn't play DB. I mean, look where Marv was going last year, 1-2 turn. This year, he's probably going late second. He's probably going where Neighbors was going last year. Around that JSN area there, I'd say. I mean, especially in that slot role, all this stuff, like, it's a pretty big discount just because he plays DB. Hunter will get the screens. Yeah, that's the thing. Hunter, I was to say, Hunter legitimately is like a... I don't know for certain. I could give... Here's the thing. I would worry a little bit of, like, screens for workload. I don't know if that's even a reasonable thing to worry. I'd have to look into that. I could hear an argument where someone would say maybe they're not trying to get him a bunch of screens because they want to manage his contact or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want him taking unnecessary contact. I have no idea if that's like a legitimate thing, but I can see them wanting to get him the ball a ton, and he's great with the ball in his hands. So like, I can certainly give a good argument for him getting a lot of screens, stuff like that you need to be fantasy dominant. So you're kind of worried about the Lions. Yeah, OC center is gone. I mean, their whole coaching staff is basically gone. I don't know like exactly how I'm worried about it, but it's just enough to like slightly push them down a little bit the rankings, but nothing crazy for me. Not worried about Gibbs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess I own a good amount of Goff and stuff in Dynasty because he's just insanely disrespected, especially like the last couple years. I don't think I've drafted him this year because he's just starting to get some respect, but I mean, a lot of these Lions players are actually decent values in Dynasty. Amon-Ra has been falling to the mid-second. A lot of drafts. It's starting to get baked in a little bit into the prices. The coaching staff thing, I think. Interesting. So if T-Law wasn't their QB, you'd be way more in. So what's the issue with T-Law, I guess, in your opinion here? Because, like, I know he hasn't been consistent for fantasy, but, like, I mean, dude, you look at 2023, he's had a lot of injury issues, but you look at 2023, go look at the Calvin Ridley tape of all the drops. This dude was putting out absolute ropes on the money and just had, like, the worst touchdown variance ever in 23. Now, 24... I don't know. I didn't watch enough of the Jags to see exactly what happened there. But, I mean, hey, we see mediocre quarterbacks turning, dudes into fantasy stars. Like, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, was Doug Peterson doing any favors? I don't think so. I mean, he did have BTJ, but he hasn't exactly had the best core to throw to. I think it's completely reasonable. I think at least Lawrence takes a step this year. Exactly, yeah. Cohen made Baker look disgustingly good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not worried really about T-Law, especially for the pass catchers. Like, if anything, I'm a little excited, to see what Cohen does to help him take a step. I mean, I really think he's been held back for various reasons and injuries. It's like it just hasn't all come together for him yet. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's. I never want to get too pumped on like this 1 year wonder OC, but like what Cohen did, like that was. I've been pretty bullish on that. I mean, it's not even just the pass game; it's the run game too. Like that was just a damn good offense. So. It's just hard to fade anything Jags, especially, rookie stud 102 real life, plays DB or not. Man, having a hard time. But I guess here's the thing. If you want to say Hunter's a bad pick, because, like, dude, how is Chris Olave going 7-4? That is insane. Talk about a value. He must have fell. I haven't done enough drafts to see what his real ADP is. If you want to say Hunter is a bad pick because Chris Olave goes far later, or, I don't know, some other rookie receiver, that's fair. I think that would be like my best argument against Hunter. But I mean, literally Chris Godwin going 4 picks later. Dude, Deebo Samuel going like, 7 picks later? I can't do that. Hunter by a mile. That's where I'm at right now. 30% of ownership of Hunter and Hampton. I'm at like 50% Hunter. That is, well, close to it. I'm definitely under that, but I have like 6 Travis Hunters, which I did not foresee happening. It's been cheap to get them. Own 0 Hampton. Just not how I've been building my teams. I have Hunter over Hampton in Dynasty. Ryan W., what's up? Cohen was really good at adjusting his offense to his strengths of his healthy players. Yeah, I mean, like, hey, that's exactly what you want to see. Right? You want these OCs that are building a scheme to the strengths of their players, which I think is like a bullish thing for like Diami Brown and stuff too, right? Like we saw what Diami Brown could do. End of the season. What is that, 4th year breakout? I mean, but he can get the most out of his players, it seems. So, I mean, that's the bullish thing for Travis Hunter, BTJ, all those guys, Tootin, ETN, whoever you want to make the case for. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make the Jaden Reed, like, I was saying, Dan, the other co-host, he's been one of our most talked about players this offseason. Because it's just like he's just one of those make or break players. It's like, man, if you flipped how he like started the season versus how he ended it, imagine how high of a pick Jaden Reed would be, dude. If he just started out cold and ended hot, like, and the thing is, he ended so cold not because he stinks. They just didn't pass the ball, like at all. They were running the ball over 50% of the time. The thing that sucks is they were winning games doing it. But, like, you know, with drafting Golden, Savion, like, they're going to pass the ball more. They're not going to run the ball that much. That's insane how much they were. It's just how much did they pass it? That's my question. Because Jaden Reed's awesome when he gets targets. He's awesome when he's on the field. But yeah, he's electric. He's a great basketball pick. I'm shocked. Here's the thing. Jaden Reed goes 3 picks ahead of Khalil Shakir, apparently. Like, that is stupid. I get it's full PPR. Khalil Shakir is, like, a coward's pick, in my opinion. You know, let me... we might need an exposure check in the chat, but, like, what are you hoping for with Khalil Shakir? Like, the dude had, like, no breakout, like, week-winning games. Had decent splits, but I mean, he was second in the league at yards after catch. Is that sticky or not? I don't know. I saw where probably 10% of his yak came from on one play. And that it was in that crazy shootout game. I don't know. I cannot get around Shakir in any format right now. Like, the dude is the definition of mid. Give me Josh Downs over Shakir by a mile. Like, that is not even close for me. Hey, I'm glad we're on the same page. 0% Shakir. The only reason you could ever talk me into why you would ever draft Shakir is to stack him with Josh Allen, and I would argue that's not even enough for me to even care about that at all. So Shakir over Downs is just that's inexcusable. He's like Jalen Tolbert. Is that you mean you were fading Jalen Tolbert, or you think it's like Jalen Tolbert last year where people were drafting him and you didn't want anything to do with him? Oh yeah, let me see. Ryan, he made Cotton the focal point of the offense when they had no one else. That's true, dude. Let me give you a range of outcomes. By the way, yeah, it's good to think about a little bit of range of outcomes. What would happen if BTJ went down? By the way, just think about what would happen in that offense. Would they not lean into Travis Hunter full time? I don't even want to say the full time receiver. I don't even want to give that a sell point. But primary Travis Hunter is the offense if a BTJ injury would happen, right? I mean, dude, Travis Hunter could legit be. I don't want to say wide open overall. I mean, he could literally be at a Jefferson level of the talent. He's thrust into the role where it's dude, we just saw Cade Otton. We saw Cade Otton be a top fantasy option for a month. Because they had to build their offense around Cade Otton. They had no one. They had freaking Sterling Shepard and what were these guys? I didn't even know these guys' names. Jalen McMillan wasn't available. It was just did they have that second-year player, that Thompson or something? I don't know. They had those garbage players. He made Cade Otton look like a superstar out there. So, yeah. I mean, again, range outcome. Injuries happen. That would be it. That's an interesting thought. I don't even heard anyone mention that. I wouldn't be drafting Hunter because of that reason. Because, what if BTJ gets hurt? But I mean, dude, if we knew BGJ wasn't going to play there, I think Hunter would be far more higher of a draft pick, just in general. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They did decide at the bye week. Yeah, it was Jacobs and nothing else. I just don't see that sustainable going next year. It might be something where, like, between that 2023 season and between how they came out of that bye week, it's more something in there, in the middle, where they still want to run the ball a lot, but it's just not to the point where it's just absolutely atrocious and just ruining every Packers pass catcher in love. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too exactly sure what you mean by, like, the Tolbert thing, just because, like, Tolbert's this, like, deep threat, and Shakir's just this, like, low A yak guy, but, like, if you just mean, like, they just don't matter, like, I just don't think Khalil Shakir really matters for your fantasy team. Actually, yeah, here's the thing. Here would be my comp. Wandale is just cheap Shakir. Like, I mean, Wandale had more targets, you know? Like, and he's far, what is he, like, wide receiver 70? So. Was shut down. I mean, you know, I don't know. It's, I mean, here's the thing. If you think their offense was shut down completely if BTJ got hurt, well, what about the Bucs? They didn't have Mike Evans. They didn't have Godwin. They didn't even have McMillan available in some of those games. Who's to say it was shut down if we did see Cohen, you know, I'll you know, and Baker step up, of course, but and Kate Otten, but, like, who's to say that Travis Hunter can't be the main beneficiary of that, or whatever? It's another player, Parker Washington, or whoever it is, right? Yeah, no, if BTJ went down, yeah, I mean, they would lose a ton of explosiveness. Yeah, that would be a good point, too. They go to heavy personnel. Could also mean get the ball in Travis Hunter's hands, or, what's his name, Brenton Strange hand, whatever it is. Like, would be guaranteed, but it would certainly be interesting to see what the hell their adjustment is to that. You know, there's no one even near the talent level of Hunter, that's for sure. So. Interesting. I'm not sure what T-Law's, like, check down rate is on his running backs. Tank Bigsby has, like, 8 career catches, so not too bullish, but I feel like Etienne's has, like, decent receiving work. Maybe his overall the target share for the running backs hasn't been high. It was extremely high, though, for those Bucs running backs, though, so maybe that's, like, going to be a Cohen thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, Hunter's, like, saver worthy, but Worthy got lucky because Rice got hurt. Yeah, I mean, that late season production, the Rice injury, of course, helped the way he's being used, getting a lot of those dink and dunks going. You know what's funny thing about Worthy? Like, I don't see this talked about enough. Dude had the unluckiest fantasy season I've ever seen in my life. I mean, there was, like, a 3-minute highlight video. It was just, like, something every week of him just getting missed by Mahomes. A foot out of bounds on a touchdown, like an OPI. I mean, dude, like, he must have had, like, literally, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he generally had, like, 500 yards called back, like actually. I mean, the unrealized, like, called back air yards or just, like, missed air yards on, like, a wide open touchdown where he absolutely torched was insane. It was multiple touchdowns. It likely was 5 touchdowns at least. You know, again, that's going to be expected. You can't give him every single one of those, but some of them were just so atrocious or such a joke. You know, it seemed like at the end of the season, regression was hitting a little bit on there. Yeah, Pickens, we were talking about Pickens earlier. Pickens, especially early season, I noticed was awful, and that Giants Monday Night Football game he should have had 3 touchdowns in that game. One of them, I think he fell short, like, on the 2-yard line. He had the 2 called back. Yeah, couldn't get feet in bounds. Yeah, the one I could definitely think about, like, 2 big plays on Worthy. Yeah, didn't get the second foot in. Yeah, on him. But that's the thing, though. You got in the situation. Got to get the toe down. I mean, you know, again, yeah, you can't give him the play completely. But, I mean, like, imagine the guy just learns how... I know how to put 2 feet in a freaking flag football. Like, I'm sure Xavier really can figure it out. So, like, imagine if he figures it out. I don't know, yeah. He's a hard guy for me to figure out this year. So you think, yeah, Baker 5 times. I don't know. I mean, I do think Baker's good. I think Baker's a really good fantasy option as well. But I'm just not that much... I'm just not confident that T-Law can't be as good as Baker is. I mean, we've also seen Baker just be awful in his career. T-Law has not been that bad. I mean, dude, these quarterbacks take time also, right? Goff, all these dudes, like, might be a little disappointing to start their career, but Baker, I mean, we see, like, these dudes every year break out that have been disappointing. And T-Law certainly wouldn't be any surprise if he was balling. Who are some favorite rounds, late round targets, wide receiver and running back? I couldn't really tell you on DK because literally this was our second draft. Like, we did just only done underdog before, and mostly just been focusing on dynasty stuff on here because we're absolutely dynasty fiends. But this is best ball season now. So looking though at favorite targets, I can just tell you off this board, like, guys that stand out. I mean, to me, Tootin at pick 140 is insane in a best ball format. Just objectively a good pick for the bet. I think Tajay Spears, who went right beside him, got receiving work, target share, really strong receiving numbers. Just objectively a good pick. Let's see, receivers. Oh, dude, Tillman, probably one of my favorite ones. Quarterback, of course, is in question. I mean, dude, he did it with the game. His first game he broke out with, he did it not only with Watson, but also, like, DTR. So, I mean, I wouldn't be so... I mean, he's just such a better pick than Jalen McMillan. It's just insane. Like, that is a joke that he's going ahead of him. I'd take him over, like, basically every receiver that was... I would take him in the 12th round, and he went the 15th. If I'm just looking at the other receivers that went ahead of him. Like, we're drafting wide receiver 4s ahead of him. I know he's, like, a bit of a faller in this draft, but Tillman 100% would be a value. I think, like, anytime you're getting a handcuff running back this late, like a Giddens, I mean, you could even put, like, Shipley, potentially Miles Sanders. I wouldn't, like, strongly say it, but I'd say, like, anyone that archetype, and you're getting them in round 17 of a 20-round draft, like that. What else we got? I think of Jalen Wright's an awesome pick this year, by the way. Nothing against the chain, but, like, dude, if anything happens to the chain... Yeah, you just mentioned Noel. I was about to say, I was looking for Noel, where he went. I think his ADP is, like, 189. I think Jalen Noel is also an awesome pick. Like, I can see myself drafting a ton in this 20-round format. Love him in Dynasty as well. I think he's awesome. I think he's tight ends. I think anything tight end is, like, late here as an awesome pick. You can just take 3 late if you don't go elite. Like Freiermuth. Some of these guys might even want to head at ADP. It's just not familiar enough. I think Hunter Henry's an awesome pick. He scored only, like, 2 touchdowns last year. But he racked in volume, where normally he did the opposite of that, like his prior seasons with the Patriots and whatnot. Well, guess what? He was racking in mad volume with Drake May, so they had no one. A little bit of touchdown regression. I could see Hunter Henry at 178 being an awesome pick. Easily stackable with the Pat stuff, so I love that. We got sniped on him here by, I guess, 2 picks, which sucked. Austin Eckler has actually been respected. I don't feel like as confident about him like in round 13, but I just think he's an awesome target. I don't know. I wouldn't say like awesome, but all the pass catching stuff, full PPR. I like Tootin and Spears much better, and they're going right there. I'll say that. I think Mooney is extremely undervalued. That's one guy in Dynasty I've been like a lot of these guys are gonna be like my Dynasty targets and stuff too. Mooney like goes like round 13 in startups. Just an amazing pick. Again, like what's the worst that can happen? I guess there's like a Shaheed and stuff similar. And Ibuka. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. I guess now that I'm looking at the board, I mean, we smashed Ibuka here. I mean, that might generally be one of the best receiver values on the entire board. Like, it's muddy, but leaning some uncertainty, that can pay off. There's a lot of good values on DraftKings. On underdog, can't say the same. Underdog is much sharper, it seems. However, yeah, DraftKings definitely gonna be getting a ton more drafts in here. All right, yeah. What about you boys? What do you think? Dude, Sean Tucker, love that mention. I didn't even see him on this board. I don't know where he went. Or did he even go? I mean, we made a mistake if we didn't draft him. If we drafted freaking Keaton Mitchell, I didn't even know Sean. We were panicking trying to get all our picks together. I mean, don't even ask me about the Taj Brooks one. I mean, I love Taj Brooks, but not in round 18. yeah, that was what we said. So, as our first draft together, way too many rookies. This draft has no chance. Like, we were trying to figure everything out. We were trying to talk to chat. We were like, we couldn't even see the clock. Like, the draft was just, like, bugged for us. And not doing a DK draft, at least together, before, because I did one prior. We literally just switched over. We only realized when the late rounds, we're like, dude, we have way too many rookies. This is not going to work. But, yeah, you got to get some practice drafts in. It's the thing, we just didn't know that Ibuka and Burden were going to be such insane values. Otherwise, we wouldn't have we would definitely not have taken like Golden or something like earlier. If we just like knew we were going to take Ibuka, Burden, I mean, like what values? I mean, you're not getting that on underdog at all. Yeah, I agree with the Sean Tucker thing, 100%. Arroyo in Dynasty, at least, is, like, my least favorite. I mean, he's one of my biggest fades. I mean, he's, like, a vertical threat tight end. I'm playing in tight end premium leagues. I can get, like, a little bit behind it in best ball because you don't need to know when to start and all that stuff, but I don't know what my confidence level is that he's a starting tight end this year. I don't even know what my confidence level is that he's better than A.J. Barner, which you might think is crazy, but again, they're completely different tight ends, completely different roles. Like, Arroyo has like 40 career catches in college. I mean, he has like no production at all. Had a solid last year, but yeah, Ferguson like a lot for sure. Skeptical about his role this year, at least early. Yeah, undrafted. Yeah, dude, I didn't even realize that. Like, yeah, we're trying to figure out just like the board, where people are going. Like, you gotta get some drafts kind of under your belt, especially not doing a DraftKings one really before. And coming from underdog, like Sean Tucker will probably be a late round favorite for us. I mean, I won't say probably. Like, he's definitely is gonna be like a round 20 favorite if he's just going there or not at all. Yeah, love Sean Tucker. Yeah, I mean, like, that's how we ended up taking so many rookies without realizing it. It's just somehow they're the greatest value over here. Again, ignore our late round picks there because, again, we're trying to figure out if there's any correlation late. And also, like, we have Dynasty Brain. You know, we do have an X. I don't know if we like post anything on it yet. It's a good question. Just look up her name on yeah, maybe with no space on X. We gotta start posting stuff on there for sure. Damn, you got Bird at 140. That's crazy. 146. It's insane. I don't understand. I don't even like I genuinely don't like Luther Burden. At pick 133, I love Luther Burden. All right, give us the handle here. I'll follow you with my personal one. I don't really use that one either much. I use it to look at stuff, but I really don't tweet stuff. Put your yeah. Oh yeah, T okay. I see you put it there. Same as your name. Perfect. Just hit you with a follow, brother. Hey man, I see a Tillman in one of your recent drafts. Look at this. You got Golden. Hey, what are we talking about here, David? We got a draft with Hunter, Reed, Golden, Tillman. We just drafted, and Jalen Wright. We just drafted the same team. Yeah, I mean, I won't even disagree with the Fanta's ass thing. It's just like, there's like 3 tight ends there. Yeah, they were talking about using him as an X receiver. I feel like that's just like the Dylan Sampson's a slot receiver. Or insert fast running back. Yeah, he's going to be our slot receiver. Like, it just... I'm not really buying any of that stuff. And even if he was the X receiver, like, talk about cardio. Yeah, you know what, Ryan? This is interesting. I mean, I'm a Vikings fan. Sometimes when you get those fans of teams that you kind of, I don't know, have a different perspective from the general media. Naylor is certainly interesting in the best ball format. Like in Dynasty and stuff, I've given up. However, he's flashed. And Jordan Addison, like, undoubtedly is getting suspended for 3 weeks, it feels like. It feels like it's pretty much set in stone at this point. The trial stuff is like happening very, very soon. But yeah, I mean, Speedy Naylor. I think here would be the issue with him as a draft pick. You're relying mostly on an injury, and yeah, he's got to fight off Ty Felton. I mean, I'm not like too high on him, but he could take the job over. Rondell Moore's there, so like, if you're drafting Naylor, his role would be like hoping for what he did basically at the start of last season when Addison got hurt. And he was scoring a touchdown every game there, and actually had, I was out the Texans game. He actually had 2 touchdowns in that game, but he had like a phantom penalty, like called back, like a 50-yard bomb. So, yeah, I mean, there's like a path for him. I've kind of like given up. It's just like, it's going to be early or it's going to be like not at all that he does something. Yeah, you know, I mean, McDarnold was so damn good last year. Like, it was crazy. I mean, like, McCarthy as a whole should obviously be, like, for the offense, an upgrade. But, like, that is not easy to get to what Sam McDarnold did last year. I mean, they were one of the best offenses in the league. One of the best passing offenses in the league. Like, kind of my, like, scared... Like, I'm scared this will happen for my Dynasty stuff because I got a bunch of Vikings. I'm a little worried that they run the ball much more than they ever have. And, like, they never run for touchdowns. Like, it's insane. I'm a little worried they do run for some touchdowns this year. As you said, they got the new offensive lineman. They just, like, have not been able to run the ball with success. They might actually be able to do it now. Like, they just straight up, like, did not have the line to do it before. Yeah, I mean, Felton, like, I feel like he would be a guy, if I knew he went 3rd round of Vikings, I'd be excited about. I just don't care about him for like dynasty perspectives right now. I haven't been wasting a roster spot on him. When he got drafted, all he talked about was special teams. Probably should care more about him, but I don't think, here's the thing, I don't think at all he's the wide receiver 3 to begin with, right? He's mostly going to be, special teams. I could see him by the end of the season being wide receiver 3, but it's just, look, the wide receiver 3 position, I don't think it's even really a person. I think it's just like, you gotta understand, they used Josh Oliver at like 40+% of snaps, they extended him. Yeah, no, I know you're talking, best ball there, yeah. So, it's, I mean, Ty Felton for that reason of, like, Week 17 stuff could be a decent, like, round 20, just, like, complete dart, low-owned. But they love using that extra tight end. They, like, it will absolutely rotate Naylor, Felton, and probably Rondale Moore. So, I don't love betting on any of those guys, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I mean, I thought Ty Felton was an interesting pre-draft. Like, not many people knew about him. But, God, yeah, I mean, if you look, just watch the interview when he gets drafted. It's just not, even from him, he's just like, yeah, I'm excited to play special teams. Not what I want to hear, exactly. Glad you asked, though, Ryan. Mason or Jones? In any format, absolutely Jordan Mason. Now, normally I'm looking for the pass catcher. Aaron Jones will not see the workload he saw last year. The GM already came out and said it, like, they made it a mission to get someone behind Jones. They really didn't have, like, Cam Akers and Chandler weren't cutting it. Aaron Jones is extremely injury prone. He was dealing with injuries last year. Playing through them. Here's what's awesome about Jordan Mason. Flex appeal in even lineup leagues throughout the season. But when Aaron Jones breaks down, if he does, it's going to be in the second half of the season, the most important part of the season. I mean, you could get a really hot stretch. And here's the thing, I was just talking about running the ball more. I think one of the reasons why you could say something against Jordan Mason, okay, he doesn't catch the ball much. The Vikings don't run for many touchdowns, but I really think that it can change. So, here's the one thing, though. Where is his ADP, right? At least on this thing. I mean, I would much rather him on underdog scoring, of course. Aaron Jones, okay, went at 7-8, at least this draft. 9-10, yeah. I mean, I'll say, like, I'm not in love with his ADP. He's getting highly respected in best ball. He's certainly a decent pick, but do I think he's like that much better than Tajay Spears and the Teutons? I don't know. I don't think he's like 40 picks better, but again, this might not be like accurate ADP. It might just be like the DraftKings Wild West thing. But I do think he's far better than like these Javonte Williams and Tracy's and stuff that he is going ahead. So I don't know if that helps you at all, but I do like Jordan Mason, but he's being respected in the market right now. Yeah. I mean, if they're talking about Naylor, I wouldn't be too confident. Like, I think he's a guy you could sprinkle in a couple drafts, but I would not be planting a flag on Naylor. And I've been a big Naylor guy, like, truly. Had him out, like, I had like him and Chandler before the breakout, the Chandler breakout for that, end of season. Like, I had them on like every dynasty team. It was crazy. Because I really believe like both those guys were extremely undervalued, or just like extremely good. The Chandler one, I mean, both of them have kind of flashed at moments, but yeah, I mean, I just am not confident that Naylor's like actually that good. He's a good role player for what they need. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries last year. Hawkinson wasn't playing and stuff, so like they needed a nailer. They needed a third guy. Brandon Powell wasn't cutting it, so. All right. I'm about to head to bed, but let's see this squad real quick. Yeah, exactly. If you need the week 17 or McCarthy, yeah, I mean completely fine. If you had to ask me between Naylor and Teifeld, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I would actually probably lean Naylor still, just because he would be the favorite to start as the wide receiver 3. And if he started as wide receiver 3, yeah, I mean he could keep the job. And Addison could get hurt again, so there's still reasons to draft him. Addison getting hurt and suspended this early season is your biggest reason to draft Naylor for sure. Let's see here. Gotcha. You're the last pick. By the way, don't know if I asked you, Ryan, you play any Dynasty or no? I love that Alec Pierce pick in your other draft, by the way. I mean, dude, I swear, A.D. Mitchell is making... Not that A.D. Mitchell's bad at all, but, dude, Alec Pierce, no one wants to accept it. Dude might actually be decent, though you want AR playing, actually. For all intents and purposes, if you're going to draft Alec Pierce. You need AR out there slinging it. Don't know if Danny Dimes is going to be the best QB for him. But have like Pierce, he's free in Dynasty. This is like a great start 11. Just throw him in your flex on a bye week or injuries. Like, you hope to never start him. Mainly best ball. Oh, on DK. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see why people are playing on DK. I was just like strictly underdog before. I couldn't access it. Like, I'm in Canada, I couldn't access DK. I can now. Yeah, I'm loving it so far. My 2 drafts on DK. So I literally just switched over, but I mean the rooms just aren't as sharp. 20 rounds is awesome. 20 rounds. Here's the thing. I love the 20 rounds because it allows me to like actually take those like Jalen Naylor or whatever, like the flag plant guys. Yeah, they're way softer. And it's full PPR, and I'm always playing these Dynasty Leagues, playing full PPR. Dan, my co-host, there's nothing we love more than, like, finding the Isaiah Davis of last year and, like, finding these paths for these, like, we are the nasty boy kings. I don't know if we really have many plant flags this year yet for the nasty boys. We like to get more information. Jordan Whittington was a huge one for us last year. Unfortunately, he got hurt during that breakout. I mean, dude looked good. We had a ton of Jordan Whittington in Dynasty. And we actually had him in some underdog drafts, taking him around 18 before the season. Didn't work out great, but I mean, you can see the path there. Alright, mainly best ball on DK, yeah. Ward versus Johnson, God. I mean, I have some thoughts. I don't know what to do with them, to be honest. Like, here's the thing, Jalen Warren. Jalen Warren's always pretty respected, and that's the funny thing is like, people love him because they say he's not respected. But I'd argue him having top 100 ADP every year is literally just him being respected. Like he's not even the lead back. Like he is being respected. He catches the ball. He's explosive. It's awesome. I mean, he doesn't go that far behind Caleb Johnson. That's a tough call. I mean, underdog, it's probably easier to take Caleb Johnson because they're not like that far apart. I also just don't love Caleb Johnson that much. But I'll bet on the rookie at that point. You know, he probably would be better in the most important weeks. I'm certain. I actually like Warren better, probably in Dynasty because he's dirt cheap. Can start him, but Caleb Johnson, it seems like the Dynasty markets came around on him at least. Like he was going like 108, 109 like every time. There was no chance I was ever gonna take him there. Now he's going like early second, which much more reasonable. No chance I would ever touch him in the first round of Dynasty startups or rookie drafts right now. Okay, gotcha. You posted it. Yeah, 20 rounds is awesome. Like you can just get much more creative with your builds, much more unique. It's just so hard to like take a player that is not getting rostered, even if you like them, in 18 rounds. It's just like there's no room for error. All right, let's see this draft here. Yeah, good. Oh yeah, he is good in pass protection. Yeah, I mean that is a good. I have heard that argument before from Warren. Shouldn't be overlooked at all. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't feel too strongly about either. But yeah, Dynasty, like Warren's pretty cheap. I do like that about him. Just not a guy. I just think there's probably better options on the board in bestball than him. Like you would think with his ADP that he's like really been shown something big down the stretch before, or he really hasn't. He's had his moments. All right, that's his team. Love the Hurt start. He's actually a great value on DraftKings. Harvey. All right, this is interesting. We go down to Ramondre Stevenson at RB2. We're going full zero RB. Love Chase Brown Rice. Love. I guess I should probably pull this up, but I'm about to go to bed, so. Love the Evan Ingram pick, though. He's pretty expensive on DK. So like I don't know how I feel about him on there, but and Dynasty's awesome. Worthy Mahomes. Interesting. Okay, so now I'm seeing the bench. First thoughts is like extremely invested in QB, which is not, how I would probably build, especially with Hurts early. Maybe, but I see you're building like the Chiefs. So, yeah, you already built the Chiefs out, so you saw Mahomes at ADP. I guess I wouldn't have taken Baker on the go round. Is he even okay? You got McMillan later. Interested to hear like the reasoning behind. I definitely the Mahomes, but the Baker I would have waited till you said Cam Ward. You like maybe until a Cam Ward or something. Yeah, think Tootin's awesome value. Burden, yeah, great value. You took McMillan, Gesicki, Sampson, Hunter, Brooks, Smith. What else? Interesting. It's funny you took Brooks. It looks like okay, you took him in the last round. The way it was sorted, it looked like you took him round 18. But because like we just like were panicking and we're like thinking it was an 18-round draft like underdog. We knew it wasn't. But I think Taj Brooks is like he should be getting drafted every time. I think he is. Yeah, he fell to a value like. This dude has a legitimate chance to carve out a role. Jarquez Hunter, yeah, I like those rookie running backs a lot. I guess, oh yeah, round 20. Interesting with the Jalen Royals of just like maybe like a floor, trying to stack extra stuff. I'd probably lean to just like put my bet somewhere else instead of getting a 5th Chief player or whatever, just because if Royals is good, that means Rice or Worthy have got hurt. I'd just rather put a bet anywhere else, I guess. I see. Yeah, he didn't need bigger, but he fell. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, he fell about 7 picks. I mean, like, I'd take him if he fell like a round and a half or something at that point, but yeah, I don't feel like too strongly about like you can't make that pick if you get the value. Like, of course the value is huge, but yeah. And then yeah, Hurts doesn't play weeks 15 to 17. I mean, here's the thing. You know, if you're gonna win the $1 million or whatever, the Millie Maker. I mean, if Hurts doesn't play week 15 to 17, you're basically cooked anyways. So, I mean, you know, I'd rather like lean into just like Hurts is gonna play week 15 or 17. But yeah, I mean, if he can help you get to the playoffs, you want to have the best other quarterbacks as possible. I get that. What are the thoughts on AR, by the way, just in general? I get he could be kind of hard to draft. I've been an AR truther. You don't want to take zeros, but like, you could not tell me Daniel Jones is playing every single snap. I mean, people are acting like Daniel Jones is Jesus compared to Anthony Richardson. I can understand the fade on AR. Just like Bradley bringing this up out of nowhere, I'm just interested because he has a low, like extremely low ADP. I mean, it's 4-point passing touchdowns. I mean, if AR gets in there, he's instantly a top. I mean, he's instantly paying off if he gets on the field, basically. But yeah, it's an interesting draft. I mean, the receiver room is sick. The quarterback room's sick. I mean, the question on this one is just, yeah, do you hit on the running backs? I built probably a good amount of teams like this last year. Maybe not like this 0 RB, but I definitely agree with like trying to push it, especially in a full PPR. But this team's missing like I don't know, like an Austin Eckler or something. I know that. You know, you spent the pick on Tootin, which is a way higher upside. Can't disagree with that at all. But I'm trying to think of like the good name, but just like some random vet that can chip in, like another Ramondre or something. All right, David loves AR, and then Ryan's saying feels like a lot to get benched. Here's the funny thing, as the AR truther, I do think Daniel Jones at this point, I'll agree with everyone else. I think it makes sense he's starting week 1. I think that's good for AR. There's no way Daniel Jones is gonna play every week unless he pulls a Sam Darnold. It's always possible, but dude, if you get AR for half a season in best ball at this price, I mean, he literally has more points than CJ Stroud, points per game wise, by the way, in a 4-point passing touchdown league. As bad as he was for a moment in time there last year. I mean, if you look at his stretch, you know, down in last year, like, he was a top quarterback. He had as many top 5 finishes as Mahomes did last year. Like, certainly high upside pick, huge payoff. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to take zeros, especially at quarterback. So, I mean, he's going to be one of the more controversial guys. He's kind of one of those guys where it's like, depending on like your philosophy of building and yeah, your structure, you might love him, you might hate him. Just even despite your like actual take on him. He sent me another one, alright. Let's see. Okay. Nice. Hurts. All right, so yeah, Hurts, Barkley, Judkins. Hey, we got a running back too this time. And then, yeah, Sharp at running back. Ship, Giddens, Brooks, Marks. Love that you're leaning the rookie RBs because, like, maybe it's the dynasty brain. I mean, I just love these, like, yeah, just complete late round, 20 round, like, dart throws. Giddens is extremely affordable as the likely backup for JT. Adams, been loving him, especially in Dynasty. Obviously, he's being respected on these best ball formats. Adams, Smitty, Ibuka. They're not awesome like seeing Ibuka and like Ayuk as like the 3 and the 4. However, okay, then you got Burden. But here's the thing. You got Pierce, which is nice week 1. I guess, again, structure-wise, it's kind of, yeah, it's much more different this time than your last one. The interesting thing on this one, and this is like the mistake that I think Dan and I made in our first draft here on DK together. Took a bunch of damn rookies, like just too much that we didn't even understand. We're like, we should have been mixing in, you know, the Alec Pierces of the world, whatever, late. On this one, I'm kind of seeing the same thing where it's like rather than picking Ayuk, again, I don't know the ADPs off my top of my head for, you know, or whatever. Instead of picking Higgins, it's like, would love to see one of those guys swapped out. Just because this is one of those teams where, like, everyone around them better perform. Like if this you get this team out of the pod, like this could be. I mean, that probably means this is like a nutty team. You know, but is it going to get out of the pod? The odds are unlikely, though. There's routes. Egbuka, you know, Godwin's not healthy week 1. Egbuka goes off. You randomly get Alec Pierce hot out the gate like he was last year, stuff like that. You get a running back injury early with your winter handcuffs, or Burden comes out hot. So, like, there's routes for structure-wise. This is, like, hilariously a team. Yeah, this might sound like a joke. It's actually not. This would have been a perfect team for, like, a Keenan Allen, where you're just, like, getting him dirt cheap, and you're just praying he's running routes for the Steelers or something like that, where it's, like, you're just praying he can live in your third wide receiver spot. Because I love these players you took. It's just like the draft we just did. I'm worried about that team we just drafted. I don't think it's going anywhere because I think it's got a lot of really good values on it, a lot of really good players. But I think we're going to be cooks until by the time like it comes to get out of the pod. But overall, I like a lot of these players that you picked. Especially they have a lot of these values. I mean, yeah, I mean this is pretty much a lethal team if if you make it out. That's the best way I can describe it. Shooting for upside, no, undoubtedly. And you got the 3 tight end build, of course. So, I mean, hey, if those are the boys you need, it could be an interesting team. Okay. You're talking about the one with Brees, JT, okay. Let's see. Okay, I see. Bijan. Interesting. Just glanced at the lineup. This has got to be my favorite lineup by far already. Love the draft capital on QB. Although, yeah, okay, this is a 2 QB build. Interesting. And then it has Ward. And then, okay, yeah. Loaded at RB. Holy crap, loaded at RB. Wilson, Godwin, Ibuka, interesting. Yeah, double bucks. Warren. Love the Muth pick. Like, he's a great value. Arroyo. I'm noticing the trend. I'm loving the Pierce picks. I love the Thielen pick, too. He's a guy in Dynasty that's literally free. So free, it's not even funny. You might get a game out of him. You might get a month. You might get a season. Another season. Like, this dude refuses to die. Of course, he's being respected on... I'm actually surprised at how high he goes on DK. Though it's full PPR, so it makes sense. Oh, I just realized you're going full in on the Mike Evans injury here. Godwin and Buka McMillan. That's interesting, actually, because I'm looking at the... I guess Auden was probably off the board, because I think he goes before Muth, eh? Could be wrong. Because my initial reaction was like, oh, like you should have got Auden before McMillan, but I'm assuming Auden just goes like 20 picks earlier or something like that. I think I saw his ADP was actually pretty high. If I'm not, I could be mixing it up with Dynasty ADP actually, but that would have been my initial thought. We got a Ray McLeod throw in there. Roman Wilson's an interesting one. I don't like Roman Wilson at all, but we never even got to see him play last year. So, you get the Kyron factor, where they're kind of the mystery box still. Pretty smart. Yeah, you seem to be like not too worried about handcuffing. I don't even mind looking at. I don't even mind like handcuffing, especially when it's like a lower, I don't know, like smaller tournament. If it's not like BBM, especially if it's like you get Saquon and you get Shipley, because like the one thing is, if Saquon were to get hurt midseason, Shipley can kind of fill in. And then you get like Saquon back, or it's just like some weird thing where like Saquon gets hurt week 16, but like you bring Will Shipley into week 17, and he's really good. Like there's some like weird ways where it can really work out. But obviously like shooting for upside in general is like, I don't know. I mean, in theory it's just better. But the issue is, what's the difference if you draft a 0 as your handcuff or a 0 as like some other running back on our backfield, right? Yeah, I mean that is just like a nutty running back room. I mean, see, that's the thing. I wouldn't even at that point. I would just argue like, I mean, there may have just not been someone better. Like, why even take Dobbins though at that point? Because if Dobbins is making your lineup, that means like Harvey's a wasted pick, right? I don't know. But because your running back room is so damn good in that one. But yeah, I mean, you got him late. So yeah, I mean, that is true. I can see that. It is hard to argue against the value when it gets that crazy. Alright, man. Jesus Christ. This is gotta be the longest stream ever. We're going for a 24-hour stream here, I feel like. But hey, man, appreciate you coming here talking some best ball. Ryan, all the boys in here. Yeah, make sure you're sub, man. You'll catch me when I'm not so tired. You'll catch Dan. I don't even know. You probably joined in here after Dan left, but I mean, he must have left, dude. Like, what was that? Oh my God, he left. He wasn't even here for like half the stream. That's insane. I was planning on streaming for like 5 minutes after he left. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you on Tuesday. Probably catch you on Tuesday. That's our normal scheduled time. Might try to get a best ball draft going there as well. So, anyways, appreciate you tuning in, Dave. Glad we got you on Twitter there. Hey, man. Ryan, appreciate it, man. Hit it with a sub then if you're gonna be back. Yeah, if you guys like the best ball, like people seem to like it when we're ripping it. They liked it last year. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to be ripping this DK. All right, boys. Have a good